Chapter 498. In this remote valley, other than Bao Bao, there were no other males. Of course, Yang Dingtian often appeared in the valley, but he basically did not enter Dugu Aoshuang's room. But who would have thought that he would suddenly barge in? So when she saw Yang Dingtian come in, she first exclaimed, and then did not immediately cover up. Instead, she anxiously explained. Bao Bao insisted on eating it. Nanny gave it to him, but he did not want it. Madame Yan Yan also did not want it. He kept crying. I had no choice. Dugu Aoshuang was extremely inferior to her own body that was covered in scales. She felt that what she had just done to Bao Bao was a heinous crime. But she did not give it to Bao Bao, and Bao Bao kept crying. So when Yang Dingtian suddenly saw it, she was so anxious and scared that she wanted to cry. However, as the culprit, Bao Bao did not seem to feel anything. After seeing his father come in, he finally opened his mouth and smiled at Yang Dingtian, revealing a few snow-white baby teeth. "Little rascal, Daddy will hug you." Yang Dingtian immediately looked away and stretched out his hand. Bao Bao opened his arms like a little bird, and Yang Dingtian hugged him. This little rascal had quite a few mothers taking care of him. He had been raised to be fair and plump, heavy and heavy. "Come, give Daddy a kiss." Yang Dingtian. Bao Bao pouted his wet little mouth and waved it on Yang Dingtian's face, leaving a pile of saliva on Yang Dingtian's face. "Come, let Daddy kiss you." Yang Dingtian said again. Bao Bao moved his pink little face closer. Yang Dingtian kissed him fiercely, and Bao Bao laughed exaggeratedly. Yang Dingtian hugged Bao Bao and played for a while. Then Yan Yan walked in and stretched out her hand. "Come, Bao Bao, come to Mommy." Then Bao Bao heartlessly threw Yang Dingtian away and opened his arms to Yan Yan. Yan Yan carried the baby over and said, "Baby, give Mommy a kiss." This was almost everyone's favorite game in the valley, and Bao Bao never got tired of it. Yan Yan and the baby walked out while being intimate with each other. Only Yang Dingtian and Dugu Aoshuang were left in the house. Dugu Aoshuang, as if she had made a big mistake, stood uneasily in front of Yang Dingtian. I won't dare to do it again." Dugu Aoshuang said, "You are also the baby's mother. If he doesn't eat yours, who will he eat?" Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Also, in front of the baby, you are the most important. Do you understand? You're the most important person to the baby. I can't compare to you, understand?" "Really?" Aoshuang said. "It's true," Yang Dingtian said. "I've told you a long time ago. You're the baby's first mother." "Yes." Aoshuang nodded vigorously, her beautiful eyes flashing with happiness. "Aoshuang, take off your veil." Yang Dingtian. Aoshuang was stunned. Then her beautiful eyes revealed a pained look. She took off her veil with heavy movements. The moment she took off her veil and revealed her scaly face, Aoshuang immediately lowered her head. Her entire body seemed to want to shrink into the ground. In an instant, boundless feelings of inferiority emerged. She really didn't want to expose even an inch of her scaly face and skin to the air. At any time, she had to hide all the scales on her body. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently pinched her chin, making her raise her head. In an instant, tears fell from her beautiful eyes. Then she began to feel uneasy and began to tremble. "Aoshuang, from my own selfish point of view, I really wish that your scales would never fade. How sexy! How strangely charming!" Yang Dingtian laughed. Immediately, Aoshuang's beautiful eyes trembled as she said, "You, don't make fun of me like this." "When did I make fun of you?" Yang Dingtian laughed. "Most of my aesthetic views are the same as others, but there is a small portion that is very heavy." These words immediately made Dugu Aoshuang even more at a loss. "Shuang, there's something I need your help with," Yang Dingtian said. "What is it?" Aoshuang raised her head and said, "As long as I can do it." She seemed very excited. She had always felt that she was useless, so as long as she could help Yang Dingtian a little, she would be very excited. This matter is very important to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian said. But for you, there are two consequences. The first consequence is that you may die and die very miserably. Die. Ao Shuang's beautiful eyes trembled. I'm not afraid of death, but I can't bear to part with the baby. I know. Yang Dingtian said, the second consequence is that all the scales on your body may fade away. Really? Ao Shuang's body trembled as she screamed. In an instant, the light that was released from her beautiful eyes shocked Yang Dingtian. It was really difficult for ordinary humans to release such a bright and piercing light. Ao Shuang didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, but this gaze was really like the gaze of a 1,000-year demon beast. Yes, Yang Dingtian said, of course, you may become a normal and complete woman. At that time, you will be very beautiful. I believe you know it yourself, but you will definitely be more beautiful than Dugu Fengwu. But there is another possibility. You will even lose your human form. Ao Shuang trembled and said, Then what will it become? I don't know, because I've never seen it before. Yang Dingtian. All kinds of fantasies appeared in Ao Shuang's eyes, and then they were filled with fear. Yang Dingtian said, of course, everything is up to you. I respect any choice you make. However, I want you to make a choice within 2 hours, okay? Because time is very tight. Ao Shuang gritted her teeth and said, no need, I'm willing to do it. Immediately after, Ao Shuang bravely raised her head and said, for you, I am willing to do anything. Besides, even if I die, there will still be people who will miss me, right? There are so many people who love the baby. Even if I die, he will still be happy. At this moment, Dugu Ao Shuang seemed to have released all of her courage. Her gaze was as scorching as fire. Yang Dingtian didn't even dare to look straight at her. Ao Shuang's eyes were truly shocking. That kind of light was truly scorching. I'm afraid that after today, you won't even look at a small figure like me. You might even become a half-god. Yang Dingtian laughed. You're talking nonsense. Ao Shuang said loudly. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, before I do this, can I ask you for a favor? Speak. Yang Dingtian. You kiss me. That way, even if I die, I can still taste that feeling. Ao Shuang said. At this moment, even the breath she exhaled was burning hot. Yang Dingtian muttered to himself. Yang Dingtian's attitude instantly defeated all of her courage. Her beautiful eyes instantly scattered as she said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done this. Then she was about to run out. She didn't have the courage to face Yang Dingtian anymore. Yang Dingtian grabbed her hand and pretended to be shy. A kiss? Of course I want to, but I have one more request. I don't know if I can say it. Ao Shuang was stunned. You speak. Your scales might completely disappear. I've wanted to touch the scales on your waist for a long time. In the future, when the scales disappear, I won't be able to see them anymore. Can you let me touch the scales on your waist? Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's half-true and half-fake behavior immediately made Ao Shuang want to burrow into the ground. However, the pain in her heart instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, Yang Dingtian was very serious as he gently kissed her on the lips. Then, he gently caressed the scales on her waist. Of course, it wasn't vulgar, but a gentle one. After all, he didn't really want to kill a hoodlum, but wanted to let Ao Shuang disperse the haze in her heart. Yang Dingtian was carrying a large jade box which had an unconscious Song Chunhua lying inside. He then held onto the bashful Dugu Ao Shuang and entered the blood pool forbidden zone. Dugu Ao Shuang still hadn't reacted. He was in a daze, floating in the air. He didn't know where to go, nor did he know what was beside him. Shuang, wait here for a while. I'll go treat Song Chunhua first. Yang Dingtian. Yes. Dugu Ao Shuang nodded. Yang Dingtian carried the large jade box. and carefully flew above the blood pool. At this moment, the entire blood pool was still clearly divided. Half of it was crystal clear liquid, while the other half was green deep-sea Xian poison. Of course, in just a few hours, the half of the deep-sea Xian poison had already spread towards Cloud Sky City. At this rate, in less than a month, Cloud Sky City's walls would be corroded and collapse, and Cloud Sky City would become a land of death. Opening the jade box, it revealed Song Chuanhua's crystal clear and exaggeratedly undulating body. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and gently sucked the green mist of the deep-sea Xian poison over to his palm. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't dare to directly inject the deep-sea Xian poison into Song Chuanhua's body. If Chuanhua really couldn't take it and was poisoned to death, then Yang Dingtian would really die 100 times. Even if Song Chuanhua couldn't be saved, no one would blame Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't blame himself. If such a noble and beautiful life were to die, it would be no different from digging out a piece of Yang Dingtian's heart. He first absorbed the deep-sea Xian poison into his body and into his profound veins. Of course, there was still a little risk. Even though Yang Dingtian's body was floating in the deep-sea Xian poison and wouldn't be poisoned, no one could guarantee that when the deep-sea Xian poison entered his profound veins, he wouldn't be poisoned. However, this risk wasn't within Yang Dingtian's consideration. Whoosh! Wah! The moment he inhaled, Yang Dingtian's body trembled violently. That kind of intense feeling was 10 times stronger than when he was floating in the deep-sea Xian poison. Yang Dingtian's consciousness almost instantly dissipated, and he was completely intoxicated. This thing was really much scarier than getting high. Yang Dingtian poured all of his consciousness into it, pushing the profound Xian poison to circulate in his body, into his energy sea and then out. After the profound Xian poison circulated through Yang Dingtian's body, it floated out from his right palm. At this moment, the green color had almost disappeared and was replaced by an almost transparent white mist, gently pulsating. This should be the deep-sea Xian poison that Yang Dingtian used his body and profound veins to cleanse. Sure enough, there were countless life forms jumping around in Yang Dingtian's palm. After being purified, it actually looked pure and beautiful. No one would dare to imagine that this was the extremely terrifying deep-sea Xian poison. Of course, some people might say that since Yang Dingtian wasn't afraid of this deep-sea Xian poison, he might as well swallow the rest of the blood pool by himself. The darkness, profound flame barely swallowed half of it. With Yang Dingtian's body and cultivation, it would take him at least 100 years to swallow this much deep-sea Xian poison. Looking at the purified deep-sea Xian poison, Yang Dingtian still fell into hesitation and struggle. This should still be poisonous. Once it entered Song Chuanhua's body and failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. And how high was the probability of failure? Yang Dingtian almost didn't dare to think about this. Just like reviving his master, there was completely no theory to support it, and there was no precedent to follow. It was completely based on Yang Dingtian's crazy theory. Whether or not the deep-sea Xian poison could heal the injury to the profound veins and Qi ocean was completely Yang Dingtian's crazy idea. If Yang Dingtian's idea was wrong, then, however, Yang Dingtian already had no other choice. Chuanhua, let's take the risk together. Yang Dingtian then suddenly gritted his teeth and directly forced the purified, transparent deep-sea Xian poison into Song Chuanhua's Qi ocean. Almost instantly, Song Chuanhua's body began to change. And this change almost made Yang Dingtian's soul fly away, because Song Chuanhua's body almost quickly turned green. Green, at the beginning, appeared at Song Chuanhua's Qi ocean, then quickly spread, almost covering the entire body in an instant. It was completely lightning fast. Yang Dingtian didn't have any possibility of stopping it, and didn't even have any mental preparation. This was exactly the same as the deep-sea Xian poisoning. In an instant, Song Chanhua turned into a green beauty. Even her hair and lips all turned green. Yang Dingtian's scalp suddenly went numb. His heart instantly twisted, and for a moment he even felt that he couldn't breathe. But this green came quickly and also went quickly. Then this green quickly disappeared. Oh, or rather, it didn't disappear, but condensed at a certain place. First, it condensed at the Qi Ocean, and this green crazily rushed to the shattered scars of the Qi Ocean. Then, like a magic show, these scars quickly erased. Instantly, the Qi Ocean in the lower abdomen became as smooth as a mirror, and those scars disappeared without a trace. Immediately, Yang Dingtian fell into ecstasy. It really worked, it really worked. Yang Dingtian's crazy adventure succeeded again. The facts proved that Yang Dingtian's adventure had enough theoretical support. Deep sea Xian poison could indeed heal the scars of Naga's profound veins, and Yang Dingtian first used his own body to purify the deep sea Xian poison was also correct. But this healing effect quickly stopped, and the scars of Song Chunhua's Qi Ocean in the lower abdomen were about 1/3 healed. Of course, this was because the deep sea Xian poison's energy was exhausted. In that case, the rest of the matter became simple. Yang Dingtian continuously absorbed the deep sea Xian poison, and then used his own body and Qi Ocean to purify it, and then injected the purified deep sea Xian poison into Song Chunhua's body. Then it was completely like performing a magic show. The countless scars of Song Chunhua's Qi Ocean and profound veins were instantly erased piece by piece, disappearing piece by piece, recovering piece by piece. Of course, for Yang Dingtian, it was incomparably comfortable torture, because every time he breathed in the deep sea Xian poison, that kind of sour feeling was completely indescribable. Yang Dingtian was almost about to fly and almost rolled his eyes. Every time he had to use his strongest willpower to suppress it, to remember that he was treating Song Chunhua's injuries, not taking pills. But even so, Yang Dingtian's spirit was almost convulsing. Moreover, this kind of situation was not only limited to Yang Dingtian. Song Chunhua's body also gradually reacted, and the reaction was getting more and more intense. Like a demon's delicate body began to twitch, and the hair on her body stood up one by one. Later, even the toes of her feet curled up, and her calves began to twitch. Very obviously, the side effects of the deep sea Xian poison not only was effective on Yang Dingtian, it was also effective on Song Chanhua, because Song Chunhua's body also had the energy of Naga's profound veins. Just like this, Yang Dingtian used the strongest willpower in his body to completely erase Song Chunhua's scars and completely heal her Qi Ocean and profound veins. Yang Dingtian was almost about to collapse. All the pores on his body were desperately breathing, and that kind of feeling, as if his soul was about to scatter, whipped every inch of his soul. It was really terrible. If in the future Yang Dingtian became addicted to this thing, then it would really be troublesome. After healing Song Chanhua, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to close his eyes and desperately use his powerful willpower to suppress this heavenly feeling. He desperately wanted to minimize the damage this energy had on the soul and spirit to the minimum. At this moment, Song Chanhua, who was trembling all over in the jade box, suddenly opened her eyes. This was really a completely unfamiliar Song Chanhua. Song Chunhua's gaze would never be so crazy, so fanatical, so trembling. Immediately, Song Chunhua's body suddenly sat up from the jade box, looked at the floating Yang Dingtian, opened her arms, and suddenly pounced over. Chapter 499. Why are you all here? Song Chanhua stepped forward and said calmly. Although time was tight, she had already changed into the familiar armor, because once she didn't wear the armor, she didn't feel safe at all. Where's Yang Dingtian? A middle-aged man riding on a white crane asked coldly. This group of people didn't come down. Instead, they floated high up in the air. This middle-aged man could be considered an old acquaintance of Yang Dingtian. He was Yi Wuqing, the mayor of White Cloud City. "The mayor has something to do," Song Chanhua said. "If there's anything, it's the same as telling me. Yang Dingtian is so impressive." Suddenly, a sneer came from behind. Then, a young man at the end of the group lifted his mask. He was also an old acquaintance, the current young master of the World Society, Song Minghua. Before he spoke, he bowed to the few big shots in front of him and said coldly, "The Taiando League's observation team is here. Ask Cloud Sky City's mayor, Yang Dingtian, to come and greet them immediately. Don't be rude." Of course, Song Minghua didn't have the right to speak. However, Zhu Qingzhu didn't want to talk to Song Chanhua or even Yang Dingtian. That was why someone like Song Minghua could speak. Song Chanhua glanced at Song Minghua and said coldly, "I'll say the same thing. If there's anything, tell me." Yi Wuqing sneered. "Some people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Some things are too big for you to bear. Ask Yang Dingtian to come out immediately." Song Minghua sneered. Could it be that Yang Dingtian is doing something shameful? Swoosh! In an instant, Song Chanhua pulled out half of her sword. She looked at Song Minghua and said coldly, "If I hear anyone say anything to attack Yang Dingtian again, I'll immediately cut off his head." "How dare you?" Song Minghua said sternly, "You're a bitch who betrayed the World Society. How dare you speak so arrogantly at this time? Do you know that you've committed a huge crime?" "Uff." Yi Wuqing chuckled and said coldly, "How dare you draw your sword in front of the Taiando League's observation team? Are you tired of living?" Song Chanhua looked at Yi Wuqing with lightning speed and said indifferently, "City Lord Yi, Qin Chi from the Demon Dao led an evil army to attack Cloud Heaven City. Among the 600,000-strong army, other than the barbarian tribe mercenaries, there are close to 100,000 people from your White Cloud City, right? We haven't settled this debt with you yet." At this moment, the matter of attacking Cloud Sky City had already been decided. It was the evil forces led by Qin Chi and Leng Yanmei who deceived the Taiando League and formed an army to attack Cloud Sky City. They committed heinous crimes and had nothing to do with anyone else. Humph! Yi Wuqing sneered and said, "Don't talk blindly about things without evidence." That's right, the outcome of the previous battle had already been determined. It was an evil war started by Qin Chi and Leng Yanmei. However, the reputation of Cloud Sky City and Yang Dingtian has yet to be restored. Whether or not you are innocent, whether or not you are righteous, is another matter altogether. The two sides were about to quarrel again when Zhu Qingzhu raised his hand and everyone immediately quieted down. Then Zhu Qingzhu bowed to Wu Yuming and Wu Yuming returned the bow. Zhu Qingzhu stepped forward and said, "This time the Taiando League formed an observation team to come to Cloud Sky City in order to restore the reputation of Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City. I represent the Taiando League headquarters, City Lord Qin, City Lord Yi, and Young Master Song to represent the Northwest Taiando League as a member of the observation team. Divine Weapons Villas, Villa Master Chiu abstains. For absolute fairness, we invited the young master of the Netherworld, C, to supervise the entire process." Then, Zhu Qingzhu waved his hand. Immediately, Song Minghua, who was a member of the observation team, stepped forward and handed over a piece of white paper. There were many words written on it, and the seal of the Taiando League headquarters, the Northwest Taiando League. The leader of the observation team, this time, was Zhu Qingzhu. This is the document of the Taiando League's observation team. It represents the highest will of the Taiando League to carry out the final investigation of justice in Cloud Sky City, Zhu Qingzhu said. The results of this investigation will determine the final conclusion of justice and evil in Cloud Sky City. It will not be used as an important reference for Cloud Sky City to return to the Taiando League. Finally, Zhu Qingzhu said, Tell Cloud Sky City Lord Yang Dingtian to come and receive the order. I'm sorry, City, Lord Yang Dingtian isn't around. It isn't convenient. Song Chenhua spoke coldly. I will pass this order to City, Lord Yang Dingtian. Humph. Song Minghua sneered. Could it be that Yang Dingtian is doing something shameful? Could it be that he wants to destroy the evidence of his crimes? Song Chenhua looked at his own younger brother. His gaze was cold as he said calmly, You are seeking your own death. You are the one seeking your own death. Song Minghua sneered. You are finished this time. Yang Dingtian is finished. You are all finished. You will never be able to make a comeback in this lifetime. Yi Wuqing sneered at the side and said, If Yang Dingtian doesn't come and receive the order, we will be seen as disobeying the order. Disobeying whose order? Song Chenhua asked coldly. The Tiando League's order, Yi Wuqing said. Which Tiando League? Song Chenhua sneered. Is it the Tiando League controlled by the evil ways? Then I am sorry. That Tiando League has already expelled City, Lord Yang Dingtian, and Cloud Sky City. They no longer have the authority to give us orders. There is only one Tiando League that we obey, and that is the righteous Tiando League with Yang Dingtian as the leader of the hidden sect. As soon as these words were said, everyone's expression changed drastically. Many people knew that the Tiando League was controlled by the evil ways, but no one said it out loud. At this moment, Song Chenhua actually exposed it directly. Without waiting for the other party to counterattack, Song Chenhua looked at Wu Yuming and said, Young Master Wu, the so-called Tiando League sent an observation team. There are 4 main members, but 3 of them are from the evil ways. Don't tell me you don't know about this. Instantly, a trace of coldness flashed across Zhu Qingzhu's eyes. Wu Yuming smiled faintly. Miss Song, I represent the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect. Therefore, there is no difference between the Tiando League and the evil ways in my eyes. We are in a neutral position. What I care about is the fairness of this investigation. Immediately, Song Chuanhua's eyes narrowed. This was because she heard the words Vulture sect from Wu Yuming's mouth. In other words, the Vulture Palace had changed its name to the Vulture sect. From now on, it would have nothing to do with the Tiando League. Song Chenhua said coldly, Since you are neutral, why are you meddling in this matter? Wu Yuming said, Because Yang Dingtian might have a weapon of mass destruction that could cause a fatal crisis to the entire Northwest continent, or even the entire chaotic world. Therefore, although the Vulture sect and the Sea of Hades are neutral in the battle between the evil ways and the Tiando League, we are still very concerned about this world crisis. Weapon of mass destruction? Song Chenhua said, Why don't we know about it? I am only responsible for observing and supervising. I have no obligation to answer your questions, Wu Yuming said gently. Then, she bowed to Song Chenhua and took half a step back. Yi Wuqing stepped forward and said, In the last war, Cloud Sky City used some kind of mysterious weapon to destroy the demonic army of the Ning clan in the South Sea. We suspect that this evil ways is related to the supreme evil and the soul-devouring energy. Therefore, we must do the most thorough investigation. If we find out that such a weapon of mass destruction exists and poses a fatal crisis to the chaotic world, we will have to take any action against Cloud Sky City to ensure the safety of the entire world. Any action? Song Chenhua said, What do you mean? Completely destroy it, Yi Wuqing said. Another war against Cloud Sky City. Song Chenhua sneered. We won't rule it out, Yi Wuqing said. But before the war comes, we will arrest all the related criminals and even execute them. We will use the strongest martial artists of the Tiando League to execute all the criminals, including Yang Dingtian and everyone present. Song Chenhua looked at Qin Wanchou and said, Sect Master Qin, are you sure? Qin Wanchou said, If I have a different opinion, I will report it to the Tiando League. Song Chenhua looked at Zhu Qingzhu again. Zhu Qingzhu said coldly, "That's right. Once we find out that Cloud Sky City has a weapon of mass destruction, we will use the highest punishment for all the important criminals in Cloud Sky City, which is to execute them. All right, our investigation is about to begin. Don't try to stop our investigation." Song Chanhua said, "May I ask, where is the place you want to investigate?" "You have no right to know, but there's no harm in telling you. The key area is inside the wall behind you, the area shrouded in black fog," Yi Wuqing said indifferently. Then his voice turned cold as he said, "Now, step aside and let us enter the wall to investigate." "No," Song Chanhua said coldly. "This is the forbidden area of Cloud Sky City. Without City Lord Yang Dingtian's order, no one is allowed to enter." Song Chanhua obviously wouldn't let them in. Inside was Cloud Sky City's top secret, and also its biggest danger. Once they entered, it would mean a great disaster. Zhu Qingzhu said coldly, "If anyone dares to stop our investigation, kill them." Then Zhu Qingzhu looked at his son, Zhu Hongxue, with lightning speed. "No," Song Chanhua said coldly. "I repeat, we only obey the Tiando League led by Sect Master Yang Dingtian. All the other forces that call themselves the Tiando League are fake forces. We will never obey any orders from any fake forces." Zhu Qingzhu's face turned cold and repeated, "Anyone who dares to stop the investigation team from entering will be killed." Song Chanhua took a few steps back and pulled out her sword. At the same time, Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huayu also pulled out their swords. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the members of the observation team behind Zhu Qingzhu, including Yi Wuqing and Song Minghua, all pulled out their swords. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi stood up. He was still covered in his black cloak. Then he slowly pulled out his sword and said, "Although there are hundreds of people in the past few days, we can still fight. We can still put up a fight." Qin Wanchou pulled out his sword but took a step back. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. He could attack, but he couldn't kill his son. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, thousands of figures flew out from Cloud Sky City. All the martial honorables and the Demon Eagle army came out in full force. "Although it's a bit difficult, we can still put up a fight," Dongfang Minmi said. "One martial grandmaster against 1.5 martial grandmasters. 3 martial grandmasters against 1 martial grandmaster and a bunch of trash. It's not bad, we can put up a fight." Dongfang Minmi's meaning was very clear. He, a martial grandmaster, was fighting against Zhu Qingzhu, a martial grandmaster. Although he might not be a match for Zhu Qingzhu, he could hold him back. The other party still had a half-martial grandmaster, which was Qin Wanchou. Although he was a martial grandmaster, because of his son, he wouldn't put in all his effort. As for the other party, there was only one advanced martial grandmaster, Yi Wuqing. Zhu Hongxue, Song Chanhua, and Qin Huayu could still deal with one. Wu Yuming immediately smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to join in." Then, the smile on Wu Yuming's face became even gentler. After all, this concerns the safety of the entire chaotic world. We have to go in and investigate. So, if someone stops me, I have to make a move. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi's face trembled. He felt an earth-shattering energy burst out from Wu Yoming's body, making everyone present almost unable to breathe. This was another martial grandmaster, and a martial grandmaster with a shocking cultivation base. Dongfang Minmi couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. How old was this Wu Yuming? She was already a martial grandmaster, and an unfathomable one at that. This talent was far beyond his own daughter, Dongfang Bingling. Then Dongfang Minmi said indifferently, "Looks like we can't beat her, but it's nothing. It's just death." Then Dongfang Minmi said to Song Chanhua and the others, "For the next battle, don't think about winning and don't think about living. Focus on killing." Concentrate all your strength and kill one or two important people on the other side. Understand? Yes. Song Chanhua and the others shouted in unison. Then, everyone turned their gazes to Zhu Qingzhu. There was no doubt that Dongfang Minmi's plan was to kill Zhu Qingzhu alone. Zhu Qingzhu smiled faintly and said, "All right then. I'd like to see if you can kill me." Then he leisurely drew his sharp sword. He didn't take the martial grandmaster and 3 martial grandmasters in front of him seriously. "You don't dare to let us in to investigate. As expected, you have a guilty conscience." Song Minghua sneered and said, "However, it's better that you don't let us in to investigate. It's a good opportunity to kill all of you." Song Minghua and Yi Wuqing's swords trembled violently. The bloodthirsty light in their eyes was incomparably intense. "Do it," Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a few light shadows shot out. "Wait!" Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's voice came from inside. The battle between the two sides that hadn't started yet was immediately stopped. "Faction leader Zhu, must you come in to investigate?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Of course," Zhu Qingzhu said, "but I've already listed this place as a forbidden area," Yang Dingtian said. "Those who stop us from entering to investigate will be killed without mercy. If we find any evil materials, we'll directly declare Cloud Sky City as a force of evil ways and execute all the important criminals. Then we'll send an army to suppress Cloud Sky City," Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently. "Now, you've taken over the matter over there. You have the final say?" Yang Dingtian asked. Has Ning Wuming stepped aside? Zhu Qingzhu said coldly, "I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that if you stop the observation team from entering again, we'll kill without mercy. But this is my private territory. You're violating my privacy by coming in?" Yang Dingtian said, "I'll say it one last time. Those who stop you from entering will be killed without mercy," Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian said, "Brother Wu Yuming, you think so too?" Wu Yuming said, "It involves the safety of the entire chaotic world. We must go in to investigate. But this is my private territory after all," Yang Dingtian said. Yi Wuqing sneered and said, "Private territory? If it's not to hide evidence, why would you build such a big wall to block it and have black smoke above it? Can't I build a bathhouse?" Yang Dingtian said, "I have to block it when I'm bathing. Otherwise, wouldn't I be shameless?" "Cut the crap. Get out of the way or die," Yi Wuqing said. "If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill all of you." Yang Dingtian said, "Brother Wu Yuming, if you come in and don't find any evil materials, what will you do?" Wu Yuming said, "What do you want to do?" "All of you. Get out of my Cloud Sky City's territory as soon as possible. How about that?" Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Wu Yuming stopped smiling and continued to smile gently. "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. "Chanhua, get out of the way." Song Chanhua trembled and then said, "Yes." Then everyone retreated, including Dongfang Minmi. Song Minghua and the other juniors took the lead, and more than a dozen people suddenly slashed at the wall. Boom! Instantly, the wall collapsed by more than 10 meters. The observation team, led by Zhu Qingzhu, rushed in like lightning, wanting to intercept the mysterious substance in the forbidden area as soon as possible. However, after everyone entered and saw the scene in front of them, they were instantly stunned. Inside, there was really an incomparably huge pool. The water inside was clear and clean, and there was even steam rising from it. Yang Dingtian was lying comfortably on the edge of the pool, and on his chest there was a beautiful woman with a graceful back. Even though it was just her back view and only her shoulders, arms, and neck were exposed, it was already extremely beautiful. Her skin was like white jade, and not even water could stain it. Furthermore, even from far away, one could smell an enchanting fragrance. Where was the evil material? What was the so-called green fog and green liquid? A supreme, top-secret killing weapon that could kill anyone who smelled it? There was none. In front of them, there was really and incomparably a huge bathhouse. However, how could there be such a big bathhouse? It was at least 10 miles in radius. Yang Dingtian spread out his hands and said, I've already said that we found a hot spring here and then surrounded it with walls to build a huge bathhouse. It's best if it can accommodate 100,000 people. This is also for the health of the people of Cloud Sky City. Why is it that in your place it's an evil forbidden area and a weapon of mass destruction? Yang Dingtian then waved his hand and said, Come, come, come. Check it carefully. Is there any weapon of mass destruction or any evil material? Zhu Qingzhu closed his eyes and instantly used his celestial qi to explore every corner. At the same time, Wu Yuming also closed her eyes. Then, she opened her eyes and found nothing. Of course, there was nothing. The deep sea black poison had been completely devoured by Naga, and there was not a trace left. Did you find anything? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhu Qingzhu scoffed coldly. Brother Wu Yuming, did you find anything? Yang Dingtian asked. No. Wu Yuming smiled warmly. That's good. Yang Dingtian said, I haven't congratulated you and Vulture on your marriage. How is it? How are you getting along? Very well. We are very loving. Thank you for your concern, Brother Yang, Wu Yuming said. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Since you didn't find anything, then let's fulfill our promise. Okay, Wu Yuming said. Scram! Yang Dingtian shouted. All of you scram out of my Cloud Sky City, including Qin Wanqiu. Scram! You really disappoint me. You can't even compare to Qiu Wanjie, and he still knows to give up. Scram! Instantly, Qin Wanqiu's face twitched. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Yang Dingtian, you're on your own now. Song Minghua was filled with disappointment. He thought that Yang Dingtian would definitely die this time, but Yang Dingtian managed to escape. Instantly, he looked at Yang Dingtian with hatred and sneered. Yang Dingtian, you won't be so smug every time. Count yourself lucky this time. Yang Dingtian didn't get angry at him. Instead, he smiled at him and said, Go back to the world meeting. Then, with unwillingness, the entire observer group withdrew from the scene. Zhu Qingzhu and the rest rode on the white crane and circled above Cloud Sky City a few times before leaving. After they left, Yang Dingtian jumped out of the water. His entire body seemed to have lost a layer of skin. Then, the woman in his arms was not a complete woman. Her upper body was that of a woman, but her lower body was that of a long snake. Also, her back was incomparably graceful and moving. Her front face was still that of a venomous snake with 2 fangs. Ao Shuang was still changing from her Naga form to her human form. However, her entire body didn't release any strange energy aura, so even a peerless expert like Zhu Qingzhu couldn't detect it. Yang Dingtian quickly stuffed her into the big jade box and closed the lid. Throw me a cloak, Yang Dingtian said. Then a big black cloak flew in from outside. Yang Dingtian wrapped himself in the cloak and carried the jade box as he flew towards a remote valley in Cloud Sky City. Tonight, in Cloud Sky City's main hall. Zhu Qingzhu, have you returned to Zhongzhou? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, I've already returned and started to plan for Zhongzhou, Jiao Liao said. Has Song Minghua returned to the World Guild? Yang Dingtian asked. I've already replied. Under the escort of a few mysterious experts, I've flown back to the World Guild, Jiao Liao said. Yang Dingtian said, Order the Demon Vulture Army and the Demon Dragon Army to assemble and head north from the Poison Strait. With a lightning battle, we'll completely annihilate the World Guild's rebel forces. Then, immediately lead the Demon Vulture Army to the west and head south. Use the fastest speed to reach Cloud Sky City and kill everyone in Cloud Sky City. Leave no one alive. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. The next morning, Yang Dingtian, Song Chanhua, Qin Huayu, and Zhu Hongxiue led 2,000 demon dragon army and 800 demon vulture army to head north along the complicated valley. The steep mountain rocks were like flat ground under the demon dragon army's feet. Soon, the army arrived at the Poison Strait. Then, they used the demon vulture army to transport all the demon dragons across the strait. Then, Yang Dingtian led the army and headed towards the World Guild at lightning speed. Chapter 500. On the 8th floor of World Society's Tyrant City, Song Chuanhua's courtyard had become Song Minghua's residence. At this moment, an enchanting woman was dressing herself up in front of the mirror. This woman was not very beautiful. Her face was too long and her nose was too long for a woman. It was also a little curved. Her eyes were also too long and narrow. She looked like a cat and a little like a fox. However, when put together, they formed a special charm. Not to mention, this woman's curves were extremely enchanting. The rouge on her eyelids made her look especially gorgeous. This woman was Song Minghua's wife, Ning Yao. In name, she was Ning Wuming's sister. However, only the heavens knew who she really was. Just as she was drawing her eyebrows, familiar footsteps came from outside. "How is it, husband?" Ning Yao said. "How is the discussion with the old man at Mount Fire Dragon?" "The old man is muddle-headed. He still won't hand over the rest of the Devil Dragon army to me." Song Minghua said angrily, he just doesn't trust me." "He's a little scared. Yang Dingtian won that battle. He's already regretting it." Ning Yao said, "Then what about injecting the devil blood into the immature devil dragons?" He didn't agree. Song Minghua said he also warned me that the Devil Dragon Army has the highest authority as the master of world society. He told me not to think about meddling with it. "Husband, the old man's maid told me that the old man has been talking about that bitch Song Chuanhua's name recently." Ning Yao said, "Also, it seems that he has sent a messenger to the south. Although I don't know where he went, it's very likely that he went to negotiate with Yang Dingtian." "Negotiate? Negotiate what?" Song Minghua said. "Let Song Chunhua go north and become the young master of world society." Ning Yao said. "Impossible." Song Minghua said, "The old man hates Yang Dingtian to the core. He definitely won't compromise with him." Ning Yao said, "But the old man is very afraid of Yang Dingtian now. Yang Dingtian defeated my brother and Qin Chi-Chi's hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, he has a great grandmaster expert by his side. If he goes north, this old man won't be able to stop him." "TSK," Song Minghua sneered. "Yang Dingtian can't even protect himself. Yet he dares to attack my world society? Is he courting death? You don't know this, but when I first joined the Tyando League's observer group, I investigated Cloud Sky City. I pointed at Yang Dingtian's nose and scolded him. He didn't dare to resist and could only smile at me. He is now focused on restoring his reputation and re-entering the Tyando League. He won't dare to offend us, attack the world society. Don't joke around." "But old master doesn't know." Ning Yao said, "What if he writes a letter asking Song Chunhua to go north and make her his successor? What do you think we should do then?" Song Minghua immediately fell silent. "Besides, what if your father finds out about the matter between you and Fourth Mother? What should we do?" Ning Yao said, "You have to know that she is your father's favorite woman. If the old man finds out that you slept with her, he will tear you into pieces. Moreover, that old bitch seems to have noticed it. Last time when you came out of Fourth Mother's room, Song Chuanhua's maid saw it. That little bitch is serving the old bitch, so she will definitely tell the old bitch." The old bitch she was talking about was Song Chuanhua's mother, Song Zhao's first wife. Song Minghua's eyes suddenly trembled. Then what should we do?" "Don't worry, I have already taken care of that little bitch for you," Ning Yao said. Then she took off a box from under the bed and opened it. Inside there was a corpse. A pretty girl about 15 or 16 years old was strangled to death. Black and red blood flowed out of the corners of her eyes and mouth. Her big eyes were filled with fear. She was one of Song Chuanhua's maids. Because she didn't know martial arts, she took care of Madame Song after Song Chuanhua left. Because she was smart, she was very doted on by Madame Song. You killed her, Song Minghua said in shock. Such a little bitch, so what if I killed her? What's the big deal? Ning Yao said, Sigh, you didn't have to kill her so early. At least let me enjoy her first before killing her. Song Minghua said regretfully. Ning Yao stepped forward and said softly, Don't be angry. I know you are tired from running around outside, so I have already prepared something very nutritious for you. I will not let you down. Where is it? Song Minghua said excitedly. Ning Yao came to the bedside and opened the cup. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance floated out, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Lu Xinxin, Song Minghua said in surprise. I know you have been coveting her for a long time, so when I captured Lu Hengxi's whole family this time, I kidnapped her to make you a tonic, Ning Yao said. Lu Hengxi, the fourth commander of the Devil Dragon Army, Song Lihua's secret admirer, chose to be loyal to Yang Dingtian before the war. What? You captured Lu Hengxi's whole family? His family is the most powerful duke in our world society? Song Minghua said in surprise. Lu Hengxi betrayed you with 1,500 Devil Dragon Army soldiers. Because his father Lu Han is the most powerful duke, he can betray you at any time. So we have to kill them all. Ning Yao said, And you can rest assured, I captured them in the name of the old man. Your lover fourth, mother, stole the token. Then we will execute Lu Han's whole family in the name of your father. This way, Yang Dingtian and Song Chuanhua will have to completely break with your father for Lu Hengxi. This way, your father will never be able to make Song Chuanhua his successor. I am doing this for your sake. Although Song Minghua was still a little uneasy, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he looked at Lu Xinxin with eyes full of desire. Don't worry, look at this Lu Xinxin. Who does she look like? Ning Yao said with a smile. Lu Xinxin also had a childlike face. She was 16 or 17 years old, but her delicate face was like jade, and her skin was tender and white like milk. She was only 16 or 17 years old, but she was already very mature. Who else can it be? Of course, it's that bitch Shimin Yan. Song Minghua said. Why do I want Lu Xinxin? Because she looks a little like Shimin Yan. I dream of making Yang Dingtian a cuckold. I know, so I dress exactly like Shimin Yan. I look 60 or 70% similar. Ning Yao said. That's right. Although Lu Xinxin was not as beautiful as Yan, that kind of soul-stirring beauty. But because her figure and temperament were somewhat similar, plus the exact same dressing, she really looked like Shimin Yan. Suddenly, Song Minghua's eyes were filled with the light of a hungry wolf, and he was about to pounce on her. Yang Dingtian, today I will make you wear a cuckold. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? Ning Yao blocked Song Minghua's chest and said, Are you satisfied with just one Shimin Yan? Then Ning Yao suddenly lifted the other half of the quilt. Immediately, a beautiful woman laid down beside Lu Xinxin. However, Lu Xinxin was unconscious, and this was awake. Her entire body was trembling, and her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. Yang Peipei, Madame Shimin Yang Peipei. Song Minghua cried out in alarm. Flames instantly erupted from his body, and he looked at Ning Yao in disbelief. She could even make Madame Shimin like this. Open your eyes and look carefully. This isn't Madame Shimin. I made her look like Madame Shimin, said Ning Yao. How is one cuckold enough to make Yang Dingtian a cuckold enough? You need at least two. Song Minghua looked carefully and found that, although this woman looked very similar to Madame Shimin, she really wasn't. At most, she only had 70 to 80% of Madame Shimin's beauty. However, The feeling of maturity and richness was still very similar. Who is this woman? Asked Song Minghua. Of course, she's Lu Hangxi's mother, Lu Han's wife, said Ning Yao. Immediately, Song Minghua's entire body began to twitch. The flames covering his body were completely ignited. Haha, Yao, are you really my good wife? Song Minghua said loudly. Today, let me make Yang Dingtian, Shimin Wuya, and Lu Han cuckold. Shimin, Yen Yen, Yang Pei Pei, today I will make you beg for death. Song Minghua suddenly pounced forward. Ning Yao, or hugged Song Minghua and said, Then I'll pretend to be Qin Jiao Jiao today, okay? Okay. Song Minghua trembled. Then what about the old man? Ning Yao, Er's voice seemed to be full of enchantment. We won't kill him. We'll just give him medicine and let Fourth Mother drug him. Then the old man will be completely in our hands, okay? Okay, it's up to you. It's up to my baby, Song Minghua said. At this time, he had already lost his mind. Whatever Ning Yao said was good. And then let me tell you, since 5 days ago, I've already started drugging the old man. In another month, he will become a puppet and be at our mercy. Ning Yao said, At that time, you will be the king of the world society. You can do whatever you want. At this time, Song Minghua could no longer hear anything. He only laughed sinisterly. Shimin, Yen Yen, today you will also be in my hands. Don't. Madame Lu cried. Young Lord Song, I beg you, let my daughter go. You, if you want, you can defile me. Don't touch my daughter. She's still young. She still needs to get married. He really? Song Minghua laughed. Then tell me first, who are you? I am Lu Han's wife, Madame Lu said in a trembling voice. Slap. Ning Yao, slapped her hard, causing blood to flow from the corner of Madame Lu's mouth. You are Madame Shimin, Yang Pei Pei, Shimin Wuya's wife, Yang Dingtian's woman. Ning Yao said sternly. I really can't say. Madame Lu cried. Ning Yao. Er's hand scratched Lu Xinxin's chest. Gradually, her fingernails left 5 wounds. Blood seeped out of her underwear. She said coldly, Now, can you say it? Don't hurt my Xinxin. Madame Lu cried. I beg you. Then tell us who you are. Ning Yao said sternly. I am Yang Pei Pei, I am Madame Shimin. Madame Lu cried. Say it, I, Yang Pei Pei, am a bitch. I want to cheat on Yang Dingtian. I want to cheat on Shimin Wuya, Ning Yao said. She then stabbed her fingernails into Lu Xinxin's eye sockets. Don't hurt my daughter. I, Yang Pei Pei, am a bitch. I want to cheat on Yang Dingtian. Madame Lu cried out in pain. Ha! Song Minghua laughed. Wah! You will go to hell. You will go to hell. Madame Lu cried. Ha! Yang Dingtian, I cheated on you. Song Minghua laughed crazily. His whole person was as ferocious as a beast. Help! Madame Lu shouted. Ning Yao, Er's face turned cold. She rushed forward and covered Madame Lu's mouth. Her other hand strangled Madame Lu's neck. Song Minghua, give me Nanan. I know she is with you. Madame Song's voice came from outside. Song Minghua's face changed. He said respectfully, Mother, I don't understand what you are saying. Nan is your maid. Why is she with me? Did she go somewhere and forget to come back? Humph, stop acting. Madame Song said, I didn't give birth to you. I don't have the right to be your mother. Nan told me everything about you and 4th brother. Don't think I don't know. But I don't care about those dirty things. Just don't mess with me. Give me Nan, or I will tell Song Shao about you and 4th brother. If he knows that you, his son, are having an affair with his favorite concubine, what do you think he will do? Song Minghua's body trembled. His eyes showed a trace of fear. What should I do? Song Minghua whispered. His eyes showed a trace of viciousness. If not, in for a penny, in for a pound, Ning Yao. Er's enchanting eyes kept moving. She said coldly, "This old bitch. Hell has no door, but she still wants to break in. Go, trick her in and kill her. Then send her to Lu Han's bed. Make it look like Nan Nan was raped and killed by Lu Han." "Okay," Song Minghua said. He walked slowly to open the door. "Mother, Nan Nan is really not with me." "Humph, don't quibble. Open the door and let me search." Madame Song said coldly. "Okay, come in and search," Song Minghua said. His eyes flashed a trace of viciousness. After Madame Song came in, the first thing she saw was her maid Nanan's body. Then she saw Lu Xinxin and her daughter on the bed. She was completely shocked. She knew that Song Minghua was not a good person, but she couldn't imagine that the child she personally raised would become such a beast. Beast. Madame Song almost fainted. She pulled out her sword in a flurry. Song Minghua suddenly snatched her sword and placed it on her neck. "Old bitch, you are really courting death." Song Minghua sneered. "If you didn't know about me and Fourth Mother, it would be fine. But since you know, you can't live. Beast, you beast, Chenhua won't let you go. City, Lord Yang Dingtian won't let you go," Madame Song said in a trembling voice. "Huh?" Song Minghua laughed. "Yang Dingtian can't even protect himself, and he dares to touch me? It won't be long before he is finished. And your precious daughter, Song Chenhua and Song Lihua, that bitch, are all finished. They are all going to become female slaves of evil ways. When the time comes, I will definitely ask for a share. Ha! Chenhua won't let you go. City, Lord Yang Dingtian won't let you go." Madame Song almost broke down. She could only keep repeating the sentence. "Where is Yang Dingtian? Come and kill me. Come and kill me. I will make you wear a green hat." Song Minghua sneered and then laughed loudly. Anyway, Song Shao was now in Fire Dragon Mountain. He was the most powerful person in Boss City. "Yang Dingtian, if you have the ability, come and kill me." "Ha!" While Song Minghua was laughing wildly, he suddenly sensed that there seemed to be countless black lightning bolts streaking across the sky and stopping in their tracks. Instantly, his laughter stopped abruptly. Then, as if he had seen a ghost, his whole body trembled. This was because he saw Yang Dingtian's unforgettable face suddenly appear from the darkness. How could it be? How could it be? Why did Yang Dingtian come? Why did he come so quickly? Yesterday he was threatened by Zhu Qingzhu in Cloud Sky City. Quick! Yang Dingtian is here!" Song Minghua screamed. Then, with incredible speed, he grabbed Madame Song and pressed the sharp sword against her neck. At the same time, Ning Yao stabbed Lu Xinxin's main artery with his poisonous nails. Yang Dingtian and the others suddenly stopped in the darkness and landed in front of Song Minghua. Looking at the scene in the room, they were furious. "Song Minghua, you bastard! I've never seen a bastard like you," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Yang Dingtian, don't come over, or I'll kill this old bitch." "Song Chenhua, don't come over, or I'll kill your mother," Song Minghua screamed. At this time, Ning Yao was slightly shocked and then calmed down. Then he smiled charmingly. "Your city, Lord Yang Dingtian, right? I've heard so much about you. How about this? Let me and Song Chenhua go back to the Ning clan in the South Sea, and these women can live. Otherwise, they'll die. I believe that you, City Lord Yang Dingtian, have a tender heart for the fairer sex. Back off, or I'll cut off this old bitch's head." Song Minghua screamed. His trembling hands made Madame Song's neck bleed. Yang Dingtian looked at the deranged Song Minghua and said indifferently, "I remember that I told you to take care of yourself. In the end, you became even crazier. Shut up, back off, or I'll kill this old bitch immediately." Bang! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Song Minghua. In an instant, Song Minghua had no power to resist at all. His entire body was numb from the electric shock, and the sword in his hand flew out. Song Chenhua quickly rushed forward and carried her mother, Madame Song. At the same time, Yang Dingtian's demonic spirit demon fire froze Song Minghua's wife, Ning Yao Er. It was only for a moment, but it was enough. Immediately afterward, Yang Dingtian rushed forward like lightning and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her over. Ning Yao Er trembled, and then a cunning look flashed through her beautiful eyes. She smiled and said, "City, Lord Yang Dingtian, how about we make a deal?" Before she could finish, she suddenly let out a shrill howl because Yang Dingtian had broken her limbs like lightning. Then Yang Dingtian looked at the woman on top of him. He was surprised to see that the mature woman looked similar to Madame Shimin. "This madam you are?" Yang Dingtian asked. Madame Lu was relieved that she had a new lease on life. She immediately hugged her daughter and checked her injuries. "City Lord Yang, we are Hanksy's mother and sister," Madame Lu said. "Madame Lu!" Yang Dingtian exclaimed. "Yes, it's us. Song Minghua. That bastard, because Hanksy was loyal to you, he took his anger out on us. He used Song Zhao's token to trick my husband into coming here. He captured us mother and daughter and wanted to rape us. Luckily, you came in time. Otherwise—" Madame Lu cried. Yang Dingtian looked at the girl's eyes and asked, "What happened to Miss Lu's eyes?" "This demoness pierced them with her nails." Madame Song sobbed. "Is that so?" Yang Dingtian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Ning Yao Er. "Puchi!" Yang Dingtian swung his sword twice, instantly piercing Ning Yao Er's eyes. Ning Yao Er was stunned at first, then she let out an earth-shattering scream. Song Minghua, on the other hand, was so scared that he pissed his pants. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! City Lord Yang! Don't kill me! I surrender! Don't kill me!" Song Minghua trembled and knelt down, kowtowing desperately. "You're so vicious. Even if you search the whole world, there's no reason to let you live." Yang Dingtian said coldly, then threw Ning Yao Er to the ground. He walked up, grabbed Song Minghua's hair and pressed him down, placing his sword on his neck. "Song Minghua, you colluded with evil ways, killed innocent people and raped women. In the name of the hidden sect leader, I sentence you to death." Then he swung his sword down. "Stop!" Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from afar. Then, Song Shao flew over from the sky. Yang Dingtian let go of Song Minghua and scram back to Cloud Heaven City. "I'll pretend that nothing happened." Song Shao instantly arrived 100 meters in front of Yang Dingtian and shouted, "Otherwise, no matter how powerful your background is, I'll tear you into pieces." I said, "No one can save him, including you, of course." Yang Dingtian said, "Swoosh." Then he slashed down with his sword. "Don't kill me." Before Song Minghua's voice fell, his entire head was instantly chopped off by Yang Dingtian. Fresh blood suddenly spurted out, and his head rolled away. In an instant, Song Zhao's eyes were about to burst, and he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. "Eunuch, save me." Ning Yao Er, who was on the ground, cried loudly. At this time, she was still hoping to live. "Evil ways of women. Everyone has the right to punish. I sentence you to death," Yang Dingtian said coldly, his voice full of murderous intent. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sword slashed across. Ning Yao Er's beautiful and enchanting head was directly chopped off and flew out. Her level was indeed not high enough, and she did not have any evil spirit energy. Seeing that his daughter-in-law's head was directly chopped off, Song Shao was furious. He pointed at Yang Dingtian and roared, "Yang Dingtian, you dare! I'll tear you into pieces!" Yang Dingtian looked at Song Shao and said coldly, "Song Shao, you colluded with the evil Tao to suppress Cloud Heaven City. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy." Chapter 502. Husband, stop! Madame Song shouted, "Song Minghua, this bastard wanted to kill me. It was City Lord Yang who saved me, madam." Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said, "For people like Guild Master Song, let's fight first." When Song Shao heard the words Yang Dingtian, which were full of contempt and sarcasm, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then he suddenly slammed his palm toward Yang Dingtian. "Fight!" Yang Dingtian ordered. The four people's mystic flames suddenly blasted toward Song Shao. Although Song Chanhua was Song Zhao's biological daughter, she did not hold back at all. She used all her strength and directly attacked with the heavenly phoenix fire. Song Chanhua was definitely a blessing in disguise. This time, in order to save Yang Dingtian, her mystic meridians and sea of qi were bombarded by several great masters. She was fatally injured and almost died. In the end, Yang Dingtian used the purified deep-sea mystic poison to heal her. Not only did it heal her mystic meridians, but it also improved her entire mystic meridians and sea of qi. Her cultivation progress was much faster than before. Yang Dingtian and Song Shao did not say anything and directly started fighting. 4 mystic flames, 2 heaven and earth mystic flames, and 2 earth mystic flames. They suddenly blasted on Song Zhao's sword light. Boom! There was a loud sound, and a huge burst of energy suddenly exploded. Song Shao suddenly staggered and took half a step back. Then he suddenly looked at his right palm in disbelief. How could it be? He was a 9-star 9th grade master. How could he be at a disadvantage when facing the bombardment of 4 mystic flames? Logically speaking, it was indeed impossible. Even if Yang Dingtian's sword and mystic flames were added to his attack power, he was at most a 2-star master. Zhu Hongxue was a 9-star 9th grade martial revered. With the help of mystic flames, he was at most a master. Song Chanhua was a 2-star 9th grade master. Qin Huaiyu was only a 1-star master. These 4 masters together should not be a match for Song Shao. In fact, they were far from being a match. But in the first attack, Song Shao was actually at a disadvantage. Do you feel that your cultivation has inexplicably dropped? Yang Dingtian sneered. Do you know why? Why don't you ask your son? Shut up, I'll kill you. Song Shao was furious. He abruptly circulated all the profound energy in his body and poured it into his devil cave heart flame. The devil cavern heart flame was not a mystic flame, and it was not as good as a mystic flame. However, it was the remnant fire left behind by a 1,000-year-old demonic beast that had swallowed the earth fire for thousands of miles before being burned alive. Therefore, it was also a flame with a soul. 20 years ago, Song Shao was very lucky to have encountered this flame. After that, he refined his qi and turned it into his heart flame. Then his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he became a 9-star 9th order grandmaster. In an instant, the green demonic flame suddenly burst forth with countless sword lights, fiercely rushing towards Yang Dingtian. This attack was even more powerful than the previous one. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhu Hongxue opened his thunderous shield. Yang Dingtian held the million-spirit demonic flame in his left hand and the devil's spirit demonic flame in his right hand. Song Chanhua was still using the phoenix heavenly fire, and Qin Huaiyu was still using the scorching sun devil flame. There were still 4 mystic flames fiercely attacking. In an instant, the 2 flames suddenly met in the air. There was no doubt that Song Zhao's heart flame was more powerful. However, the 4 mystic flames on Yang Dingtian's side had a heaven-defying pressure and momentum. It was as if a strong soldier had encountered 4 noble young masters on the battlefield. Although the strength of this strong soldier was stronger than the 4 noble young masters combined. However, when facing the 4 of them, his confidence had already weakened. Boom! Another violent explosion occurred. The ground hundreds of meters around the explosion was instantly pulverized. Bang! Zhu Hongxue's thunderous shield suddenly exploded. Yang Dingtian and the other 3 were shocked and took 3 steps back. As for Song Shao, his body suddenly trembled, and then he stood still. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, Song Shao, you still can't do it? Do you still want to fight? If you want to fight, what other methods do you have? If you don't want to fight, then surrender. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Surrender without putting up a fight? Dream on. Song Xiao laughed loudly and said, Stubborn idiot, don't you see that we've been fighting for so long? But did anyone come to help you? We're your grandmaster level subordinates. You've already lost your heart. Yang Dingtian coldly reprimanded. Song Zhao's eyes immediately turned red from Yang Dingtian's words, and he hissed, Yang Dingtian, today I will tear you into pieces. Then the sword in his hand turned, and a ball of flame instantly burst out from the tip of the sword. In an instant, a golden light suddenly flowed out of his arm and entered the flame at the tip of the sword. In an instant, the flame suddenly turned into a huge demonic dragon, fiercely roaring towards Yang Dingtian. This was the demonic dragon martial spirit. Song Zhao's trump card, the demonic dragon martial spirit. In his fury, he deliberately wanted to take Yang Dingtian's life. Awoo! When the demonic flame dragon rushed out from the tip of the sword, it was only a few meters long. The moment it rushed into the air, it instantly became dozens of meters long. In an instant, the entire darkness was as bright as day. The demonic dragon martial spirit roared and swooped down towards Yang Dingtian. The demonic dragon martial spirit was the highest secret of the world society, a 1,000-year martial spirit that had been passed down from generation to generation. Whoever inherited the demonic dragon martial spirit would be the master of the world society. In his fury, Song Xiao actually used the demonic dragon martial spirit on Yang Dingtian. In this way, the fatal blow to Yang Dingtian was Song Xiao's full strength, plus the energy attack of the martial spirit. It was completely doubled. In an instant, Song Chanhua and the others were shocked. All of them rushed to Yang Dingtian's side like lightning. The four of them suddenly burst out with all their profound qi, all their profound fire, and all their energy shields. Yang Dingtian called out the guardian ring and channeled all his profound vein energy. Ah! There was a loud roar. He directly blocked Song Zhao's full strength attack, plus the attack of the demonic dragon martial spirit. Boom! Song Zhao's full strength attack, profound qi attack, plus the attack of the martial spirit. It was incomparably ferocious as it bombarded Yang Dingtian's body. To be precise, it was bombarded on the energy body condensed by Yang Dingtian and the other three, as well as Yang Dingtian's guardian ring. Boom! There was an earth-shattering loud noise. All the boulders under their feet were instantly smashed into pieces. The house behind Yang Dingtian was as if it had been swept by a bomb, and it was directly smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian and the other three were suddenly shaken, and then they flew in all directions, spitting out blood in the air. Then they were about to fly far away like straw. But almost in an instant, the four bodies quickly gathered and landed on the ground, becoming a whole body. After receiving Song Zhao's full strength attack, the four of them were all injured, but none of them were seriously injured. Especially after Yang Dingtian used the guardian ring, he bore nearly half of the damage. If it was in the past, he might have been seriously injured. But after swallowing countless deep-sea Xian poison, his profound meridians had actually become incomparably tough. Such a powerful attack, but there were not many injuries. Yang Dingtian gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Song Xiao, do you have any other tricks? Song Xiao trembled violently. Just now, it was already his absolute trump card. Now, not only did he have no other tricks, even his profound qi was not much left. Humph, the four of you are one. I can't kill you, but how can you do anything to me? Song Xiao sneered. Is that so? Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Why don't you have a taste of my methods? You, not worth mentioning. Song Xiao said coldly. Yang Dingtian's sharp sword trembled slightly. Swoosh! Suddenly, a green sword light burst out. Pa! Then, a bolt of lightning suddenly penetrated into this sword light. Isn't it just a thunder attribute profound skill? Nice to look at, but useless. Song Shao said disdainfully. The sharp sword in his hand turned slightly, and he was about to directly shatter this sword light. Whoosh! In an instant, the two sword lights collided together. That's right. Yang Dingtian's sword light was instantly shattered. However, the following scene completely made Song Shao tremble in fear upon hearing the news, because an incomparably terrifying energy instantly corroded and devoured his sword light energy, and then suddenly drilled into his sword and into his body. Then this energy was completely like a black hole, crazily devouring all the energy in his profound meridians, crazily corroding all his profound qi. Ah! Song Shao was suddenly horrified. What kind of demonic technique is this? Song Shao roared in shock. What demonic technique? It was just a special deep-sea xian poison immersed in Yang Dingtian's qi. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian really swallowed countless deep-sea xian poison. However, most of these deep-sea xian poison entered the profound meridians, transforming his profound meridians system that originally had Naga energy. There was also a part of the deep-sea xian poison that entered his qi. Yang Dingtian injected these deep-sea xian poison into profound qi to attack. Then, let Song Shao feel the terrifying effect. This energy was crazily destroying all his profound meridians and profound qi. Song Shao desperately injected profound qi, desperately trying to expel this energy. However, he did not expect that the more profound qi he injected, the more powerful this energy became. Attack! Yang Dingtian ordered. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the four profound flames suddenly blasted over. Song Shao was shocked and hurriedly blocked. However, there was not much profound qi left in his body. Boom! In an instant, for profound flames fiercely bombarded his body. Puff! Suddenly, Song Zhao's entire body flew out like a straw, blood spurting out wildly. Chenhua, don't kill your father. Madame Song shouted in a trembling voice. At the same time, from the four dark corners, four figures suddenly shuttled out. All of them were master-level experts, blocking Song Shao in the middle. Previously, when Song Shao wanted to kill Yang Dingtian, they did not come out to help Song Shao. Now that Song Shao was defeated, vomiting blood and injured, they finally appeared. They could not just watch their society master be killed in front of their eyes. City Lord Yang, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. An old man stepped forward and saluted Yang Dingtian. The day before yesterday, our world society sent troops to suppress Cloud Sky City, which was wrong. But today, you have already taken your revenge by coming to our door. If you still want to kill our world society master in front of us, you are too arrogant. Yang Dingtian looked coldly at the four master-level elders guarding Song Shao and said lightly, I came to the world society not for revenge, but to set things right. Evil ways and forces of the world society will be expelled, and let the world society return to the righteous path. City Lord Yang, you worry too much. The world society, First Elder said. A few days ago, I have already discussed with my master, Song Shao. From now on, our world society will be absolutely neutral and will no longer participate in any battle between Cloud Sky City and the Ning clan of the South Sea. First Elder, you don't even dare to say the words evil ways? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Instantly, the First Elder's expression became extremely ugly. He said, City Lord Yang, don't push your luck. Our attitude is out of respect for you, not fear you. Yang Dingtian said, First Elder, I will say it again. There is only one world society master, and that is Song Chenhua, whom I have appointed. From the moment Song Shao colluded with evil ways, he has already lost his legitimacy as the world society master. This time, I am not here to discuss the world society's direction, because it has already been decided. The world society will always stand on the side of righteousness and fight evil ways to the end. When he said this, the four World Society elders' expressions changed drastically. Yang Dingtian said, I am here for two things. The first is to kill all the evil ways power in the World Society. The second is to punish Song Shao and force him to hand over the Devil Dragon Martial Soul, as well as the ultimate control of the Devil Dragon Army and the Steel Army. Instantly, the four elders trembled all over. Previously, when Yang Dingtian and Song Shao were fighting, they did not appear because they wanted to give Yang Dingtian some face and let him know when to stop. Who knew that Yang Dingtian would be so unyielding? The first elder's expression trembled. Then he said coldly, Yang Dingtian, are you trying to bully our World Society? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. He said, You mean you want to go against World Society Master Song Chunhua's orders, and also the Hidden Sect Master's orders? Ha ha ha. The first elder said coldly, Song Chunhua's World Society Master, who will admit it? You, Yang Dingtian's so-called Hidden Sect Master, who will admit it? If no one admits it, even if you are a phoenix, you are worse than a chicken. Yang Dingtian said, That means you want to go against orders to the end, right? The first elder said, You want to order us with just you? That is purely wishful thinking. Yang Dingtian instantly looked at Song Chunhua. I will obey all your orders, Song Chunhua said. Good. Yang Dingtian said, Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. First elder, have you thought it through? Just with just you. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill all the World Society elders. Be careful. You might capsize in our World Society. The first elder sneered. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, All right, then everyone get ready. After 2 hours, let all the members of Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild have a meeting in the main hall on the top floor to make this matter clear. We will also make it clear how the World Society will proceed in the future. All right. The first elder was stunned. What a joke. Yang Dingtian was an outsider, and he actually wanted to gain the support of the World Society Elders Guild. It was completely wishful thinking. This was World Society's territory, not Yang Dingtian's territory. Song Shao, come over and talk, Yang Dingtian said. At this moment, Song Shao had recovered from his injuries and was no longer in danger. President, you can't go over, the first elder said. Next, Song Shao and I will not start a war. Yang Dingtian said, If there is any decision, we will discuss it in the next hall. Song Shao continued to be silent. Yang Dingtian said, Song Shao, running away won't solve the problem. You must face the future of the World Society. You must face the future of the World Society. Song Shao stood up and said to Yang Dingtian, Follow me. There were only 6 people in the resplendent room. Yang Dingtian's group of 4 and Song Shao and his wife. Husband, Song Minghua, has gone crazy. He wants to kill me and humiliate Madame Lu and her daughter. Madame Song hurriedly spoke up for Yang Dingtian. Madam, let me say it first, Yang Dingtian said. Then he looked at Song Shao and said, President Song, do you know that your World Society will make things difficult for me? Are you an enemy or not? Are you a friend or not? Humph. Song Shao said, We can't be friends. Don't be delusional. If we can't be friends, then we'll be enemies. Yang Dingtian said, If we're not righteous, then we're evil. If you refuse to be friends, then I'll kill all of you. Song Zhao's expression changed, and he said, You dare! There's nothing to be afraid of. Time is of the essence. I have no choice. Yang Dingtian said lightly. Do you have the ability? Song Shao sneered and said, My World Society has 5 master-level powerhouses and countless martial venerable-level powerhouses. I have a martial grandmaster. Yang Dingtian said lightly, and he hasn't made a move yet. I can solemnly warn you that once he makes a move, I'll kill all of you. If it's just an ordinary power struggle, I won't kill all of you for the sake of Chunhua and Lihua. However, this involves the rise and fall of the world. I have no other choice. So, Song Shao, you have to make a choice. Yang Dingtian said, Either you stand on the side of righteousness, then you have to hand over the devil dragon martial soul and hand over the world society to Chanhua. Or you continue to be with evil ways, and I'll kill all of you. At this moment, the voice of the devil dragon army's first commander came from outside. Reporting to the city lord, the world society has 1,000 devil dragon army soldiers and 3,000 reserve devil dragon army soldiers. They've all chosen to be loyal to society leader Song Chanhua and sect leader Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Song Zhao's expression changed and he hissed, You dare! Then he suddenly covered his heart. The World Society's trump card was the Devil Dragon Army. 5,000 Devil Dragon warriors had already pledged allegiance to Yang Dingtian. There were less than 1,000 regular Devil Dragon warriors and 2,000 to 3,000 reserve Devil Dragon warriors left. Now they had all betrayed Song Shao and pledged allegiance to Yang Dingtian. No wonder they didn't see any traces of the Devil Dragon warriors last night. They had gone directly to the Devil Dragon army's camp to lobby. In just a few hours, all the remaining Devil Dragon warriors had pledged allegiance to Yang Dingtian. Was the process smooth? Yang Dingtian asked. It was very smooth, the first commander said. After killing a few of the evil ways people, we didn't waste any time. After all, the remaining Devil Dragon warriors are either our underlings or our students. Yang Dingtian asked, Has the World Society finished lobbying all the armed forces? It's in progress, the first commander said. What's the result? Yang Dingtian asked. It's also quite smooth, the first commander said. After all, our victory this time was very shocking. Moreover, Song Minghua has caused a lot of harm to the world during this period of time. Moreover, there were already 10,000 elites who pledged allegiance to Cloud Sky City. This time, a few hundred brothers went up north to lobby, and the process was very smooth. In a few hours, all the armed forces of the World Society will choose to stand on our side. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Have you monitored the people on the list? Yes, all of them are under surveillance, the first commander said. Good, continue with your work. Make sure nothing goes wrong, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, the first commander said. Yang Dingtian looked at Song Shao and said, Soon the conference in the main hall will begin. Before that, you'd better choose a side. Otherwise, when my massacre starts, it will be too late. You, don't even think about it. Song Shao said angrily. His eyes were filled with countless poisonous flames. He sneered and said, Evil ways won't sit by and watch. Qin Wancho won't sit by and watch. Zhu Qingzhu won't sit by and watch. Yang Dingtian directly threw an agreement at his face, and then threw an echo jade. I have already signed a secret agreement with Northwest Qin City and the Divine Weapons Villa, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Take a look at the content yourself. Song Shao took it and took a look. Immediately he sat on the throne. On the agreement, it was written clearly, Cloud Sky City, Northwest Qin City, and the Divine Weapons Villa formed a secret alliance. This alliance was limited to the Western world and did not apply to Zhongzhou and other areas. In other words, if evil ways fought with Yang Dingtian in the Western world, then Northwest Qin City would help Yang Dingtian. Otherwise, Northwest Qin City and the Divine Weapons Villa would sit by and watch. At the end of the alliance agreement, the decision of the World Society was also written. The World Society and the other forces in the Western world had to completely enter this alliance agreement. Those who violated it would all be killed. This agreement was, of course, fake. What was signed at that time was only a non-aggression agreement. However, Yang Dingtian used a special energy ink on this agreement. After a few hours, the words disappeared, leaving only a few signatures of Qin Wancho and Qiu Wanjie that couldn't be forged. The content of the agreement was completely up to Yang Dingtian to write. Although it was fake, Song Shao didn't know that the signatures on it couldn't be forged. They couldn't be any more real. Seeing this secret alliance agreement between Cloud Sky City, Northwest Qin City, and the Divine Weapons Villa, and then looking at the scene of the signing on the Echo Jade, It was like the last straw that crushed Song Shao. Evil ways have completely given up on the Western world. Qin Chichi and Leng Yanmei have been executed by me. Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie have secretly formed an alliance with me. Zhu Qingzhu has completely activated the strategy of Zhongzhou. You, Song Shao, don't have any helpers, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. My men have already finished their preparations. In a while, everyone will have to stand on my side. Either stand on my side or stand on the side of evil ways. Those who don't stand on my side, I will kill them all. No matter if it's 10,000, 20,000, or 30,000 people, I will kill them all. What I want is a completely clean Western world. As for you, Song Shao, if you compromise with me, I will let you live the rest of your life in luxury. If you oppose me, my grandmasters will take action. They will arrest you and judge you in front of everyone. They will destroy your reputation and execute you by 1,000 cuts. Instantly, Song Zhao's body trembled violently. The agreement in his hand fell to the ground in fright. Chapter 503. Under Yang Dingtian's continuous attacks, Song Shao almost collapsed. He was only half a step away from a complete compromise. Next, Yang Dingtian was going to give him a fatal blow. President Song, do you have a woman called Ling Long by your side? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, she's our fourth. Before Song Shao could speak, Mrs. Song immediately said, she's the old man's third concubine. What's wrong with Ling Long? Song Shao suddenly stood up and shouted, Yang Dingtian, what did you do to Ling Long? Suddenly, his eyes widened and he shouted at Yang Dingtian. When talking about Ling Long, he actually forgot his previous fear and became like a male beast protecting a female beast. Looking at his nervous and angry expression, it was obvious how much he doted on his third concubine, an old man and a young wife. This was exactly what it meant. Chenhua, bring Ling Long here, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Song Chenhua said. Song Shao suddenly became angry and said, Yang Dingtian, how dare you? If you dare to touch a hair on Ling Long, I'll fight it out with you. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian looked at Song Shao sympathetically and said, Don't worry, I'm just bringing her here to ask a few questions. Old man Ling Long, she. Mrs. Song was about to talk about Ling Long and Song Minghua. Yang Dingtian waved his hand and stopped her. Mrs. Song, you don't have to say it. Then Song Shao fell into extreme uneasiness. He kept pacing in the hall and fell into extreme anxiousness. Soon, Ling Long was brought over. Different from what Yang Dingtian imagined. This spy of evil ways did not look enchanting at all. She was completely different from Ning Yao. This Ling Long, as her name suggested, was petite and exquisite. If it was converted to the height of the earth, it would barely be 6 meters. But her body was exquisite and curvy. Her face was only the size of a palm, but she had 2 big eyes. Her skin was snow white, and her small face looked beautiful yet delicate. Her 2 big watery eyes were filled with innocence and innocence. Delicate and delicate, as pure as water. These words seemed to be used to describe this kind of woman. Her entire body was filled with an aura that made people want to protect her. She was like a little beast that was filled with insecurity at all times. No one could bear to hurt her. Although she had been married to Song Lihua for many years, and this woman was already 27 or 28 years old, she still looked like Song Lihua's younger sister. Such a delicate beauty. No wonder Song Shao doted on her like a treasure. Song Lang, what's wrong with you? After entering, she saw Song Zhao's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth. She immediately rushed up and asked in concern, What happened to you? Who hurt you? Suddenly, Song Zhao's eyes were filled with tender love. He said gently, Don't worry, I'm fine. How could you be fine? You're bleeding. Who could be so heartless as to injure you? Ling Long sobbed. For a moment, Song Zhao's heart almost melted. When Mrs. Song saw her husband and Ling Long's loving expression, She immediately turned her body and didn't want to see it anymore. She was angry in her heart and suddenly snorted coldly. Ling Long reluctantly let go of Song Shao, came to the front of Mrs. Song, respectfully saluted, and said softly, "Ling Long greets Madam." "Humph, I don't dare," Mrs. Song said. Ling Long's delicate body trembled, and then she saluted Song Lihua and said, "This slave Ling Long greets eldest Mississippi." This woman was really not simple. She was an elder, but she greeted Song Chunhua with the etiquette of a slave. Song Chunhua frowned and turned away in disgust. Ling Long's beautiful little face was even more uneasy. She still respectfully bowed to Yang Dingtian and said, "This slave greets distinguished guests. What instructions do you have for calling this slave?" This woman had been pretending to be weak all this time. Looking at her grievances, Song Shao forgot his fear and glared at Yang Dingtian with heartache. Yang Dingtian didn't have the time to act with her and said lightly, "Madam Ling Long, I called you here to ask you 2 things. The first thing is about you being a lurker of evil ways. The second matter is about your illicit relationship with Song Minghua and the poisoning of Song Shao." As soon as these words came out, Song Zhao's face changed, and blood rushed to the top of his head, and his eyes turned red. Yang Dingtian stared at Ling Long closely, watching how this woman would perform. Ling Long seemed to be stunned in an instant, as if she was an earthling who heard that an alien planet was attacking the Earth. For a time, she completely lost all reaction. After a while, she couldn't believe it and couldn't make a sound from her mouth. She hissed, I and Song Minghua had an affair. I poisoned Song Lang." Then her beautiful eyes turned white, and she fainted directly. It was as if she couldn't bear the blow when she heard this kind of thing, let alone do it. Everyone present gasped in amazement. Such acting skills were something that Yang Dingtian had never seen or heard of before. Although Qin Wanqiu and others were also considered masters of acting, they were purely natural, and it was a thorough performance. Ling Long in front of him was really at the extreme. That kind of performance tension, that kind of subtle expression, was really unparalleled. Song Shao suddenly stepped forward and hugged Ling Long. He raised his head and cried, "I didn't expect that I, Song Shao, a tiger who fell from the sky, would suffer such a huge shame today. I can't even protect my own woman." Then he suddenly raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and he said coldly to several people, "Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua, you go out. Even if everyone betrays me, I, Song Shao, will fight to the end. I, Song Shao, will never compromise, even if I die on the spot. Song Chunhua, you are really amazing, colluding with outsiders and killing your father in public. You are really amazing, ha." Then Song Shao laughed miserably. This Ling Long was really powerful. In less than a quarter of an hour, she immediately aroused all of Song Zhao's anger, all of his sorrow, all of his self-esteem, and all of his desire to fight. Sure enough, women are the best emotional catalyst for men. Facing her father's vicious words, Song Chunhua's face did not change. She looked at Song Shao and said lightly, "Stupid to be played in the palm of a woman's hand." In an instant, Song Shao was furious and said to Song Chunhua, "I will kill you first, and I will pretend that I don't have a daughter like you." "Husband," Madame Song said, "if you don't believe Mayor Yang Dingtian's words, then you should believe my words, right? You have lived with me for more than 30 years. You should be very clear about my character." City, Lord Yang Dingtian didn't lie. Song Minghua and Ling Long have been having an affair many times. My maid Nan Nan had once unintentionally discovered their affair. Tonight, she was strangled to death by Song Minghua's wife, Ning Yaoer. I don't believe, you old bitch. You are talking nonsense. You are jealous that I dote on Ling Long. You are talking nonsense." Song Zhao's eyes were about to burst as he roared in anger. Although he acted incomparably crazy, everyone knew that his heart was already shaken. Madame Song said, "If you don't believe me, you can wake Ling Long up. I will confront her." Song Shao injected a stream of internal force, and Ling Long immediately woke up. Madame Song looked at her and said, Ling Long, 3 nights ago, about an hour before midnight, what were you and Song Minghua doing in the thorny forest in the northwest corner of the 8th floor of Boss City? Moreover, because Song Minghua was impatient, he even let the thorns cut your leg. Song Zhao's expression changed. Obviously, he knew about the wound on Ling Long's leg. Ling Long was silent. Why don't you answer me? Why are there thorny wounds on your legs? Where did you go at midnight 3 days ago? Madame Song asked coldly. Ling Long's delicate body trembled. She was so scared that she trembled. Tears fell, and then she looked pitifully at Song Shao. Speak! Song Shao roared. Ling Long sobbed silently, stood up from Song Zhao's arms, slowly walked towards Madame Song, then shook her head. This servant has nothing to say? Ah! Then she suddenly screamed in pain. In an instant, countless amounts of blood gushed out from her mouth. She actually chewed off her own tongue. She actually committed suicide. Ling Er. Song Shao let out a heartbroken roar, rushed over, and held Ling Long in his arms. Ling Long's mouth was full of blood. She opened her mouth and trembled. Official Song, I didn't. However, she bit off her tongue, and blood filled her mouth. She couldn't make a sound. She could only use her mouth to express herself. Then she closed her eyes and instantly fell into Song Zhao's arms. Ah! Song Shao roared, letting out a roar like a wounded beast, and held Ling Long tightly in his arms. At this moment, a woman's scream suddenly came from outside. Husband, please make a decision for me. Make a decision for me. It was Song Zhao's third wife, Yin Xiao. This woman, in terms of beauty, was better than Ling Long, but she was harsh and strong, so she was not as favored as Ling Long. For a long time, because she was jealous of Ling Long, she repeatedly bullied Ling Long, but Ling Long did not dare to say anything. But the relationship between the two was very bad. The list. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand. Song Chanhua handed over the list. In this densely packed list of spies, not only was there Ling Long, there was also Yin Xiao. Sure enough, it was interesting. Both of them were spies, but they pretended to be incompatible. Then, the door of the main hall was slammed open. A plump and gorgeous woman walked in while pulling another girl's ear. Seeing Ling Long in a pool of blood, Yin Xiao was stunned, then said in a low voice, Little vixen, you also have such a day. What did you say? I will kill you. Song Shao roared. Yin Xiao was so scared that she trembled, then suddenly pointed at Song Madam and said, Big sister, you sent your personal maid to put thorns on my bed. What is going on? Song Madam said in shock, I didn't. You still dare to say no? She was caught by me personally. Third Madam Yin Xiao said, This little bitch, is she your personal maid, Xiaoban? The girl that Yin Xiao pulled by the ear had a pretty face, but there was a black mark on her face, which ruined her face, making her originally beautiful face a little scary. This maid was picked up by Song Madam. At that time, she saw that this girl was pitiful, so she took her in as her personal maid. Nan Nan was not her trusted maid. This Xiaoban was her trusted maid, just like her biological daughter. Then, Third Madam Yin Xiao pointed at Xiaoban and said sternly, Say, did First Madam send you to put thorns on my bed? Xiaoban looked at Song Madam, then shook her head desperately. Madam didn't send me. I did it myself. I did it myself. Who else did you put thorns on? Yin Xiao said sternly. And Madam Ling Long, and Second Madam. I did it all. I did it all. Xiaoban cried loudly. I did it all alone. I did it all alone. It has nothing to do with First Madam. It has nothing to do with First Madam. Why did you do it? Yin Xiao said sternly. I don't know. I don't know. Xiaoban cried loudly, as if she would rather die than confess Song Madam. But every sentence pointed at Song Madam. Suddenly, Song Zhao's gaze became incomparably cold. He carried Ling Long and slowly stood up, his eyes filled with determination. walked toward Song Madam and said coldly, "You, why did you frame Ling Long? You want to frame your sisters?" Yin Qiao sneered. "Husband, take a good look at First Madam's skirt. See if there are any thorns on her leg? I can see that 3 days ago she came out of the thorns forest first. An hour later, Lu Han also came out." "I didn't." Song Madam screamed. She was completely stunned. "How did it become like this?" Song Xiao said coldly, "Then are there any thorns on your leg?" "Of course I didn't," Song Madam said. "Prove it to me," Song Xiao said coldly. "Father!" Song Chanhua stopped him sternly. "Get lost, little bitch of an old bitch. I, Song Xiao, don't have a daughter like you." Song Xiao shouted sternly. "I didn't." Song Madam cried loudly, and then suddenly lifted her skirt without caring about the other men here. Yang Dingtian, Zhu Hongxue, and Qin Huayu all turned around. After Song Madam took off her pants, there was a clear thorn scratch on her snow-white leg. Not only that, there was an obvious teeth mark, as if it was bitten by a man. Song Madam was completely stunned, as if she was struck by lightning. How could this be? How could this be? Why would there be thorns on her leg? Why would there be teeth marks on her leg? How could this be? She had no idea what was going on at all. Looking at the wounds and teeth marks on his wife's leg, Song Zhao's murderous aura gradually condensed, and he slowly said, "Madam, you are really amazing. You and Lu Han had an affair, afraid that things would be exposed. So you sent your maids to put thorns on your sister's bed, and let each of them have injuries on their butts. In the end, you even framed Ling Long, framed her and Song Ming for adultery. What a powerful method! Not only cleared your own name, but also killed your opponent. What a vicious heart! My poor Ling Long, pure and kind, with unspeakable bitterness, was forced to death by you, and actually used death to clear your own name." Immediately, Song Xiao choked with sobs. "My Ling Long, my baby, why are you so stupid?" Then Song Xiao hugged Ling Long and cried desperately. After crying for a full quarter of an hour, Song Xiao gradually calmed down and did not look Yang Dingtian, but his voice was full of determination. "Yang Dingtian, you all go out. Wait for the war. I, Song Xiao, will fight to the end, even if I die. Madam, you stay. I want to clean up the house." Suddenly, everyone present was stunned. Song Xiao turned around and said lightly, "Yang Dingtian, didn't you hear? You all go out. Wait for the war to start. I'm going to clean up the house now. If you want to interfere, then we'll fight to the death now." Song Chanhua, Zhu Hongxue, and even a cunning person like Qin Huayu were completely stunned. The situation was clearly irrefutable, but it was actually reversed by Ling Long. Evil ways of infiltrators were really amazing. After losing the backing of the South Seas Ning clan, they actually relied on the 3 women's schemes to carry out the ruse of self-injury, a series of schemes, and reversed the situation. They completely infuriated Song Xiao, and Yang Dingtian would fight to the death. This Ling Long, I really don't know if she's a female viper or a female zhuge. Yang Dingtian looked at the list again, and sure enough, he found the name of another infiltrator, Little Ban. Then Song Xiao ignored the presence of Yang Dingtian and the others, pulled out his sword, and slowly walked towards Madame Song. He actually wanted to clean up the house and kill Madame Song. As for Madame Song, she was completely stunned and lost all reaction. The 3 women were a show. Ling Long, Yin Qiao, and Little Ban, these 3 evil ways of infiltrators, just 3 weak women, actually completely played Song Xiao in the palm of their hands. In terms of strategy, they completely defeated Yang Dingtian and the others. Song Chanhua went forward and put on Madame Song's pants, and Song Xiao still held his sword and walked towards Madame Song. Clap, 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 clap. Yang Dingtian began to clap. "Amazing, amazing! Yang Dingtian, Ling Long, Yin Qiao, Little Ban, or Long Ju, these 3 evil ways of infiltrators are really amazing? It really makes me gasp in amazement." Song Zhao's footsteps paused, but he continued to walk towards Madame Song. Yin Xiao said in surprise. What do you mean? What evil ways of infiltrators? I don't understand. Also, who are you? This is the main hall of my world society. Get out of here. This Yin Xiao's acting was not bad. She never forgot to act as her shrewish and mean self. Yang Dingtian came in front of little Ban and said indifferently, Long Ju, even if you are an evil ways of infiltration, and Linglong's sister, you have treated Madame Song like your own daughter. However, Mrs. Song has treated you like her own daughter all these years. Yet you still want to harm her like this. Where is your conscience? Little Ban's face trembled. A complicated look flashed past her eyes. Then she cried out, I don't know anything. I didn't do anything to Madame Song. Everything was done by me. Everything was done by me. Yang Dingtian gasped in amazement. These three people's acting skills were truly flawless. Yang Dingtian, stop acting, get out, and wait for the battle to start. Song Shao said. Greedy, cowardly, tough on the outside but weak on the inside, vain, stupid. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Everyone, this is the face of the world society's leader. Song Minghua is indeed of the same origin as you, a mere hero of a generation. Being played by three women, this is really rare in the world. I'll kill you. Song Shao was furious. He suddenly turned around and used all his strength to stab at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian stood on the spot without moving and said word by word, Heaven's wrath, earth's wrath, chaos, destruction, evil spirit paradise, why do you need me? He used a very special intonation, a very special language to read out these words. Instantly, Yin Xiao and little Ban's bodies trembled. Even Linglong, who was already dead, trembled. Then Yin Xiao and little Ban directly came in front of Yang Dingtian and knelt down. Linglong also struggled to get down from Song Zhao's body, walked in front of Yang Dingtian and knelt down. What was this sentence? It was the password to activate the evil ways of infiltration. Any infiltrator who heard this password must obey any of his orders. Even Qin Chichi did not know this password. At that time, she only knew the words related to evil ways. So, she taught it to Yang Dingtian. And after Yang Dingtian understood these words, he immediately remembered that there was a paragraph of related words in Ningning's space ring, which included the activation password of these 16 words. So, at this time, Yang Dingtian used this special evil ways of language to read out this password. As a result, even Yang Dingtian was a little shocked. These three infiltrators of evil ways clearly knew that they were enemies, but they actually stopped all their schemes and directly knelt in front of him. Infiltrator Yin Xiao greets the Venerable One. Infiltrator Long Ju greets the Venerable One. Ling Long could not make a sound and also used her blood-stained hand to write on the ground. Infiltrator Ling Long greets the Venerable One. Then the three women completely knelt in front of Yang Dingtian. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end, including Song Shao, who was completely stunned, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yang Dingtian said lightly, Yin Xiao, tell me everything. Yes, Venerable One. Yin Xiao said, Song Minghua's wife, Ning Yao, came from the Ning clan of the Southern Sea. Although we have no relationship with her, because her rank is higher than ours, she can order us to do things related to it. So, Linglong went to seduce Song Minghua, with the goal of holding the secret in her hands and forcing Song Minghua to compromise at the crucial moment. What do you want to achieve by using Song Minghua? Yang Dingtian asked. Ning Yao ordered Linglong to poison Song Shao, and after a few months, Song Shao will lose his mind and completely become a puppet. Song Minghua will then become the master of the world society. At that time, we will obtain the foundation of the Devil Dragon Army, which is the birth and cultivation of the Devil Dragon monsters. The Ning clan will use a type of devil blood to catalyze these Devil Dragon mounts. We will use the shortest time to create a Devil Dragon army of tens of thousands. Yin Xiao said. Then, what happened to Madame Song? Yang Dingtian asked. That day, Linglong and Song Minghua's secret affair was undoubtedly discovered, and her thigh was cut. So, Linglong thought of this plan to cross the sea by deceiving everyone, and shift the blame to others. Not only did she clear her name, but she also slandered Madame Song. Most importantly, she angered Song Shao and let him fight with you, and both sides will suffer, Yin Xiao said. Then, what about you? Yang Dingtian asked. We don't plan to live. Yin Xiao said, we are just pawns and can only do what is within our power. Yang Dingtian, you know who I am? Cloud Sky City's lord, hidden sex master. Yin Xiao said, since you know my identity, why do you still obey all my orders? Yang Dingtian said. Yin Xiao fell into a dilemma and said, because as long as the one who says the activation password is our highest venerable, we must obey all his orders, no matter what his identity is on the surface. Also, I can't guarantee that you are the Temple of Annihilation's highest spy in the Tiando League, so I can only obey all your orders. We only listen to the password and not the person. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. The Temple of Annihilation's organizational ability was really shocking. It wasn't because of Shimin Ningning, and it wasn't because Yang Dingtian accidentally discovered the password. Their method of organization was flawless. Who was your last activator? Yang Dingtian. His activation command should be, pity me, people of the world. What is good and what is evil in heaven and earth? Why must I exist? That's right, the password for every stage was different. A person called Yan Pianqian. Yin Xiao said, it was indeed him, the Temple of Annihilation's young master. All right, there's no problem for the time being. Yang Dingtian. Yes. The three women knelt down and said. Yang Dingtian looked at Song Shao and said, how is it? President Song. At this time, Song Shao was completely stunned, as if he had aged 10 years. His whole spirit had completely collapsed. President Song, now you have to make a choice. Yang Dingtian said lightly. Song Shao looked at Yang Dingtian in a daze. Clang! His sword directly slipped to the ground, and then he knelt down dejectedly. His tall body directly knelt in front of Yang Dingtian and muttered, I'm guilty, I'm guilty, I'm willing to obey any punishment, I'm guilty. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes were sore and he turned away. Song Chanhua and the others all turned their faces, and they all felt a burst of bitterness in their hearts. That's right. Looking at a hero of a generation collapsing and kneeling in front of him, Yang Dingtian didn't feel the slightest bit of pleasure in his heart, but felt incomparably bitter. Madam, help marshal Uncle Song up. Yang Dingtian said softly. Madame Song stepped forward and helped her husband up. Yang Dingtian lifted his robe and knelt down on one knee in front of Song Shao and his wife, saying, Marshal Uncle Song, it's not that I'm going too far, but I have no choice. Please forgive me for offending the two elders. Yang Dingtian knelt down, and immediately Song Chanhua, Qin Huayu, and Zhu Hongxue all knelt down. These four people's kneeling seemed to make Song Zhao's eyes tremble slightly, and then his collapsed emotions seemed to have a trace of vitality. Sigh. Song Shao let out a long sigh and said, If I knew it would be like this, why did I do it in the first place? Suddenly, turbid tears fell from the corner of his eyes. Madame Song saw her strong husband like this, and immediately wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes with heartache. Suddenly, all of Song Zhao's pain was released, and he hugged his wife and cried bitterly. Madame Song sadly hugged Song Shao and cried softly, Husband, it's not too late to turn back now, it's not too late. As long as you can wake up in my heart, you will always be an indomitable hero. You will always be an indomitable hero. At this moment, the Devil Dragon Army's first commander approached the main hall and said, Sect Master, everything is ready. Most of the World Society's army has been completely taken care of. All of the people on the list have been controlled, and all of the opponents have been monitored. The meeting can start at any time, and as long as you give the order, all of the opponents will be killed within half an hour. Yang Dingan said, "Open the door and let all the members of the World Society's Elder Council and all the feudal lords come to the main hall to vote on which side to stand." Yes, the first commander said, "All troops, get ready. Send out my command arrow and immediately kill." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes." Then the first commander left. After a while, the door to the 9th floor of Boss City slowly opened. Dozens of members of the World Society's Elder Council and dozens of feudal lords walked in. Song Chunhua went forward and pointed at the 3 Evil Way spies who were kneeling on the ground. "Sect Master, what about them? What should we do?" Yang Dingtian walked in front of Linglong and said softly, "All of you raise your heads." Immediately, the 3 female spies raised their heads. 3 faces, different beauties, but the same loyalty, a loyalty that was engraved in the depths of their lives. "All of you are very brave and very beautiful," Yang Dingtian said slowly. "All of you are innocent, but all of you are sacrifices. All of you are great devotees, and all of you are noble loyalists. This world will not forget your contributions in the future, including me. I will not forget your contributions today. But now, for the primal chaos continent, for the cause of the world, I order all of you to kill yourselves." Immediately the 3 girls kowtowed. Yes, the 3 girls said, "We obey the Venerable One's order. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death?" Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. The 3 beautiful and delicate spies pulled out a special black dagger and stabbed it into their hearts. Immediately blood spurted out. 3 beautiful and delicate women, 3 Evil Way spies, fell to the ground and died. Yang Dingtian's face trembled, and tears slowly fell from the corner of his eyes. "Pity my people! How much suffering they have!" At this moment, the door of the main hall opened. All the elders and feudal lords of the World Society entered. Rumble, the entire Demon Dragon army, including the reserve Demon Dragon army, rushed over from afar like lightning and quickly surrounded Boss City. The 800 Demon Vulture army flew over Boss City like lightning. Close to 100,000 World Society troops came out in full force and surrounded Boss City like a tide. Countless black warriors quickly shuttled into every house in Boss City. Countless troops rushed into every house and arrested everyone on the list. The World Society's main hall's meeting officially began. However, the so-called meeting had already ended before it began. The World Society's matter had already been decided. Chapter 504. In the main hall of King City, there were a total of 19 elders in the World Guild. There were a total of 15 senior officers in the various armies of the World Guild. There were a total of 33 dukes in the World Guild. There were a total of 50 overpeople in the main hall. These people should be able to represent the will of the entire World Guild in the north. At this moment, the throne in the main hall was empty. Yang Dingtian and the other 3 were only standing in the middle of the main hall. Song Shao wasn't in the main hall. As everyone knows, some time ago, the evil Dao forces led by Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming shamelessly slandered me and Cloud Sky City. They even started a great war and mobilized the East, South, West, and North armies, totaling 5 million to 6 million to attack Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and said plainly, "In the end, Qin Chichi's army was completely annihilated. The side of justice that we represent obtained a glorious victory." Once this was said, everyone's expression instantly turned ugly, and most of you here didn't play a very glorious role. Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie still knew how to feign civility with evil ways and delay the attack. They didn't really attack Cloud Sky City. As for you, you were afraid that you weren't proactive enough. You mobilized 450,000 troops directly to the south. You even fantasized about crossing the Poison Strait and attacking Cloud Sky City from the north, which is the weakest. You were all united and deserved death. Yang Dingtian said plainly. Instantly, everyone's expression turned even uglier. Now that evil ways have been defeated in the Western world, the order of the entire Western world has to be rewritten, and the evil haze from before will be swept away. Yang Dingtian said, "Evil ways have infiltrated the Taiando League, especially in the highest levels of the Taiando League headquarters. There are also spies from evil ways. In order to ensure the purity of the Western world and to ensure the justice of the entire Western world, I will prepare to establish the Taiando League Council of Light in the name of the hidden sect master. Before the Taiando League headquarters completely restore its purity, the Council of Light will remain completely independent and refuse to obey any orders from the Middle State and East State." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. After Yang Dingtian defeated Qin Chi-Chi's alliance army, not only did he not survive, but he became even more ferocious. They actually want to set up another central government in the Taiando League. This ambition is too big. Of course, Yang Dingtian's method was not the first. 200 years ago, Nihility Piaoling had done the same thing. At that time, the evil ways world-destroying army had swept through the world. Li Tianxiao's betrayal had caused the Southwest Alliance army to be completely wiped out. The entire Western world had fallen. The righteous forces of the Taiando League were silent. Therefore, there were some forces in the Taiando League who were ready to make a move. They secretly contacted the evil ways and planned to sell themselves and surrender. At this time, Nihility Piaoling established the Taiando League Justice Society. Those who were absolutely loyal to justice would join the Justice Society, while those who chose to sit on the fence would just sit there. It was a huge warning to those who chose to surrender. Of course, in that great battle, the Demon King Wen Tian was destroyed. Almost all the forces in the Taiando League requested to join the Justice Society. Then, the Justice Society lost its meaning. Nihility Piaoling officially announced that the Justice Society would be abolished as a temporary organization. Now, Yang Dingtian, as the leader of the hidden sect, established the Council of Light. Although the name was different, in reality it was exactly the same as the Temporary Justice Society. Time is of the essence. There's no time to talk. Yang Dingtian, I only have one question. Everyone here, are you standing on the side of justice or the side of evil? Those who stand on the side of justice are my comrades. From today onwards, we will live and die together. Those who stand on the side of evil are enemies. We will not rest until one of us is dead. Let's begin. Those who stand on the side of justice, please face me. Those who stand on the side of evil, please turn your back to me. Yang Dingtian, the way he chose to stand in line was very novel. He didn't stand on the left and right, but on the front and back. When Yang Dingtian's voice fell, everyone present was stunned, but no one moved. At this moment, they were all facing Yang Dingtian. No one turned their backs. World Society's first elder suddenly sneered. "City, Lord Yang Dingtian, don't try to change the concept. What justice and evil? I don't think you represent justice. When you speak like this, although you have turned your back, turning your back means evil." Yang Dingtian, then according to First Elder's words, what should we do? First Elder laughed. Those who stand on your side and obey your orders, stand on the left. Those who don't obey your orders, stand on the right. When the Grand Elder said this, it seemed as though Yang Dingtian was forcing everyone to take a side for his own selfish desires, making them slaves or dogs. Yang Dingtian, First Elder, I just want to ask you one question. Between my Ning Wuming and myself, do I represent justice and he represents evil? Everyone is well aware of this matter, but I ask you to say it out. Of course, everyone was well aware of this matter, but First Elder didn't dare to say it out loud. He just snorted. We don't want to stand on the side of evil, but we don't want to stand on your side. So what? We don't want to be your slave or slave, and we don't want to risk our lives for you. So what? Sorry, there's no third choice. Yang Dingtian said lightly. It's either on my side or on the enemy's. First Elder said coldly, Then I'm sorry. If it's not on your side, where is it? You don't want to stand on my side, do you? Yang Dingtian said. Of course, I don't want to offend you. But if you want me to die with you, don't even think about it. First Elder said, If it's not on your side, where is it? I want to go and stand. In hell. Yang Dingtian said. Then he waved his hand and said, Kill. In an instant, the mystic fire of the four people burst out. First Elder's face changed dramatically. He really didn't expect that Yang Dingtian would make a move. He was a 5-star grandmaster after all. He couldn't react at all. In extreme haste, he used his mystic chi to resist. Boom! In an instant, mystic fire burst out on his body. Bang! First Elder flew out violently, blood spurting out. Little thief, how dare you? First Elder roared. Everyone go and tear these little thieves into pieces. Before he finished speaking, the second wave of mystic fire attacked. Boom! In an instant, the huge energy of the 4 mystic fire completely blew up his mystic veins. Bang! Covered in blood, he fell to the ground. Song Chanhua stepped forward, grabbed his hair, and pulled him in front of Yang Dingtian. I said, if you don't stand on the side of justice, then stand on the side of hell. Yang Dingtian said lightly, Behead. Swoosh! Before everyone present could react, Song Chanhua slashed down with his sword and immediately chopped off First Elder's old head, throwing it on the ground, dripping with blood. At this time, everyone's face changed completely. Then they reacted and looked at Yang Dingtian with anger and fear. Finally, someone spoke. City, Lord Yang Dingtian, you started a massacre in our world assembly. Aren't you looking down on us? This was the great commander of Boss City's defense army. He was in charge of Boss City's 50,000 soldiers, and was Song Zhao's eldest disciple. Tua Tua! Yes. What right do you have to kill in my world society? Suddenly a sharp voice sounded. It was the 9th elder of the world society. He was only 43 years old this year, and he was Boss City's internal affairs director, Lin Zihan. There are nearly 100 of us present, and Yang Dingtian only has 4 people. Everyone can tear him into pieces. Lin Zihan stepped forward and said, Yang Dingtian, what did you do to our president Song? Did you kill him? I'm here. Suddenly, Song Zhao's voice came from behind. Then his tall and majestic figure slowly walked out, wearing a black robe with golden silk and holding the Overlord's sword in his hand. His previous depression seemed to have completely disappeared, and he became powerful and domineering again. In front of Yang Dingtian, Song Xiao bowed slightly, and Yang Dingtian returned the bow. Suddenly, everyone's face changed dramatically. Wasn't Song Xiao and Yang Dingtian irreconcilable? Why did it seem like he was completely on Yi Fuqian's side now? Please, Song Xiao said. Please, Yang Dingtian said. Then neither of them sat on the throne, and instead they sat on the 2 chairs at the top of the hall. Chenhua, you take care of the rest. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Chenhua said. Song Chenhua went directly in front of Lin Zihan and said, Lin Zihan, original name Yuan Jie, Evil Ways Lurker. 25 years ago, you killed Elder Lin Mo's biological son. Lin Zihan changed your appearance and pretended to be Lin Zihan to enter the world society. Elder Lin, Mo, please. Immediately, an old man entered the room. Draw blood. Song Chenhua said. Immediately, a drop of Lin Mo's blood fell into the bowl. Lin Zihan sneered and said, A drop of blood to identify relatives? Fine, I'll let you see if I'm Lin Zihan. Don't even think about slandering me. Then he picked up a knife and slid it on his finger. Blood dripped into the bowl. Then the 2 drops of blood rejected each other, unable to mix. Everyone was shocked, and Lin Zihan cried out, "How can this be? How can this be?" Lin Emo roared and shouted angrily, "You bastard! Give me back my son's life!" Kill! Song Chuanhua's sharp sword slashed down, and Lin Zihan's head fell to the ground. Was this Lin Zihan an evil ways lurker? Of course he was. However, his blood type was the same as Lin Mo's, so the blood identification could be mixed. However, Yang Dingtian only needed to do a little trick to make them unable to fuse. After the second head fell to the ground, Song Chenhua said loudly, "Now start to pick a side. Those who are willing to support the Taiando League and the Council of Light, stand to the left. Those who are willing to stand on the side of evil ways, stand to the right. There is no third choice." Immediately, everyone began to look at each other. At this moment, the first person stood out and stood to the far left. He bowed and said, "Inferno City's Luhan greets sect leader Yang Dingtian. I represent Inferno City's territory of 700 miles and 500,000 people. I am willing to stand on the side of justice and fight against evil ways to the end." With his start and Song Zhao's attitude, almost everyone present, regardless of whether they were willing or not, all stood to the left and bowed to Yang Dingtian. On the right it was empty. There was no one. At this moment, Song Xiao slowly stood up and said, "2 days ago, I, Song Xiao, was blinded by the power of evil ways and committed a heinous crime. Although sect leader Yang Dingtian is willing to let bygones be bygones, I will still announce my crimes and spread it throughout the world as a punishment. I have committed grave sins and originally did not have the qualifications to hold the position of World Association leader. Here, I am willing to hand over the World Association leader's seal to my eldest daughter, Song Chanhua. I will hand over the demonic dragon martial soul to Song Chanhua. I will hand over the demonic dragon mountain to Song Chanhua. I will hand over the Steel Legion to Song Chanhua." Then Song Xiao took out the golden seal and handed it to Song Chanhua with both hands. Song Chanhua took it and knelt to Song Xiao. In view of the fact that Song Chanhua has always followed sect leader Yang around the world, the World Association cannot be without a leader for a day. Therefore, I would like to trouble Father to take charge of the World Association in the position of Grand Supreme Association leader. "I accept," Song Xiao said, and then said to everyone present, "Why aren't you greeting your new association leader?" All the members of the Elder Association and all the feudal lords knelt down and said respectfully, "We greet Association Leader. We greet Grand Supreme Association Leader." Just like that, in the main hall, the World Association carried out the inheritance. Song Chanhua obtained the position of Association Leader, the Demonic Dragon Army, the rights to the Demonic Dragon Mount, and the rights to the Steel Legion. As for Song Xiao, he was still in charge of the World Association's order. Immediately after, in the main hall, Song Xiao and Song Chanhua signed the Council of Light Agreement and announced that the World Association would join the Taiando League Council of Light led by Yang Dingtian and fight against the evil ways to the end. Furthermore, before the Taiando League headquarters was completely purified, they would refuse to obey any orders from the Taiando League headquarters. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's Council of Light had a second official member. Currently, the Council of Light only had 2 members. One was from Cloud Sky City, and the other was from the World Association. In the main hall, after the dust had settled, in just 2 hours, the Demonic Eagle Army, Demonic Dragon Army, and Boss City's inner guards worked together. With Yang Dingtian's warrant, Song Zhao's warrant, and Song Chuanhua's warrant, they began to arrest the World Association. Before the infiltrators of the evil ways could react, they arrested hundreds of infiltrators. Of course, they didn't only arrest the infiltrators of the Taiando League. They also arrested those who colluded with the evil ways, Song Minghua's followers, and the Great Elder's supporters. A total of thousands of people were arrested, and all of them were classified as infiltrators of the evil ways. Then all the members of the World Association's Elder Guild and all the vassals personally killed the infiltrators of the evil ways and the traitors of the World Association. Instantly, Ba City's blood flowed like a river. There were those who wavered in the World Association. All the people in power had their hands stained with the blood of the evil ways. They couldn't turn back. Of course, the arrests and purges didn't stop. Next, it would spread throughout the entire World Association's territory. At that time, tens of thousands of people who colluded with the evil ways would be completely wiped out and killed. At that time, the World Association's corrupt and evil ways would be uprooted and wiped out. That afternoon, Song Shao sent out hundreds of messengers to spread the news throughout the Western world. He announced that he had completely joined Yang Dingtian's side of justice. In the evening, Song Chanhua inherited the World Association's demonic dragon martial spirit. For hours later, Song Chanhua possessed a 1,000-year martial spirit, and his cultivation broke through to 3-star level 5 Grandmaster. Yang Dingtian led his troops and left the World Association. He wanted to return to Cloud Sky City first before going to White Cloud City to exterminate the World Association. This was because the Naga in Cloud Sky City hadn't woken up when he left. It was still evolving, and he didn't know what it looked like now. This was what he was most concerned about. Chapter 505. Compared to the World Society's Golden Seal, the demonic dragon martial soul was the symbol of the World Society's highest authority. Unlike other martial souls, the demonic dragon martial soul wasn't permanent. It was inherited. The World Society's flag had a picture of the demonic dragon. Not only that, the entire World Society was built on the demonic dragon. The World Society's top secret was the ancient demonic dragon totem. The demonic dragon totem was an ancient demonic dragon's corpse. The ancient demonic dragon's corpse was a few hundred meters long. It was entrenched in the depths of the demonic dragon mountain, guarding the entrance of the demonic dragon cave, even though it was already dead and its corpse had turned into a fossil. However, there was still an extremely powerful soul power that enveloped the entire demonic dragon mountain. Only the World Society's leaders could enter. The symbol of the World Society's leader was the demonic dragon martial soul. After Song Shao suffered a huge blow, he passed the position of leader to Song Chanhua. Therefore, he also passed on the most important demonic dragon martial soul to Song Chanhua. Of course, he couldn't give the demonic dragon martial soul to Song Chanhua. He needed to lead Song Chanhua to the ancient demonic dragon's corpse. Before the ancient demonic dragon's corpse, he had to give up the demonic dragon martial soul. Then, the ancient demonic dragon's corpse would inject a unique soul imprint into Song Chunhua's body. Then, the demonic dragon martial soul would enter Song Chunhua's body. Then, the entire inheritance process would be completed. After Song Chanhua received the ancient demonic dragon's powerful soul power, her cultivation increased tremendously. She directly broke through from a 2-star 8th grade master to a 3-star 5th grade master. Not only that, but she had also obtained an incomparably powerful demonic dragon martial soul, as well as her lightning rune. It could be said that once she released a fatal attack, she could even kill a 4-star or 5-star master. The demonic dragon army was the foundation of the World Society. All the demonic dragon mounts were born and hatched in the demonic dragon cave. The demonic dragon cave was guarded by the ancient demonic dragon fossil. Even the early energy of the demonic dragon hatchlings came from the demonic dragon fossil. Only people with the demonic dragon martial soul could enter the demonic dragon cave. Therefore, with the demonic dragon martial soul, one would control of the demonic dragon cave, control of the demonic dragon mount and demonic dragon army. Now that this authority was in Song Chunhua's hands, it was equivalent to Song Chanhua grasping the foundation of the entire world assembly. The World Society's Great Purge was still ongoing and would continue for a very long time. Song Chanhua and the 1,000-strong Devil Dragon army remained in the world, gathering to oversee the cleansing process. Once everything was done, they would return to Cloud Sky City. As for the remaining 2,000 members of the Devil Dragon Army, they followed Yang Dingtian southward. The 3,000 Devil Dragon Reserve Army would continue to stay in the World Society and undergo harsh combat training so that they could become an army as soon as possible. Yang Dingtian led the Demon Vulture Army back to Cloud Heaven City from the World Gathering in just half a day. The World Meeting this time was of great importance. Why didn't Dongfang Minmi come with him to the north? Although Cloud Sky City's safety was important, Evil Wei's large-scale forces had already gathered in Zhongzhou. Qin Wanqiu couldn't possibly do anything to Cloud Sky City, so Cloud Sky City wouldn't be in any danger in just 1 or 2 days. The only reason why Dongfang Minmi did not follow them north was because of the newly born Naga. This Naga was still transforming and had yet to awaken. It was still in a state of confusion. Although it wasn't as manic as before, it was still in a manic state. Other than Yang Dingtian, only a Grandmaster-level expert like Dongfang Minmi could suppress it. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi stayed behind to guard Naga's further transformation. After returning to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian ordered the Demon Vulture Army to rest and prepare to depart at any time. Then he went directly to the depths of the Great Cloud Sky Mountain's underground cave. This underground cave had an entire pool of unfreezing water. All of it was transferred over by Yang Dingtian. Dongfang Minmi stood guard outside the cave. His face was filled with fatigue. In the depths of the cave, Yang Dingtian used ice jade to build a jade room. Dugu Aoshuang was currently in the jade room. "Master, is she awake?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, she is awake," Dongfang Minmi said. "But you have to be mentally prepared." "What's wrong?" Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. "In any case, she will surpass any of your imagination and subvert any of your imagination. Although I didn't see it with my eyes, I used my spirit to perceive it. It has completely subverted my countless thoughts," Dongfang Minmi said. His face was still filled with shock. Dongfang Minmi continued. "She woke up 10 hours ago, but she is still manic. No energy aura is allowed to approach her within 100 steps. Otherwise, she will immediately spray out the black poison aura." Yang Dingtian walked into the cave. After thousands of turns, he came to the underground cave that was hundreds of meters deep. Here, white light was shining. An entire lake of unfreezing water floated above the ice jade room. In the jade room, Dugu Aoshuang's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Shuang-er?" Yang Dingtian shouted. Swoosh! Suddenly, an incomparably gorgeous female snake swam out of the unfreezing water. Hiss! Then, she swam to Yang Dingtian like lightning and instantly wrapped Yang Dingtian tightly with the snake's body. She was still the gorgeous and terrifying Naga. She still had horns on her head, sharp fangs, and a long face with snake eyes. However, she had grown from 5 meters to 10 meters, which reminded her of more than 3 or 4 times larger. "Where did you go?" Naga's mouth let out a voice that shook people's hearts. Yes, her voice was not loud, and it had very obvious female characteristics, but it had a powerful energy shock, as if countless echoes were vibrating, causing the entire figure to have an incomparable, penetrating power. "Why aren't you here with me? Instead, you left alone and trapped me here?" Naga asked. "I'm sorry. I have something very important to do," Yang Dingtian said gently, then gently stroked her back. Naga trembled. "Kiss me," Naga said. Yang Dingtian lightly kissed her lips. Instantly, Naga's body trembled intensely, and then her body started to shrink rapidly. The horns on her head quickly disappeared, and the scales on her face quickly faded. The scales on her body also faded. Suddenly, the absolutely beautiful Dugu Aoshuang appeared. Yang Dingtian took in a deep breath of cold air. Previously, when Dugu Aoshuang was aroused and turned into a human form, she was not so beautiful, and there were still some scales on her face. This time, The scales on her face had almost completely disappeared, and it turned into delicate, white skin that was as tender as blood. Furthermore, it was completely ice and jade bones. He knew that Dugu Aoshuang would be very, very beautiful without her scales, but he did not expect her to be so beautiful. Dugu Fengwu's beauty was definitely one of the best in the entire world. If there was a ranking, Dugu Fengwu was second only to Dongfang Bingling and was on par with Wu Maji. Of course, considering Wu Maji's exotic charm and unique charm, she was second only to Wu Maji. However, the Naga Dugu Aoshuang in front of him was even more beautiful than Dugu Fengwu. This kind of beauty was not just about her facial features. It was a kind of aura, a kind of radiance. It was as cold as ice and frost, and as beautiful as peach blossoms. That kind of gorgeous, noble, and terrifying beauty. In fact, Dugu Aoshuang's beauty was on par with the demonized Dongfang Bingling, and had the aura of catching up to the nihility Piaoling. This kind of beauty was something that ordinary people did not even have the courage to look at. In terms of figure, Dugu Aoshuang was undoubtedly the number one in the world. That kind of undulating mountains and rivers, that kind of magical curves. Who in the world could compare to her? 1,000-year-old fox spirit was originally unrivaled. But now, Dugu Aoshuang had directly suppressed the alluring demon. AUT this moment. Aoshuang's upper body had completely turned into a human form. Only below her ribs, there were some scales, which were a faint purple-gold color. Not only was it not scary, but it made her look even more seductive. However, the human form stopped abruptly at the waist. Although the curves below her waist were still moving, they were all covered in scales. The current Aoshuang was completely different from before. There was no trace of shyness or timidity, only fiery and bold. After a full quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian used a bit of strength and said with a smile, "Your body is so wrapped around me that I can't breathe." "Husband, why can't I look the same as other women? And why is half of my body a snake?" Naga Aoshuang said, "I want to become a complete woman. I want to give birth to your child. Don't you look pretty like this?" Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "It's not pretty, it's not pretty." Naga suddenly became agitated and said, "I want to become a woman. I want to become a woman. I want to go out. I want to go out." She suddenly became a little manic again, just like a child. Whatever she said she wanted it. All right, I'll definitely think of a way, okay?" Yang Dingtian, "Really?" Aoshuang said, "Of course it's true." Yang Dingtian, "You're the best. You're the person Aoshuang loves the most." Aoshuang kissed him again. After kissing for a while, she said sweetly, "Husband, I'm hungry." "All right, then what do you want to eat?" Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Aoshuang turned her head and thought for a while with her beautiful eyes wide open. Something like that green thing from that day. She was talking about the deep-sea Xian poison. But how could Yang Dingtian have the deep-sea Xian poison? It had long been completely devoured by the Naga in front of him. "Let's eat something else, okay?" Yang Dingtian, No, I want to eat that thing." Aoshuang began to act coquettishly again. "No, that thing is gone," Yang Dingtian said with a straight face. Immediately, Aoshuang's small mouth flattened and tears fell. She turned around and got angry, slapping the ground with her snake body with all her might. Yang Dingtian suddenly had a headache. Why did Aoshuang become like a child after becoming a Naga? "Baby, is this okay? I'll go find a lot of delicious food in the future. In short, I'll definitely find something that's even more delicious than that green smoke. Is that okay?" Yang Dingtian, "Pinky promise." Suddenly, Aoshuang's beautiful face turned into a smile as she extended her jade-like hand towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian and her pinky promise. At this moment, he really didn't know how old the Naga in front of him was. However, looking at her face that was like the day of June changing, he was afraid that her mental age was definitely not old. "Shuang, do you still remember Dugu Fengwu?" Yang Dingtian, Her? Of course I remember, but I'm prettier than her now. Humph. Ao Shuang said, then raised her little finger towards Yang Dingtian. However, you are not allowed to think about her. You can only think about me and love me alone. She still had memories. However, her temperament had completely turned into that of a child. Then do you still remember the baby? Yang Dingtian. Baby. Ao Shuang's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she suddenly broke free from Yang Dingtian and was about to fly out. Yang Dingtian hurriedly hugged her and said, "What's wrong?" "I'm going to find the baby. I'm going to find the baby," Ao Shuang said loudly. She still had a deep memory of the baby and immediately wanted to rush out to find the baby. "Be good. Wait until you completely transform into a human. Then go find the baby, okay? If you go out now and let others know that there is a Naga in Cloud Heaven City, the enemy will come to capture you. Yang Dingtian. Then I'll poison them all to death, kill them all." Ao Shuang said sternly, "But you're not good enough." Yang Dingtian. "By the way, what level is your cultivation now?" "What cultivation level? I don't know." Ao Shuang said, "Be good. Do you see the stone over there? Use your hand and pat it lightly." Yang Dingtian. "Left hand or right hand?" Ao Shuang said, "What's the difference?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes." Ao Shuang gently waved her left hand. In an instant, the stone condensed into ice. Stone condensed into ice. Then she gently waved her right hand. A ball of flame spewed out, and in an instant, the stone melted into red water. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Could it be like this? The left hand was Yin, the right hand was Yang, and she actually had dual attribute profound veins. Seeing Yang Dingtian's stunned expression, Ao Shuang became even more excited. There's more. Then she gently opened her mouth and spat at the stone. Suddenly, a colorless light shot out. Whoosh! In an instant, a huge rock next to her instantly turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth wide, completely unable to believe everything in front of him. Oh my God! Not only was there Yin and Yang, there was also an unknown third attribute energy attack. And the most important thing was that the energy of her small hand, gently waved, was actually similar to Yang Dingtian's attack energy. In other words, she had just become a Naga, and her cultivation level was above the master level. She had never cultivated for a day. Before this, her cultivation level could not even be considered as a novice martial artist. After becoming a Naga, she instantly reached the master level. This is too crazy. Husband, I'm amazing. Ao Shuang said proudly. Yang Dingtian nodded in disbelief. Shuang, do you cultivate? Yang Dingtian. Cultivate what? Ao Shuang was stunned. Then what kind of profound skill did you use just now? Yang Dingtian asked. No, I'm just randomly comparing. Ao Shuang said. Then Ao Shuang said, Husband, there's something even more fun. Let me show you. Then she flew out dozens of meters like lightning, and then came back like lightning with an iron chain in her hand. This iron chain was forged from black gold cold iron. It was used to lock a 1,000-year-old demon beast in Cloud Sky City hundreds of years ago. Its toughness should be second only to bloody black gold. Husband, watch carefully, Ao Shuang said. Then her soft and tender hands grabbed the two ends of the thick iron chain and twisted it hard. Suddenly, this incomparably tough iron chain was twisted into a fried dough twist. Then she pulled hard and broke it. I'm amazing, Ao Shuang said proudly. Amazing, amazing, Yang Dingtian muttered. And Ao Shuang directly grabbed a ball of unfreezing water and floated on her palm as if she was presenting a treasure. Husband, watch carefully, Ao Shuang said. Then her beautiful eyes stared at the ball of unfreezing water. Her gaze became brighter and brighter. Her pupils instantly turned into the color of flames. Then, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the temperature of the unfreezing water was getting higher and higher. It turned into ordinary water and finally began to boil, just when Yang Dingtian thought that her performance was over. Boom! This unfreezing water actually burned fiercely. A moment later, this unfreezing water burned away without a trace. Oh my God! Yang Dingtian was about to go crazy. And when Ao Shuang saw that her performance had completely stunned Yang Dingtian, she immediately felt a sense of accomplishment. She leaned over and kissed Yang Dingtian. My love, you have to watch carefully. It's going to be even more powerful. Then she quickly sucked over a piece of yang crystal and extended it in front of Yang Dingtian. Kiss, light it up. Yang Dingtian gently stroked and immediately ignited the crystal. A ball of flame suddenly burned fiercely. Ao Shuang's snow-white hands gently held the ball of flame. Not to mention being burned, there wasn't even a single trace of blackness. Kiss, watch carefully, Ao Shuang said, and then her beautiful eyes suddenly focused. In an instant, her pupils turned blue. Then a cold ray of light suddenly shot out and shot into the flames. Immediately after, a scene that Yang Dingtian would never forget appeared. This burning flame gradually began to solidify, change color and change color. Finally, from red to blue. From the flames, it turned into ice. That's right. Flames condensed into ice. Oh my God! Yang Dingtian cried out crazily in his heart. What kind of heaven-defying thing did I raise? Everything she had just performed had instantly subverted Yang Dingtian's understanding of martial arts. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? Tui, not a monster. Seeing Ao Shuang's incomparably beautiful face, her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Dingtian nervously and expectantly. It was as if a child had finished performing and was waiting for her parents' praise. That snow-white face that was so beautiful that it took one's breath away was completely pure and innocent to the extreme. How could such a cute beauty be a monster? Yang Dingtian suppressed all his shock and began to clap. Wow! Ao Shuang is so powerful, so powerful! Suddenly, Ao Shuang twisted her body and said proudly and shyly, This is nothing. Yo! After being praised, she still knew how to be shy and modest. Then, Yang Dingtian immediately fell into a huge dilemma. He only returned to Cloud Sky City for a short stay. Next, he had to go to White Cloud City as soon as possible and kill everyone in Yiwu City. This time his master, Dongfang Minmi, had to accompany him, because White Cloud City was different from the world. That was the enemy, Evil Ways' largest base in the northwest continent. He could just kill them all. Therefore, his Grandmaster Level Master had to accompany him. However, with Ao Shuang like this, how could Yang Dingtian be at ease letting her stay here alone? She was completely like a child, completely temperamental. Other than Yang Dingtian who could control her, other than his master who could suppress her, there was no one in the entire Cloud Sky City who could do anything to her. Not to mention causing trouble. What if she didn't like staying in this crypt and wanted to go out to play? No one, nothing, could stop her. And her current appearance, once she went out and was seen by others, then to Cloud Sky City, to Yang Dingtian, it would be a disaster that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Evil Ways would give up everything in the Central State, use everything to kill Cloud Sky City, take it away, or kill Ao Shuang. Before Ao Shuang grew up, kill Ao Shuang. Kiss, what's wrong with you? Ao Shuang touched Yang Dingtian's face with her small hands, then mischievously stuck out her small tongue and touched Yang Dingtian's frowning brows. No, nothing. Yang Dingtian looked at the pair of pure and innocent eyes in front of him. She was extremely beautiful, but her face was like a child's. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Good boy. Yang Dingtian looked at Ao Shuang and said, If I have to go out and do something and Master has to follow me, I can't guard the door and not let you out. Then will you obediently stay here? Ao Shuang raised her head, bit her finger, and said, At first, but it won't be long before I run out. In any case, I can't control myself. Yang Dingtian nodded his head in pain. Damn it, then what should he do? At this moment, the voice of his master, Dongfang Minmi, came from outside. Child, a Grandmaster level expert, has come to visit, Dongfang Minmi said. Grandmaster level. Who was it? In the entire world, there weren't many Grandmaster level experts. Right at this moment, a familiar voice echoed in Yang Dingtian's ears. Yang Dingtian, please come out for a chat. It was Duga Xiao from the Temple of 10,000 Blood. Chapter 506. After leaving Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian met Dugu Xiao at the top of the mountain in the northeast corner. At this time, he didn't change his appearance at all. He appeared with a handsome, mighty, and highly recognizable face. Seeing Dugu Xiao, Yang Dingtian was a little surprised. He didn't know how to address him. Should he call him father-in-law or something else? Greetings, Senior Dugu. Yang Dingtian bowed. Why weren't you so respectful to me before? Dugu Xiao smiled. Before, I didn't know anything, Yang Dingtian said. Shuang, have you transformed? Dugu Xiao said, Yes. Yang Dingtian said, How did you know? Although she is Naga, she is still my daughter. Dugu Xiao said self-deprecatingly, I don't know if I should be proud. I actually have a Naga daughter, even if I didn't give birth to her myself. Then, what about Shuang, and Feng Wu's biological mother? Yang Dingtian asked. Dugu Xiao shook his head and said, If I say I don't know, would you believe me? Well, I really don't know. I just brought Shuang here. That's all for now. Senior, why? Why did you give Shuang to me? Yang Dingtian asked. Because you are handsome. Can't I? Dugu Xiao said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Facing this demon, because of the asymmetry of information, Yang Dingtian had never won. What about Feng Wu? Yang Dingtian asked. She has become a different person and has changed her memory. She doesn't remember me, and she doesn't remember you. I hope she can escape this disaster. Dugu Xiao said, If fate wills it, you may meet again. Can you give me some information? Yang Dingtian said, The baby used to have Aoshuang, but now Aoshuang has become Naga. So, then Yang Dingtian asked, By the way, are you going to see the baby? She's gone. Dugu Xiao said, If I see her, I won't be able to live for the next month. It's better to miss her in my head. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a while before saying, Senior, speaking of which, you should be my father-in-law and my child's grandfather. So, have you never thought of standing on her side and living with me and the baby? Dugu Xiao shook his head and smiled. I don't have that good fortune. Do you really care about the difference between good and evil? Yang Dingtian asked. You're not that kind of person at all. Dugu Xiao shook his head and said, Not everyone can betray the temple of annihilation. Everyone's destiny is destined. You don't understand it now, but you will when you grasp the top secret of this world. Can't you tell me anything about Feng Wu? Yang Dingtian asked. She's in Zhongzhou State. Dugu Xiao said. Thank you, father-in-law. Yang Dingtian bowed again. Yang Dingtian, I'm here. Dugu Xiao said, It's about Shuang. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, my entire way of thinking has been completely overturned. You can't imagine how powerful she is. She hasn't cultivated at all, but she has already broken through to the Grandmaster level. Moreover, she has Yin Qi, Yang Qi, and a third kind of Qi. She can turn fire into ice and ice into fire. In short, I feel that as a human being I can only be infinitely humble in front of her. Demigods. Dugu Xiao sighed. In the ancient world, there were countless underwater civilizations. You should know that the underwater area of the chaotic world is 4 to 5 times the area of the land, spanning 1,000,000 miles. So big? Yang Dingtian said in disbelief. The land area of the chaotic world was already many times larger than the earth, and the area of the ocean was 4 to 5 times larger than the land. Yes, so in the early days of ancient times, the underwater civilization was very developed, with thousands of countries. If the creatures of the underwater civilization were also called humans, the total population of the underwater civilization should be more than 100 billion. Duga Xiao said, and in the ancient world, the martial arts civilization on the land was much stronger than it is now. You should know that. Of course, most of the divine weapons, sharp swords, and secret manuals were dug out from the ground. They were all left behind from the ancient world. Therefore, the martial arts civilization of the ancient world was at least 10 times more than it was now. And the martial arts civilization at the bottom of the sea was more powerful than on land. Duga Xiao said, so, to describe the underwater countries in one sentence, it can be said that grandmasters are everywhere, and there are as many grandmasters as dogs. Then I came across such an account in an excavated book. There was an underwater country called the Underwater Rakshasa Country, and a city called the Hellfire City. There were about 1 million people inside, and it was a place with a very developed martial arts civilization. Then a Naga came, and in less than half a day, the entire city was exterminated, completely turning into a land of death, leaving not a single life behind. In an instant, Yang Dingtian almost couldn't breathe. A Naga destroyed a city with a population of 1 million in half a day, and it was a city with a very developed martial arts. Then just how powerful was he? The strongest person Yang Dingtian had ever seen was the ice spirit in the Despair City secret realm, a saint-level expert. That kind of power was already indescribable. Killing a 2,000-year-old demon spirit was like killing a chicken or a dog. But that wasn't a real person. It was just an energy life form. And Naga, a single person, destroyed an ancient underwater city with incomparably powerful martial arts in half a day. Then what was her cultivation level? Right now, Ao Shuang should be at the level of a trainee martial artist in the Naga realm, or even an initiate. Duga Xiao said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm, and she was still just a trainee martial artist of the Naga race? A Naga has almost endless life. Duga Xiao said, in fact, in ancient times, Naga was hatched. Therefore, even if Ao Shuang is a Naga, she should be a very, very special Naga. But one thing is certain. Although Ao Shuang now has the body of an adult, to Naga, she should be a very, very young Naga. I can already feel it. Yang Dingtian said, she has her previous memories, but her temperament is completely like a child's, completely temperamental. There's one more thing. I hope you're prepared for it. Duga Xiao said, Ao Shuang's growth period will be very, very long, so in fact, such a childlike temperament may need to be maintained for 100 years, 200 years. Ah, Yang Dingtian exclaimed. That's right, there's one more thing. She just became a Naga, and she was already a Grandmaster. In this way, you would think that in the next few years, she would quickly break through to the Grandmaster realm and break through to the Martial Saint realm. This is also impossible. Duga Xiao said, what I said before was not wrong. A Naga destroyed an underwater city with a population of millions. However, that was an adult Naga that was thousands of years old. Therefore, from the perspective of humans, the cultivation speed of Naga is actually incomparably slow, even slower than that of humans. Therefore, it may take a few years, a decade, or a few decades for Ao Shuang to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Because a decade of time is equivalent to a month or 2 for us in Naga's almost infinite lifespan. Yang Dingtian nodded. He completely understood that Naga's concept of time was completely different from that of humans. Naga's heaven-defying ability lay in their talent and profound veins. And the reason why Ao Shuang was so powerful as soon as she became a Naga was because she inherited her mother's, and she was born with a powerful energy. Part of it was inherited from her mother, and the other part came from the profound chi energy of the 30,000 blood eye demon army. There's one more thing. We don't have any cultivation technique manuals for Naga to cultivate. You might have to let her grow up naturally. Dugu Aoshwang said. Moreover, the older Naga gets, the more manic their temperament becomes, the more indifferent and contemptuous they become to other life forms. So, I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to hand Aoshwang over to you. This could be imagined. The Naga race was a demigod race. In her eyes, humans were like ants. Then the only thing that bound her should be Dugu Aoshwang's memories and her feelings for Yang Dingtian. As for how long this kind of feeling could last, he really didn't know. Perhaps one day, the noble and indifferent will of Naga would completely suppress Dugu Aoshwang's feelings and memories. But you can rest assured. After all, she is a Naga. Her entire body is an extremely terrifying existence. Even if she doesn't have any cultivation technique manuals, even if she breathes, she will automatically cultivate and automatically devour profound chi. Dugu Shao said, and there's one more thing. Since she has already become a Naga, she is almost immortal. Although she is only a master-level expert now, no expert in the world can kill her or even seriously injure her. So, if you can make her obedient, her heaven-defying talent and almost immortal body will be of great help to you. Dugu Shao said, the key is that you have to make her listen to you. Moreover, she will become more and more manic, more and more indifferent. The only way to break this is, what? Yang Dingtian. Marry her as soon as possible. Dugu Shao said, once you marry her, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, she will always listen to you. Ah, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Combining with Naga had such a function. Then Yang Dingtian said, even if I want to, I can't. Her lower body is a snake's body, not to mention a union. She can't even come out to see people. She can't let anyone see her body. Otherwise, evil ways will kill all of Cloud Sky City and snatch Aoshwang away. Yes, so the key is to make her turn into a human. Dugu Shao said, how do you turn into a human? Yang Dingtian asked. When she reaches the age of estrus, she can automatically take human form. Dugu Shao said, however, that might take 300 years. 300 years. At that time, Yang Dingtian's body would have turned into ashes. However, I think Aoshwang is different. Dugu Shao said the other Naga grew up in eggs for the first few decades, and Aoshwang, for the first 20 years, was a human. Therefore, she shouldn't need 300 years to take human form. By the way, how is she now? Has the horn on her head faded? Yang Dingtian said, it has long since faded. Not only has the horn on her head faded, but her entire upper body is already a complete human form. Only under her ribs, there are still some scales. Only the part under her buttocks is the snake's body. Ah! Dugu Shao immediately exclaimed, so fast? Her entire body should be the body of a 150-year-old Naga. Then Dugu Shao said, it's different. Aoshwang is different from normal Naga, completely different. From the looks of it, at least half of her body is human genes. Yang Dingtian saw that Dugu Shao couldn't say a suitable adjective, so he said the term of earth. Genes, what are genes? Dugu Shao said, it is a combination of numbers that determines all the characteristics of a creature. Yang Dingtian said, although I don't understand, I feel that it is very profound and powerful. Dugu Shao said, now it seems that Aoshwang is different from the Naga of ancient times. She has a completely unique characteristic. Then about her, genetic characteristics, you will have to gradually understand and master it yourself. If there is really no other way, and you feel that she is becoming more and more violent, more and more cold and aloof. Dugu Shao paused for a moment and said, in short, try your best to make her estrus and combine with her, the sooner the better. Because although Naga has been around for countless years, their loyalty to their feelings and partners is incomparable to that of any other creature. They will only have one partner in their lives, and they will never change their hearts. In fact, almost all Naga will choose to commit suicide when their partner dies. Ah, Yang Dingtian said in disbelief, the need for feelings is actually to such an extent. Of course, Dugashao said. Yang Dingtian asked, but after I combine with her, our cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Why is that? It's not that magical, is it? It's even more magical than that. Dugashao said, because once Naga finds a partner after mating, the two of them will become almost a whole, sharing many things such as profound qi, profound veins, and sea of qi. Therefore, Naga's need for a partner is like normal breathing. Without breathing, they will die. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Once Naga combined, they would actually share profound qi, profound veins, and sea of qi with their partners? Naga was actually so crazy and single-minded about feelings. However, Yang Dingtian had already felt Naga's passion for feelings. Even if it was just a kiss, Ao Shuang's reaction was extremely intense, almost 10 times that of an ordinary human woman. Moreover, her need for feelings was already extremely intense. When she was with Yang Dingtian, she was almost always wrapped around Yang Dingtian's body, kissing him every few seconds, and she didn't want to leave for even a second. Senior, that's really troublesome. Yang Dingtian said, I can't be with her all the time. I have a lot of things to do. However, it seems that once she leaves my side, she will become manic and uneasy, and she can't control herself at all. Is there any way to solve it? I can only let her quickly turn into a human and then keep her by my side forever. Dugashao said, however, she is very possessive. I reckon that if you keep her by your side, you won't be able to provoke other women. Otherwise, she will bite that woman to death. Immediately, Yang Dingtian trembled slightly. Although she has countless troubles, she can be said to be the only key for you to save the world and completely destroy all your enemies. Dugashao said, the reason why I gave Ao Shuang to you was because she had feelings for you, and the Naga's absolute devotion to feelings left me with no other choice. Therefore, if you want to save this world and change this world, the only key is Ao Shuang. You can think about it. Once you and Ao Shuang are united, you will become partners. You will be able to share her profound veins, her qi si, and her cultivation. What does that mean? It means that you have become half of Naga. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned once again. This was something that he had never thought about before. Dugashao handing Ao Shuang over to him. Although it was of great significance, he did not expect it to be so important. Once combined, they would become partners. Yang Dingtian shared Naga's profound veins and qi si. What did this mean? Yang Dingtian was extremely clear. That meant that Yang Dingtian could have the cultivation speed of a human, and at the same time possess the profound veins and qi si of Naga. That's right, then it was really as Dugashao had said. Yang Dingtian himself had become half of Naga. At that time, even he himself could not imagine what Yang Dingtian's cultivation would be like. Then Ao Shuang's mother was once united with you. Yang Dingtian. She's not Naga. She's just an undersea creature that hasn't fully evolved. She has a fatal flaw. So how can she give me anything? Dugashao said, Ao Shuang is different. She is already Naga, even though she is the only Naga. So Yang Dingtian, remember, you must let Ao Shuang go into heat as soon as possible and combine with her as soon as possible. In this way, you will share Naga's profound veins and qi si and become half of Naga. You will already be in an invincible position. Dugashao repeated. Yang Dingtian immediately nodded his head vigorously. If the combination with Ao Shuang had already risen to such a strategic level, then he would definitely not be the least bit hypocritical and pedantic. However, the only difficulty was that Ao Shuang was currently dragging a snake tail and had not completely transformed into a human. Even if they wanted to combine, it would be impossible. There was also a huge problem. This Ao Shuang had to be by his side at all times. This was already impossible. Speaking of which, Naga's Ao Shuang was indeed much more powerful and troublesome than Yang Dingtian had imagined. But no matter what, facing such a cute and beautiful Ao Shuang, no matter how troublesome it would still be sweet trouble. Chapter 507. Although completely merging with Naga Ao Shuang would allow Yang Dingtian to completely possess this Naga, and he himself would almost become half a Naga. This had already risen to a strategic level, but the difficulty was not small. At least for now, it was absolutely impossible. This was because Yang Dingtian had no idea how to completely transform Naga Ao Shuang into a human form. Otherwise, he would go and study it with Naga Ao Shuang in a while. Senior, let me ask you one last question. Yang Dingtian asked, is there anything that can make Naga fall into a deep sleep? Dugu Xiao thought for a while, then shook his head. Yang Dingtian asked, can anything be done? Dugu Xiao said, the deep sea Xian poison in Naga's body is the #1 poison in the world. She is not afraid of any poison or medicine in the world, so there is nothing that can make her fall asleep. There is only one way to make her fall asleep, and that is to make her want to sleep. Then, when does she want to sleep? What is her schedule? Yang Dingtian. I'm not sure, but basically she will be awake for a few months, and then sleep for a few months. Dugu Xiao said, moreover, they sleep because they cultivate or devour enough energy. They need to dissolve it in their bodies and let their bodies grow further. A few months? They only slept once in a few months? However, Yang Dingtian's Naga had only woken up for a few hours. Then, in the next few months, it meant that Ao Shuang would be incomparably awake. Oh my God! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's head swelled up. His time was very, very tight. He had to rush to White Cloud City to exterminate them as soon as possible. This time he had to let his master, Dongfang Minmi, accompany him. But Ao Shuang needed someone to guard her 24 hours a day, and it was a great grandmaster. One had to know that his master, Dongfang Minmi, had guarded the deep-sea Xian poison blood pool for several days and nights without sleeping. Moreover, he had killed hundreds of people, including several grandmasters, but he was not that tired. However, after guarding Naga Ao Shuang for more than 10 hours, he was already exhausted. What should he do? This Naga did not sleep and was very clingy. As long as there was no one guarding her, she would definitely break out. She couldn't control herself at all. Moreover, there was nothing that could hold her in. What do you want me to use? She could turn ice into fire, and she could turn fire into ice. With a gentle twist of her hand, she broke the incomparably tough black gold cold chain that had locked down a 1,000-year-old demonic beast like Noodles. Even if there was something that could lock her up, Yang Dingtian couldn't do that. Firstly, he couldn't bear to part with her. Secondly, Naga was devoted and passionate. If he hurt her heart, it might be irreparable. Senior, I have a request. It's very difficult for me to say it, but I still want to ask you. Yang Dingtian said, what's the matter? Yang Dingtian, can you help me guard Ao Shuang for a period of time? It won't be longer than 24 hours. Yang Dingtian said, I really have no other choice. Only a great grandmaster can watch over her. I need to go out and do something. Your Taiando League going out to do things is nothing more than killing evil ways. But you want me, a devil of evil ways, to help you look after your wife. Don't you think that's a bit too much? Dugu Xiao was speechless. It's too much, but there's nothing I can do about it. Besides, you are Ao Shuang's father. It's only right for you to take care of your daughter. Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Dugu Xiao's handsome and mighty face turned into a bitter gourd. He frowned and said, what is this? Yang Dingtian returned to the crypt. He had only left for a short while, but Ao Shuang had already started to go berserk. Once she went berserk, she would turn into the shape of a Naga. The sharp fins on her neck would become extremely gorgeous and terrifying. His body which was more than 10 meters long, swam back and forth in the crypt. "Why aren't you back yet? Why aren't you back yet?" he muttered to himself as he swam around in a frenzy. Yang Dingtian's figure had just appeared in the crypt. Immediately, a bolt of lightning stopped. In the next second, Ao Shuang was already in front of Yang Dingtian, her entire body tightly wrapped around Yang Dingtian. Her entire form had also changed from Naga to a beautiful snake, a face that was so beautiful that it was suffocating, an upper body that was filled with devilish curves, and a snake body that was nearly 2 meters long. Just now, she was a few thousand meters away from Yang Dingtian. In the blink of an eye, she arrived and directly entangled Yang Dingtian. This was even faster than the vulture blink technique. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Why did you go for so long? Ao Shuang used her small hands to pound Yang Dingtian's chest, acting coquettishly and complaining at the same time. A long time? It had only been less than 2 hours. This Naga beauty, who was definitely the most beautiful in the world, was truly pestering to the extreme. Kiss, kiss. Then she pouted and kissed him again. She was absolutely delighted, as if she would never get tired of it. Then the snake's body wrapped itself tighter and tighter around Yang Dingtian. Fortunately, he was a grandmaster-level expert. Otherwise, he would have been entangled to death. After kissing, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but carefully look at Ao Shuang's body from top to bottom and began to seriously study it. Ao Shuang's ears immediately turned red. She twisted her delicate body and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" "What's there to see?" "Beautiful, extremely beautiful. Shuang is the most beautiful in the world." Yang Dingtian. What was Yang Dingtian looking at? Of course, he was studying to see if there was anything that could be combined with Shuang. In the end, there was none. Her lower body was a snake's body. "Shuang, do you know how to take human form?" Yang Dingtian said. You despise me?" Ao Shuang's reaction was incomparably intense. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as she spoke loudly with tears in her eyes. "Nonsense. If you are like this, how are we going to get married?" Yang Dingtian asked. Immediately, Ao Shuang completely softened into water. She was so shy that her face was flushed red. She gently leaned against Yang Dingtian's face and said in a low voice, I don't know how to change." "Then, when you think the scales on your body are very strong?" Yang Dingtian said. "When I suck in that green thing." Ao Shuang said resolutely. "Ah, when he was absorbing the deep-sea Xian poison. But the deep-sea Xian poison has been completely absorbed by you." Yang Dingtian thought to himself. To be precise, the deep-sea Xian poison had been completely absorbed by the darkness, profound flame, and the Naga Ao Shuang. "Shuang, I need to go out and do something. I'll probably be back in a day. So, for the next day there will be Uncle will accompany you, okay?" Yang Dingtian said. "Not good, not good." Ao Shuang shouted, tightly entangling Yang Dingtian. "I won't let you go, I won't let you go, I won't let anyone see me, I won't let anyone see me. I only want you, I only want to be with you." Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end. Ao Shuang immediately became even more manic, using her snake tail to whip the ground. In an instant, all the hard jade ground where her snake tail had lashed out was turned into dust. She was clearly acting coquettishly, but the entire scene was filled with violent, destructive power, causing Yang Dingtian to tremble in fear. Her temperament was completely that of a child. She didn't know how to control herself at all. If he wanted something, he would only cry and make a ruckus. However, once she made a ruckus, her destructive power would be limitless. After a while, the entire ground had been completely turned to dust. Then she raised her small face and said with tears in her eyes, "Husband, don't leave me, okay? Stay here with me, okay? But I have something very important to do." Yang Dingtian. "Then take me with you," Ao Shuang said resolutely. Yang Dingtian immediately felt a headache coming on. He then took a deep breath and said, Shuang, actually the reason I went this time is because there is something very, very rare and very, very fun. I'm going to get it, make it a gift for you, give you a surprise. So just stay here obediently for a day. Very soon, I'll be back in a day. I'll bring you a gift, a very surprising gift. Really? A.O. Shuang's beautiful eyes immediately widened to the maximum. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was immediately filled with boundless joy as she shouted, Yes, really. Yang Dingtian, husband, you're the best to me. Shuang loves you the most. A.O. Shuang fiercely kissed Yang Dingtian, then quickly let go of Yang Dingtian. In the next second, she dived into the unfreezing pool. Husband, hurry up and go, hurry up and go. A.O. Shuang happily swam around in the unfreezing pool that was close to absolute zero. Yang Dingtian was stunned. How could this be? Was it so easy to be coaxed? Indeed, it was possible. Although this Naga beauty in front of him had fully matured, her temperament was completely that of a child. He could coax her as much as he wanted to coax the child. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then Yang Dingtian heard A.O. Shuang counting. The interval between each number was very even. Shuang, what are you doing? Yang Dingtian, I'm counting. When I count to 86,400, my husband will be back. A.O. Shuang said happily. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's heart softened. This Naga A.O. Shuang was as annoying as a child and even troublesome. However, her love was absolutely pure without any impurities, and even absolutely unique. When you count to 86,400, I will definitely come back. Yang Dingtian said in his heart, and then left the crypt. When he arrived at the entrance of the crypt, Duga Xiao was already guarding there. Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly at him. He also smiled helplessly at Yang Dingtian and said, Remember, 86,400. It's best not to be late, or else she will be sad. Dongfang Minmi was covered in a black cloak, riding another demon eagle. Yang Dingtian was riding on the demon eagle king. The two of them, as well as Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongxue, led the 800 demon eagle legion. Taking advantage of the night, they headed straight for the White Cloud City at an altitude of several thousand meters. Yang Dingtian was in a hurry. After dealing with the World Society, he didn't wait for the World Society's matter to be completely settled. He led his team and left, leaving the World Society's matter to Song Chanhua. And in the Cloud Sky City, he only delayed for a little more than 2 hours. Then he immediately headed for the White Cloud City in the southwest. What he pursued was speed. He wanted to complete these two matters before the enemy, or even Qin Wanchou, could react. By the time they found out, the entire matter would have been set in stone and couldn't be changed. Moreover, from Yang Dingtian's actions in the World Society, it had already shown that he already had the list of people who were lurking in the evil ways. Therefore, he had to completely resolve the situation in the western region before these people went underground. He had to completely clean up the western region. White Cloud City was about 5,000 miles away from Cloud Sky City. It was located at the extreme southwest of the northwest continent, and it was a huge peninsula. The entire peninsula was 1,500 miles long and 400 miles wide. The entire island had a population of about 3 million. Therefore, looking at the data, the White Cloud City's strength was about 2 to 3 times that of Cloud Sky City. In fact, because of the marriage alliance with the Mystic Sky Sect and Zhu Qingzhu's support to fight against the Northwest Qin City, the White Cloud City's strength was far more than 2 to 3 times that of Cloud Sky City. However, in the crusade against Yang Dingtian this time, other than the 150,000 soldiers that formed the Western Legion with the Northwest Qin City, the White Cloud City had also sent out nearly 100,000 elite soldiers to join Qin Chichi's Southern Legion. During the war, the 150,000 soldiers that followed the Northwest Qin City had returned unscathed. However, the 100,000 elite soldiers that followed Qin Chichi had all died. In fact, there wasn't even a splash of water. Unfortunately, these 100,000 soldiers were the most elite soldiers of the White Cloud City. Therefore, this loss caused Yi Wuqing to feel heartache. He also hated Yang Dingtian to the bone. Qin Wanqiu had also discovered the blood pool created by killing the blood pupil devil army long ago. However, he didn't make any noise. The first person who paid attention to it and reported it to Zhu Qingzhu was Yi Wuqing. It was also Yi Wuqing who proposed to form the Tiando League's investigation team to obtain the blood pool and to kill Yang Dingtian. In the entire Western world, the place that was infiltrated the deepest by evil ways was undoubtedly this White Cloud City. If this White Cloud City was completely annihilated, it would be the greatest foundation of the evil ways in the Western world. The entire Western world would be cleansed by half. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, the Demon Eagle Legion was like black lightning as it whizzed past. Although the 800 Demon Eagle Legion was carrying a few thousand kilograms of weight, their flying speed was still extremely shocking. They were traveling 800 to 900 miles per hour. Every time Yang Dingtian led the Demon Eagle Legion to attack, he would be extremely shocked. This was obviously a type of flying demonic beast, but its flying speed was actually not inferior to the early fighter jets on Earth. It was a miracle. At an altitude of over 3,000 meters, under the cover of the night, the Demon Eagle Legion was black in color. Therefore, the 800 Demon Eagle Legion, led by Yang Dingtian, did not attract anyone's attention at all. They flew past the desolate and spectacular Sunset Mountain Range, flew past the Abyss Ravine, flew past the vast Northwest Continent, and flew past the extremely prosperous West Continent City. After more than 6 hours, Yang Dingtian and the Demon Eagle Legion had already flown to the sky above the White Cloud City. However, the White Cloud City was at the southernmost tip of the peninsula. It was an extremely spectacular and incomparably sturdy, huge city. After flying for nearly another hour, below, the White Cloud City was already in sight. The entire White Cloud City covered an area of dozens of miles, and there were castles after castles. Even under the dark night sky, the White Cloud City was completely white. This was because the White Cloud City was completely built with white jade. This white jade was completely white and as hard as iron. It was mined from the bottom of the sea. The White Cloud City used this kind of stone to build the city, so it was named the White Cloud City. For hundreds of years, the White Cloud City and the Northwest Qin City had fought countless battles. The White Cloud City lost more than they won. Countless times, the White Cloud City had completely lost their 1,000-mile territory. However, no matter how strong the Northwest Qin City was, they couldn't compare to the White Cloud City. This was because the White Cloud City was simply too sturdy. On the south side of the White Cloud City was a huge plaza. The plaza was surrounded by tall city walls, and outside the city walls were densely packed docks. That's right, the White Cloud City had the strongest navy in the entire Western world. Of course, his fleet was nothing compared to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, in the Western world, it was already enough to dominate. It was a pity that the Cloud Sky City wasn't near the sea, so the White Cloud City's fleet couldn't display its prowess. When they were dozens of miles away from the White Cloud City, the expressions of Yang Dingtian and the rest changed. This was because the entire White Cloud City was brightly lit. It was as bright as day. In the sky above the White Cloud City, hundreds of winged cavalry warriors were circling. The plaza of the White Cloud City was densely packed with soldiers. Countless large crystal crossbows were lined up neatly. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and the rest instantly looked at each other. Could it be that the White Cloud City had received news that Yang Dingtian was coming to exterminate them, so they took precautions in advance? However, this was a top secret among top secrets. Less than 10 people knew about Yang Dingtian's plan to exterminate the White Cloud City. None of these people would betray him. When they flew closer to the White Cloud City, Yang Dingtian was finally relieved. The The White Cloud City had made such a big move not to guard against Yang Dingtian's extermination attack, but for another purpose. This was because the densely packed soldiers in the plaza behind the White Cloud City numbered close to 100,000 people. That wasn't all. On the surface of the sea, there were countless warships with countless soldiers on them. The close to 100,000 people in the plaza were also neatly lined up, ready to board the warships. On the plaza, the countless crystal crossbows were also prepared to be shipped onto the warships. It was already the middle of the night. No one knew why the White Cloud City had mobilized so many soldiers. At this moment, the younger brother of the White Cloud City governor, Yi Wujing, was loudly lecturing. From today onwards, you will have a new name. You will be called the Western Expeditionary Force. You only have one goal, and that is to work with the Zhongzhou Alliance Army to exterminate the rebels of the Tiando League, those who colluded with Yang Dingtian's evil forces, the Earth-splitting city, and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. You should feel proud because in the entire Western region, only the White Cloud City has the right to join the expeditionary force. Only the White Cloud City has the right to fight alongside the Black Heaven sect. What you are about to welcome is an incomparably glorious victory. This is because you will be fighting alongside the millions of soldiers from the Zhongzhou Alliance, the Black Heaven sect, and the Yin Yang School. We will destroy the earth-shattering city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion with a monstrous momentum that can destroy the heaven and earth. When you return victorious, it will be the time for the White Cloud City to advance to the 9 gates. Of course, there is also a small mission on your way to the Zhongzhou Alliance. That is to completely wipe the Wooden Sword Castle off the face of the chaotic world. This was because the Wooden Sword Castle's Li Guanong was a remnant of Yang Dingtian. Anyone who stood together with Yang Dingtian would have committed an unredeemable sin. Anyone who stands with Yang Dingtian must be exterminated. Of course, this kind of mission will be very, very easy. The entire Wooden Sword Castle has less than 10,000 people. It would be easy for us to kill them all. When the time comes, we will pile up the heads of the Wooden Sword Castle into a statue. We will warn the world that those who stand with Yang Dingtian will die. Kill the Wooden Sword Castle. Kill the remnant of Yang Dingtian. Yi Wujing roared furiously. Of course, he had reason to hate and reason to be angry. This was because Yang Dingtian had stolen his wife. Even though he could no longer have sex, Qin Mingli had remarried to Yang Dingtian. From then on, her loyalty and love were endless. This was the greatest humiliation to Yi Wujing. Kill the Wooden Sword Castle. Kill the remnant of Yang Dingtian. After destroying the Wooden Sword Castle, you can take all the women inside, including Li Guanong's daughter. She was once Yang Dingtian's lover. Don't you want Yang Dingtian's women? Yes. Countless soldiers roared. Let's go, Yi Wujing ordered. Immediately, the 100,000 soldiers in the square boarded the warships in neat rows. On the surface of the sea, the warships that had already been loaded set sail towards the southwest. They were densely packed and covered the surface of the sea like ants. Yang Dingtian immediately looked at Qin Huaiyu and said, I didn't expect 2 things. First, I didn't expect to have so many women. Second, I didn't expect White Cloud City to gather together and wait for us to kill them. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly pulled out his sword and roared. White Cloud City colluded with evil ways. Their crimes are unforgivable. As the leader of the hidden sect, I order to completely exterminate White Cloud City. Kill, Yang Dingtian ordered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless demon vulture legion suddenly spread out and swooped down like fighter jets. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless bombs suddenly fell from the sky. Immediately, the entire White Cloud City staged the most spectacular air raid scene in the chaotic world. Countless demon vultures shuttled through the darkness. With a shocking whistling sound, they were densely packed and covered the sky and the earth. Then, countless black, dots fell from the sky. Yang Dingtian led the demon beast army in the chaotic world to stage a sneak attack on White Cloud Harbor. Although it was a fantasy version, whether it was the scene or the slaughter, it surpassed the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. All the White Cloud City's army looked at the sky in shock. They only saw countless black dots falling from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The almost endless black dots then turned into endless, terrifying flames. The flames that devoured everything. The entire sky was instantly blood red. Chapter 508. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of cannonballs fell into the battle array of the army in the square like raindrops, into the dense military equipment, and into the neatly arranged array of crystal crossbows. Then there was an earth-shattering explosion. Endless flames instantly swallowed up the darkness of the night, causing the entire White Cloud City to be as bright as day. The earth-shattering explosion caused all other sounds in the world to disappear. The violent explosion caused the ground to tremble violently, even dozens of miles away. Then, the densely packed army on the ground seemed to have been wiped out in an instant. Countless broken limbs flew into the sky, and countless warriors were smashed into pieces. Countless military equipment turned into dust. The entire White Cloud City was stunned by this terrifying attack. Since the day the White Cloud City was built, they had never thought that they would be attacked from the sky, let alone bombed from the sky. Suddenly, the White Cloud City could not react at all. However, the bombing continued. More than 500 huge demon vulture army were carpet bombing the army on the ground. The demon vultures were extremely huge and could carry a maximum weight of 20 to 30,000 pounds. This time, considering that they had to fly quickly, each demon vulture only carried about 6 to 7 pounds of cannonballs. Each demon vulture carried more than 100 cannonballs to the north. The riders on the back of the demon vultures were responsible for dropping the cannonballs. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The seemingly endless black dots fell from the sky and smashed into the densely packed crowd. Boom, 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 boom. After the earth-shattering explosion, countless soldiers were smashed into pieces while running in panic. These people did not even know how to lie down. They only knew how to run and hide. However, the bombs came from the sky. Within a radius of 2 to 3 miles, there were tens of thousands of bombs falling at the same time. There was no blind spot at all. Looking from the sky, one could only see that the entire ground was covered in crazy flames. The entire square was completely covered in flames. The other 300 demon vultures flew into the sky and bombarded the warships on the sea. At this moment, there are hundreds of warships on the sea. More than half of them had been loaded and were preparing to head east. Because it was in their own port, there was no defense at all. The only threat to the demon vulture army was the large crystal crossbows, which had not been assembled yet. One had to know that the energy of crystals was limited, so they had to be stored away when they weren't fighting. After being attacked, the commander on the warship began to shout desperately, "Open the crystal crossbows! Open the crystal crossbows!" Only then did the crystal crossbowmen scramble to assemble the giant crystal crossbows. After the soldiers were stunned by the scene on the shore, they picked up their crossbows and fired randomly into the air under the orders of their respective commanders. Demon vulture warriors, after aiming at the warship, throw the cannonball with all your might and smash it into the hull of the ship. Qin Huaiyu ordered loudly, "Yes." Then, more than 300 members of the Demon Vulture Legion quickly swooped down toward the warships on the sea. Their speed reached the extreme in an instant, making a terrible whistling sound in the air. On the other hand, the warships on the sea were too big of a target, and it was difficult for them to move around. Bang! The Demon Vulture warrior grabbed 2 cannonballs and smashed them into the ship. Every Demon Vulture warrior had an arm strength of more than 500 kilograms. In addition, the cannonball itself weighed dozens of kilograms and the terrifying speed of the Demon Eagle's dive. In an instant, the energy of each cannonball was incomparably astonishing, and it directly became the most primitive armor-piercing cannonball. With a loud bang, the cannonballs were directly smashed into the interior of the ship, directly smashing through the deck. Boom! Boom! Then there was an earth-shattering explosion. Shards and flames soared into the sky. This wooden warship, which was dozens of meters long, was suddenly thrown up like a toy and was instantly broken from the waist. Immediately after, the other cannonballs exploded violently. Each wooden warship was hit by no less than 10 cannonballs. In an instant, the violent explosion tore the entire warship into pieces. The soldiers on the warship were instantly smashed into pieces. "Shoot! Shoot! Shoot!" The commanding officers of the other warships cried out in shock. Countless soldiers, one after another, shot arrows into the air. Tens of thousands of arrows, like raindrops, were thrown into the air wave after wave. However, it was easier said than done to shoot the fast-flying demon vulture. Even if the demon vulture was large and the target was large, it was shot. However, these sharp arrows instantly broke when they hit the demon vulture's body. Not to mention hurting the demon vulture, they didn't even hurt a hair. In this way, 300 demon vultures, every 3 of them, stared at a ship. Each ship was ruthlessly smashed into more than 10 cannonballs. In an instant, the huge warships on the surface of the sea were blown up one after another, smashed into pieces. While the Demon Vulture Legion was bombarding, they were enjoying a completely realistic movie scene. On the Black Sea surface, huge warships, one after another, turned into huge fireballs and then completely disappeared. After blowing up one ship, they immediately targeted the next one. In an instant, the entire sea surface turned into hell. Countless fireballs rushed into the sky. Countless warships were smashed into pieces. A few minutes later, on the entire sea surface, there was no longer a complete warship. The entire sea surface was completely burned. Countless fragments of warships floated on the sea surface, burning fiercely. Countless white Cloud City soldiers had already been buried at the bottom of the sea. Only a small number of them were struggling in the sea, desperately screaming. There were also countless corpses crowded on the sea surface. The sea surface within a radius of dozens of miles was completely dyed red with blood. On the square on the ground, the bombardment had already ended. The entire square was surrounded by walls on all sides. 100,000 soldiers had nowhere to run, even if they wanted to. The 500 Demon Vulture Legion was carpet bombing wave after wave. In less than a few minutes, there was not a single standing figure in the entire square. The square was charred black, filled with blood and corpses. In less than half an hour, the bombardment had temporarily ended. The White Cloud City's expeditionary army of more than 200,000 soldiers, along with countless military equipment and hundreds of various warships, had been completely annihilated. In addition to the 100,000 soldiers that were destroyed in front of Cloud Sky City, the White Cloud City's army of more than 300,000 was completely destroyed. It could be said that all of White Cloud City's military forces had been completely uprooted. After a full half an hour of bombardment, the most important person that Yang Dingtian's side had seen was Yi Wujing. The White Cloud City Lord, Yi Wuqing, did not appear from the beginning to the end. At this time, White Cloud City was already in a state of panic. Most people were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves and hiding in a panic. The few thousand remaining warriors were like dragons without a leader, hastily setting up defenses. "Who are you? How dare you ambush White Cloud City? Aren't you afraid that the Tiando League will crush you?" Finally, a woman's voice was heard from White Cloud City. It should be Yi Wuqing's wife. Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian. As soon as Yang Dingtian's voice fell, a wave of exclamations came from White Cloud City. "Yang Dingtian!" "Madam," Yi shouted these 3 words, which were completely filled with bone-deep hatred. She said sternly, "We didn't pursue the matter, but you dared to ambush White Cloud City. You're courting death." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Was there something wrong with this woman's brain? At this time, She still said that Yang Dingtian was courting death. Yang Dingtian, do you know who I am? The woman asked. Yi Wuqing's wife? Yang Dingtian asked. My surname is Zhu. My mother's family is the Black Heaven sect. Madam, Yi said sternly, you dared to offend White Cloud City today. I'll crush Cloud Sky City in the future. Retreat immediately and wait for the wrath of the Black Heaven sect. Yang Dingtian could not help but look at Zhu Hongxue. She's from the fairy pavilion of the Black Heaven sect. She's my father's cousin. Zhu Hongxue said, what should I do? Kill her or not? Why aren't you getting lost? Madam, Yi said sternly. Kill. Yang Dingtian said. In an instant a sword ray shot out. Whoosh! Madame Ye's head was suddenly cut off and flew straight into the air. Even when she died, there was a look of disbelief in her eyes. She was Zhu Qingzhu's cousin. She was from the Black Heaven sect. How dare Yang Dingtian kill her? White Cloud City was completely silent. At this time, the 800 Demon Vulture Legion gathered in the air. How many artillery shells do you have left? Yang Dingtian asked. About 40,000, Qin Huaiyu said. Bombard White Cloud City. Yang Dingtian ordered. Yes. The 800 Demon Vulture Legion attacked like lightning. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the 800 Demon Vulture Legion flew directly to the sky above the central castle of White Cloud City. Then, hundreds of Demon Vulture warriors accurately smashed bombs into every window and every door in the castle. Boom, 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 another earth-shattering explosion. The entire White Cloud City was trembling violently. Countless flames instantly engulfed the central castle of White Cloud City. Yang Dingtian's remaining artillery shells were, of course, not enough to bombard White Cloud City that was 10 to 20 miles in radius. However, it was more than enough to bombard the central area of White Cloud City. The other places in White Cloud City were at most ordinary military camps and residences of ordinary people. Important people, important institutions, including Yi Wuqing's entire clan, were in the central castle that was 2 miles in radius. These tens of thousands of artillery shells were more than enough to bombard the central castle that was 2 to 3 miles in radius. The 800 Demon Vulture Legion shuttled through the sky above the central castle like black lightning. These Demon Vulture warriors were cunning and poisonous as they threw all of their bombs into the doors and windows. Then, in the narrow space of the house, the bombs exploded with shocking lethality. Basically, if a bomb exploded in a room, there would be absolutely no survivors. Boom, 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 boom. This was because it was a precise point-to-point explosion and not a carpet bombing. Therefore, the bombing lasted for a long time. It lasted for almost an hour. Suddenly, the central castle that was 2 miles in radius was blown into a pile of ruins. Almost everyone in the castle and all the castle soldiers were killed by the explosion. Most of the survivors hid in the basement of the central castle. In fact, when the square and the sea were being bombed, many people had already hidden in the basement. Yi Wuqing did not appear, not to mention Yi Wuqing. Even the other master-level powerhouses of White Cloud City did not appear. During the entire bombing process, only 4 or 5 martial honorable level powerhouses flew into the air to counterattack, causing 3 or 4 casualties to Yang Dingtian's Demon Vulture warriors. However, almost in an instant, these 4 or 5 martial honorables were quickly killed. How strange! Where did Yi Wuqing go? Where did the elite powerhouses of White Cloud City go? Arriving at the entrance of the bunker, Yang Dingtian shouted sternly, "Everyone in the bunker, come out immediately." There was no response. Qin Huaiyu stepped forward, condensed the mystic fire, and suddenly bombarded the thick iron door of the bunker. Boom! There was a loud bang. Suddenly, the thick iron door flew out, and the bunker opened wide, and a burst of exclamations came from inside. "The people inside, come out immediately, or I will throw poison gas bombs inside and kill all of you," Yang Dingtian said sternly. There were still exclamations inside, but no one came out. "Throw the bombs," Yang Dingtian said sternly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, dozens of special bombs were thrown in. After the explosion, there was no fire, only a burst of yellow smoke, releasing an extremely irritating smell. Ah! Suddenly, the people in the bunker let out a burst of miserable screams. Everyone coughed desperately, almost unable to breathe. Then, blood spots appeared on the surface of their bodies. This poison gas bomb was, of course, not a high-level thing. It was made from the poison of the poison hands devil and the feces of the demonic dragon. It could kill people, but it was definitely not that terrifying. However, the reaction was incomparably intense and simply intolerable. Immediately, countless people in the bunker escaped one after another. After reaching the ground, everyone coughed and vomited desperately. After everyone in the bunker was chased out, there were actually 2,000 to 3,000 people. Yang Dingtian looked at the thousands of people in a sorry state and ordered indifferently, "Kill all the Yi clansmen. Kill all the martial artists above the great mystic martial master level." "Yes," Qin Huaiyu said. More than half an hour later, swish, 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 thousands of heads fell to the ground. The entire Yi clan, except for Yi Wuqing, who was absent, a few of his sons, and dozens of elite experts had all been killed. Thousands of heads rolled on the ground, and blood soaked the entire ground. "Little Five, where did Yi Wuqing and Yi Feng go?" Qin Huaiyu asked. He was asking about Qin City's fifth young mistress, his sister, Yi Feng's wife. Although fifth young mistress Qin was afraid and couldn't bear to see White Cloud City being massacred, there was also a kind of joy in her beautiful eyes. Then, Qin Huaiyu found mottled wounds on her body. It turned out that after Yi Feng was defeated by Yang Dingtian and coupled with Qin Mingli's remarriage, the relationship between White Cloud City and Qin City instantly reached a freezing point. Therefore, fifth young Mistress Qin's days in White Cloud City became incomparably difficult. Yi Feng was almost thinking of ways to torture her, to experience the pleasure of taking revenge on Qin City. However, a night as husband and wife meant endless devotion for the rest of their lives. Although he had been violent before overall, because of fifth young Mistress Qin's beauty, Yi Feng still couldn't help but admire her sometimes. However, after the yin-yang mirror incident, as the most loyal lackey of evil ways, Yi Feng was bestowed with the lowest level of evil spirit energy. Instantly, his cultivation skyrocketed, and his temperament began to distort. Therefore, fifth young Mistress Qin's hell completely arrived. The endless abuse almost made her want to commit suicide. Therefore, although she was weak and kind, she was more happy than unwilling to see White Cloud City being massacred. "They went to kill people," fifth young Mistress Qin said. "Kill people? Kill who?" Qin Huaiyu asked. "The vassals of White Cloud City's territory." Fifth young Mistress Qin said. "White Cloud City also wants to abolish the vassal system, and all the territories and millions of people will be under the direct rule of White Cloud City. Therefore, many vassals are naturally unwilling, so Yi Wuqing is going to launch a full-scale massacre. In the past half a month, tens of thousands of people have been killed, and the entire purge is about to end. Yi Wuqing is about to leave for Zhongzhou. This lackey is quite proactive." Qin Huaiyu sneered. "Fifth young mistress, when will Yi Wuqing come back?" "How many people are there in total?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Every time they come back before dawn, there are about 3,000 people. They are the most elite forces of White Cloud City," fifth young Mistress Qin said. Yang Dingtian looked at the sky and said, "Prepare for battle. We must kill Yi Wuqing and all the elite lackeys in one go." "Yes," Qin Huaiyu said. "Fifth young mistress, do you plan to return to Qin City or—" Yang Dingtian asked. "Brother-in-law, can I go back to Cloud Sky City with you?" "I don't want to go back to Qin City," fifth young Mistress Qin said. "Okay, Yang Dingtian said out why Yi Wuqing led more than 3,000 of the most elite warriors to carry out the final massacre and purge of the vassals in the territory. Tonight was completely over. From today onwards, the White Cloud Peninsula, more than 1,000 miles of land, completely belonged to White Cloud City and the Yi family. He led 4 grandmasters, dozens of martial venerables, and thousands of elites from White Cloud City. They rode the fiercest and fastest beast steeds. In the past half a month, they swept through the entire White Cloud Peninsula and killed nearly 100,000 people. All the vassals in White Cloud City who were unwilling to give up were all slaughtered. Some of the vassals who had already declared that they were willing to surrender were also slaughtered. From babies to 100-year-old elders, none of them were left behind. He was about to lead hundreds of thousands of troops to Zhongzhou. He had to leave behind a completely clean White Cloud City and more than 1,000 miles of land. What he was most unwilling to give up on this trip to Zhongzhou was that he couldn't destroy Cloud Sky City and wipe out Yang Dingtian's family. However, Zhu Qingzhu had already promised that as long as Zhongzhou was completely purged, he would immediately launch an even greater and completely destructive attack on Cloud Sky City. In order to reward Yi Wuqing for his loyalty, Zhu Qingzhu promised to give Yi Wuqing Yang Peipei. Yi Wuqing didn't have a choice. He didn't want to choose either. He had to completely stand on the side of the strong. As for the side that was incomparably evil, so what? When Yang Dingtian started a massacre in White Cloud City, Yi Wuqing was 400 miles away. It was very difficult for him to see the flames of the explosion. The messengers sent by White Cloud City were also caught by the demon Vulture Army and killed. The key point was that Yi Wuqing's massacre was random and secret. The route he took was also a secret. Even if there were messengers who escaped, they wouldn't know where the elite beast cavalry led by him was. Just like that, Yi Wuqing returned to White Cloud City at full speed with the euphoria of killing and raping. He was in high spirits with the smell of blood. When he was still more than 10 miles away from White Cloud City, he already felt that something was wrong. Then he gave the order to advance at full speed. Not long after, the distant White Cloud City was in front of him. What he saw was a huge stretch of ruins. There was also a huge statue of human heads. There were at least tens of thousands of heads piled up to form a statue. The head at the top was his wife, Zhu Xianing. Suddenly, Yi Wuqing's body turned cold. He felt like his liver and gallbladder were about to burst. Chapter 509. Tens of thousands of skulls piled up into a pedestal. The visual impact was extremely strong. In particular, the head at the top belonged to his wife, Zhu Xianing. Because this woman came from the Black Heaven sect, no one in White Cloud City dared to offend her, including Yi Wuqing. Now, her beautiful and slightly ferocious face was facing him. Her empty and frightened eyes were staring at him just like that. The first thing Yi Wuqing felt was not anger and hatred, but extreme shock and disbelief. How was this possible? In this world, who else would dare to do such a thing? He was married to the Black Heaven sect's Zhu Qingzhu. He was the strongest force in the evil ways in the Western world. Therefore, according to common sense, he was connected to both the good and the evil ways. Even Qin Wan Chou from Qin City would not dare to do such a thing to him. Who was it? Was he crazy? He dared to destroy the entire White Cloud City and kill everyone in it. Whoosh! Yi Wuqing flew into the air and looked down. Suddenly his heart twitched, and then he felt a sharp pain in his heart. The entire White Cloud City had turned into hell. It was completely in ruins. The square in the distance was densely packed with corpses. On the sea in the distance, there were fragments of warships everywhere. Countless corpses floated on the sea. White Cloud City had been completely annihilated. Hundreds of thousands of people had been wiped out. Yi Wuqing felt a sharp pain in his head. His body twitched in the air, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His White Cloud City had actually been annihilated. Tonight, he went to destroy someone else's sect, but he did not expect his own to be destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of people had been slaughtered. From the beginning to the end, it should not have taken more than a few hours. The entire White Cloud City had been turned into ruins. Hundreds of thousands of people had been killed. His White Cloud City was not a small sect. It was the second most powerful force in the Northwest continent and the third most powerful force in the Western world. It spanned more than 1,000 miles, had a population of more than 3 million, and had hundreds of thousands of armed forces. With such a huge force, even the Northwest Qin City, which had a territory of 10,000 miles, could not easily destroy White Cloud City. White Cloud City and Qin City had been at war for hundreds of years. His White Cloud City had never been annihilated. Now, someone had actually annihilated it. In just a few hours, their entire clan was annihilated. How is this possible? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. His sons, all the elders, and all the experts and elite mounts of White Cloud City were the same. Thousands of people did not make a single sound. They only felt their bodies turn cold and their bodies tremble nonstop. Who is it? Who was it? Who was it? Come out. Yi Wuqing was like a wild beast as he roared in the air. I'll definitely tear you into pieces and kill you. I'll exterminate your entire clan. Exterminate your entire clan. Yi Wuqing roared madly. Suddenly, in the distant dark sky, a ray of light suddenly lit up. Yang Dingtian rode on the demon Vulture King and slowly descended. He said coldly to Yi Wuqing, White Cloud City, colluding in evil ways is unforgivable. I, Yang Dingtian, officially announce the Second World Extermination Order. Exterminate White Cloud City. Kill everyone. Leave no one alive. When Yi Wuqing saw Yang Dingtian, his eyes instantly widened to the maximum. It's you? Yi Wuqing said in shock. How is this possible? Yang Dingtian had finally woken up and escaped the fate of being annihilated. He had finally escaped the Taiando League's inspection team and restored the reputation of the Taiando League. He didn't hide at home and trembled. He actually dared to annihilate White Cloud City. How dare he? White Cloud City had finally escaped a disaster. Not only did he not curry favor with the Taiando League and request to join the Taiando League again, he even came to annihilate White Cloud City. How dare he? White Cloud City was different from Autumn Water Sword Sect. The Autumn Water Sword Sect was just a puppet force raised by Qin City. Their destruction was driven by Qin Wanqiu, who watched from the sidelines. Moreover, White Cloud City was more than 10 times stronger than Autumn Water Sword Sect. Yang Dingtian had actually annihilated White Cloud City. How did he do it? Yang Dingtian, how dare you? Yi Wuqing screamed. His entire body was trembling, and he was completely speechless for a moment. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, Yi Wuqing, haven't you read my Yang Dingtian declaration? Evil ways and I are in a long battle. Any force has to choose a side. Those who stand with me will live and die with me. Those who don't stand with me and choose to watch from the sidelines, I don't blame them. However, those who stand with the evil Tao unswervingly, I will definitely kill them all and exterminate their entire families. Yang Dingtian declaration? Of course, Yi Wuqing received it. He called an ugly woman over on the spot and peed on the declaration. Then she pooped a pile of feces, saying that this declaration was too cheap to even wipe one's ass. This declaration was a complete joke. Who would take it to heart? Who would have thought that it would actually become a death sentence? Yi Wuqing, you loyal dog of evil ways, your White Cloud City will become the first blood on my declaration, Yang Dingtian said slowly. Immediately, Yi Wuqing stopped trembling. His entire gaze became completely cold, and then suddenly burst out with soaring resentment and hatred. Yang Dingtian, I don't care about the ban anymore. Today, I will definitely tear you into pieces. In the future, I will definitely kill Cloud Sky City, kill all your family members, and completely humiliate your woman to death. I swear, Yi Wuqing said coldly. Immediately, Yi Wuqing pulled out his sharp sword and ordered coldly, kill Yang Dingtian and his group and tear them into pieces. Suddenly, the few grandmasters behind him flew into the air. Dozens of martial venerables flew into the air. Thousands of beast riders all pulled out their sharp swords. Whoosh, 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 Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huaiyu, and Dongfang Minmi, who was covered in a black cloak, rode on the demon eagle and appeared behind Yang Dingtian like lightning. Exterminate the Yi clan. Yang Dingtian gave the order. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The three grandmasters, who were close to the grandmaster level, rushed out like lightning. Yi Wuqing and a few other grandmasters rushed towards Yang Dingtian crazily. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, countless white light sword shadows suddenly descended from the sky. Yi Wuqing was instantly enveloped by an incomparably powerful energy. He and a few masters frantically wanted to dodge. However, countless white sword lights suddenly drilled into their bodies. Dongfang Minmi's huge black figure suddenly appeared in front of the five of them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dongfang Minmi struck out with lightning speed. In an instant, thousands of sword lights suddenly descended from the sky and completely enveloped the five masters. Dongfang Minmi's figure circled around the five of them quickly. In an instant, his sword spirit and his body had turned into a terrifying prison, trapping the five grandmasters within seconds. At the same time, Yang Dingtian rushed into the formation of dozens of martial venerables in White Cloud City. Boom, 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 boom. The three people's mystic flames suddenly blasted out. Suddenly, dozens of martial venerables were blasted out like straws. Yang Dingtian and the other two rushed in like lightning, the sharp swords in their hands piercing like lightning. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the three people's sharp swords were like thousands of lights. Puff, 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 blood splattered. One after another, martial venerables suddenly fell from the sky. When they fell to the ground, they had completely turned into corpses. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The three people's swords were like death gods from hell, crazily harvesting the lives of the White Cloud City's masters. In front of the three people, the martial venerables of White Cloud City did not have the slightest ability to resist. If dozens of them joined forces, they might be able to resist Yang Dingtian and the other two for a while. However, at the beginning, Yang Dingtian used the mystic flames to scatter them. Then, the three people formed a killing team and rushed in fiercely. Then, it was a completely one-sided massacre. Under the horrified gazes of the thousands of beast riders on the ground, the martial venerables that they usually regarded as heavenly beings fell from the sky like raindrops. They fell to the ground without making a sound. In a short 15 minutes, the dozens of martial venerables of White Cloud City were all killed. The beast riders of White Cloud City, whose hands were stained with blood, trembled violently. Their hearts were filled with fear. Don't run. If you run, you will die. Charge, kill, and there is still a chance of survival. The beast rider commander shouted. Yang Dingtian looked at the thousands of beast riders that were charging over, completely ignoring them. Caw! Suddenly, there was a sharp cry in the air. Then, there was the whistling sound of the Demon Eagle Legion tearing through the air. From the darkness, the 800 Demon Eagle Legion, like black lightning, swooped down from a few thousand meters high in the sky. They directly charged towards the thousands of beast riders on the ground. Suddenly, the thousands of beast riders were completely stunned. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast mounts they were riding on were standing in place, trembling and peeing all over the place. The 800 Demon Eagle Legion did not do anything. They just flew over the heads of the beast riders. Then, like a wheat field, the warriors on the beast riders were neatly shorter, and their heads were directly cut off. Run, run! Countless beast riders screamed desperately and then stabbed the beast riders with their swords. Suddenly, the remaining beast riders desperately fled in all directions. However, in terms of speed, who could compare to the Demon Eagle Legion? Escape? Where could they escape to? The Demon Eagle Legion did not have to do anything. They directly flew up and grabbed with their huge claws. The left claw grabbed one, and the right claw grabbed one. Then they flew to 1,000 meters high in the sky and threw them down fiercely. Ah! Suddenly, there was a burst of shrill howls. The beast riders, together with the knights, were smashed into meat paste. There were even demon eagle mounts that suddenly flew into the densest group of beast riders and spun fiercely. The modified wings were as sharp as blades. The huge wings quickly slashed with a whirlwind. In an instant, the warriors on both sides, together with their mounts, were completely minced into meat paste. In just over a quarter of an hour, the most elite beast rider legion of White Cloud City was completely wiped out. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Yang Dingtian, please be magnanimous! Don't kill me!" Even young Master Yifeng, who was about to break through to Marshal Venerable, was kneeling on the ground at this moment, excreting and peeing, kowtowing and begging desperately. Yang Dingtian frowned and was about to slash down with his sword. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I have a big secret. I'll tell you a big secret." Yifeng hissed. "What secret?" Yang Dingtian asked. "My aunt, Zhu Qingzhu's concubine, is in White Cloud City, in the misty pavilion 30 miles north," Yifeng said. "Oh, I see." Yang Dingtian then slashed down with his sword. Dongfang Minmi and the sword spirit completely surrounded Yi Wuqing and the other grandmasters. Seeing that the battle was over, he slashed one by one. Suddenly, Yi Wuqing and the other 4 fell to the ground one after another. Qin Huaiyu shouted, "Demon Eagle Legion, set up a defense 30 miles away." Yes, the Demon Eagle Legion loudly accepted the order, then flew into the air, 30 miles away, a few thousand meters above the ground, forming a huge circle, and began to set up a defense. "Stop dreaming, I won't surrender." Yi Wuqing was forced to kneel on the ground and sneered. All the Xian veins in his body were completely locked by Dongfang Minmi. He was a 7-star grandmaster, plus he had a grandmaster expert under him. Facing a beginner grandmaster, he shouldn't be so weak. However, Dongfang Minmi still had the sword spirit of a 5-star grandmaster. Therefore, the 5 grandmaster-level powerhouses, led by Yi Wuqing, were completely vulnerable in front of Dongfang Minmi. "Kill me quickly! Ha ha ha!" Yi Wuqing laughed miserably. He didn't see the massacre in White Cloud City just now, but his sons died in front of him. Moreover, he knew that Yang Dingtian would never let him go, so he was completely disheartened. "Do you have a substitute that looks exactly like you?" Yang Dingtian asked. You won't kill me?" Yi Wuqing hissed. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. You really won't kill me?" Yi Wuqing screamed in disbelief. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "Where is your substitute?" "In the central castle of White Cloud City, in the 3rd underground secret room," Yi Wuqing said. Immediately, Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongxue rushed to the central castle of White Cloud City. A moment later, he brought a person with him. Sure enough, this person looked exactly like Yi Wuqing. They were exactly the same, and it was not a disguise. I used a secret method to make him look exactly like me. Basically, no one knows about my substitute, Yi Wuqing said. You don't want to die now. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Yi Wuqing was so ashamed that he wanted to die. At first, he frowned because he thought that Yang Dingtian would definitely not let him go, so rather than being humiliated to death, he would rather die alone. But he didn't expect that Yang Dingtian's intention was to let him live. Who would be willing to die if they could live? By the way, you are so loyal to Zhu Qingzhu. Why didn't you get the evil spirit energy? Yang Dingtian asked. Even your son has it. Yi Wuqing said. Their evil spirit energy is too low level. Zhu Qingzhu promised me that as long as the major event in Zhongzhou is over, he will fight for high-level evil spirit energy for me, which is on the same level as Wu Maji and Ning Wuming. I don't need the soul to have an immortal body. No wonder Yi Wuqing didn't have any evil spirit energy. It turned out that he didn't care about low-level evil spirit energy. How many great masters does Zhu Qingzhu plan to send to the battle in Zhongzhou this time? Yang Dingtian asked. This is really not something I can know. Yi Wuqing said, Young Master Zhu knows everything that I can know, but I guess there should be more than 2 or 3. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. I really don't know, Yi Wuqing said. Even if you cut me into pieces, I won't know. Do you want to live? Yang Dingtian asked. Yi Wuqing suddenly gritted his teeth, and then directly kowtowed to the ground. Okay, I won't kill you, Yang Dingtian said. Thank you. Yi Wuqing was full of humiliation and joy. He said in a hoarse voice, and was about to raise his head. Just like this, don't raise your head. Yang Dingtian pressed his head to the ground. Then, Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. His entire body began to circulate the evil soul art. In an instant, the air suddenly turned cold. The entire night seemed to be filled with countless ghosts screaming and crying. The entire night was filled with gusts of cold wind. Yi Wuqing suddenly trembled. He raised his head and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Then he let out a horrified voice. Yang Dingtian, you're despicable. Ah! Then Yi Wuqing suddenly let out an incomparably shrill scream. Then his entire face and body began to distort violently. The light in his eyes trembled desperately and was on the verge of collapsing. Roar! A high-pitched scream of a ghost rang out. Then Yi Wuqing's ferocious soul was pulled out of his brain by Yang Dingtian and directly absorbed into the soul ring. Plop! Yi Wuqing, whose eyes were scattered like a walking corpse, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Yang Dingtian didn't kill him, but he pulled out his soul. It was a pity to kill the body of a 7-star Grandmaster directly. Using a relatively low-grade demon spirit heart to forge a battle puppet devil would be more useful. Of course, Yang Dingtian still had a few demon spirit hearts, but they were all too powerful. Of course, he had obtained 3 soul condensed shadows from Qin Chi, but it was a pity to use them on a 7-star Grandmaster. Fortunately, there was still a demon spirit heart, which was the one of the Grandmaster-level puppet battle demon, Qin Zhong. Although Dongfang Minmi's sword soul had shattered Qin Zhong's battle demon, the demon spirit heart in his body was still intact. As for the remaining 4 Grandmasters, when they saw Yang Dingtian looking over, they all knelt down and kowtowed. City Lord Yang, we surrender, we surrender. From now on, we are loyal to Cloud Sky City. From now on, we are loyal to you. Yang Dingtian said slowly, You dare to surrender, but I don't dare to use it. Then, Yang Dingtian came in front of one of the Grandmasters and used the evil soul art to completely devour his soul. Uft! Another walking corpse. Then another one, another one, another one. The 4 Grandmasters of White Cloud City were all devoured and turned into puppet battle souls, sucked into the soul ring. After devouring the puppet battle souls, Yang Dingtian killed one with his sword. The 4 Grandmasters were directly beheaded. An hour later, White Cloud City had another Jingguan. This Jingguan was slightly smaller, but the head at the top was from Yi Wuqing. Below were the Grandmaster level and Honorable level experts of White Cloud City. The most elite armed forces of White Cloud City were all beheaded. From today onwards, White Cloud City would no longer exist in the world. It was also a clan that was completely wiped out from the chaotic world, completely exterminated. A few hours later, countless messenger birds flew in all directions of the world. They passed on this earth-shattering news. When the time came, the entire world would be completely shaken. Chapter 511. Yang Dingtian's 3rd step in unifying the Western region, destroying White Cloud City, was officially completed. Next was the most important step, dealing with Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie. Of course, as long as Qin Wanqiu was dealt with, the divine weapons manners Qiu Wanjie would be automatically completed. Qin Huaiyu, lead 100 brothers of the Demon Eagle Army, and guard here for 10 hours. In these 10 hours, don't let the news of White Cloud City being massacred spread. After 10 hours, lead the team to the border of the abyss and meet me there, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Qin Huaiyu said. Then, Yang Dingtian led the team north and returned to Cloud Sky City. On the way, he went to the Misty Pavilion, which was 30 miles north. He killed 2 martial honorable bodyguards and captured Zhu Qingzhu's concubine, Yu Wuqing's sister, Yu Wuchen. Then, Yang Dingtian led the team north and returned to Cloud Sky City at full speed. 6 hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived in the sky above Cloud Sky City. He walked directly to the cave entrance, where Dugu Aoshuang was. Since you're here, I'll take my leave, Dugu Shao said. Shuang, how is it? Yang Dingtian asked. I've been counting. I've already counted to 70,000. Dugu Shao said in surprise, and it's been very quiet. It's really... Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Then he bowed to Dugu Shao and said, Thank you, Senior. Dugu Shao replied indifferently. Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. After he disappeared, Dongfang Minmi appeared. These 2 martial grandmasters seemed to have deliberately avoided meeting each other. Yang Dingtian walked into the cave. The strange thing was that Aoshuang would immediately discover him when Yang Dingtian entered the cave. But until now, Aoshuang still hadn't discovered him and didn't rush over. Yang Dingtian walked all the way to the depths of the cave and saw a heart-wrenching scene. Naga Aoshuang had never been so obedient. She sat quietly in the jade room, closed her beautiful eyes, and concentrated on counting. 71225, 71226, 71227. She didn't even notice Yang Dingtian coming in. Yang Dingtian suddenly had a better understanding of the Naga tribe. Although the Naga people were easily irritable, once they started to get serious, they would devote themselves wholeheartedly, just like how loyal and devoted they were to their relationships. Shuang Yang Dingtian called out softly. Husband. Ao Shuang's incomparably beautiful face revealed ecstasy. Whoosh! Then, a white light suddenly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian and tightly wrapped around Yang Dingtian. She said in a tender voice, Husband, I haven't counted to 90,000 yet, and you're back. You're really amazing. This is called amazing? Yang Dingtian said softly. I was afraid that Shuang would wait for too long, so I rushed with all my might. I rushed with all my might and finally came back. Where's the gift? Ao Shuang stretched out her white and tender hand. Yang Dingtian took out a necklace from his bosom and put it on Ao Shuang's neck. He couldn't help but guess that he had lied about going out to find a gift for her. In fact, this gift could be considered very simple. Unexpectedly, Ao Shuang's beautiful eyes lit up as she said in surprise, So beautiful, husband. I like it so much. I like it so much, thank you. Then her entire face was filled with incomparable happiness. Her beautiful eyes were shining as her small hands gently caressed the necklace. Happiness overflowed from her heart to the outside. She really liked it to the extreme. He didn't doubt Yang Dingtian's words at all. Yang Dingtian picked up the gift and said, Do you know what this is made of? Ao Shuang shook her head. This is a rock under your feet when we first met. I used the mystic flame to force out all the impurities in it. Therefore, it became sparkling and translucent. Subsequently, I used the mystic flame to carve your portrait inside. Yang Dingtian explained. He released the profound fire and shone it on the necklace. Immediately, Ao Shuang's incomparably beautiful face formed a beautiful shadow that was reflected on the wall. Regarding this point, Yang Dingtian did not lie. It was just that he did not go and retrieve the stone. Instead, he let Jiao Liao ride on a flying mount to retrieve it. It was indeed made by Yang Dingtian using the profound fire. However, it didn't take much time and effort. Ao Shuang immediately looked at Yang Dingtian with tears in her eyes and said in a tender voice, Husband, I love you. Shuang, I will only love you for the rest of her life. Be good. Your husband loves you too. Yang Dingtian said gently, then gently kissed her on the top of her head. This time, Ao Shuang did not go forward and kiss Yang Dingtian for a long time. Instead, she quietly lay in his embrace. Husband, do you still have a lot of things to do? Ao Shuang said. Yang Dingtian was startled. When did Ao Shuang say such words? She was completely childish and only wanted to be with Yang Dingtian at all times. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that the reason why Ao Shuang wanted to be with Yang Dingtian at all times was because of a sense of loneliness. After she became a Naga, it meant that in this world, she only had Yang Dingtian. In order to repel this feeling of loneliness, she desperately pestered Yang Dingtian, wanting to be with him at all times. However, the human heart was very strange. As long as there was enough love and security in one's heart, even if one was alone, they would not feel lonely. Although the gift that Yang Dingtian gave Shuang Er was very simple, it was indeed very attentive and very real. Ao Shuang immediately felt it, so she felt a sense of security in her heart, as well as Yang Dingtian's love. Therefore, she actually took the initiative to ask if Yang Dingtian had a lot of things to do. Yes, but I'll stay with Shuang Er for a while longer. Yang Dingtian said gently, let me tell you a story, okay? Good, good, good. Shuang Er immediately clapped her hands with all her might, her beautiful eyes releasing an incomparably curious and excited light. Far away from the sea, the sky was so blue, and the water was so blue. It was incomparably clear, like the purest gem, and also like Shuang Er's eyes. Immediately, Shuang Er shyly buried her face in Yang Dingtian's embrace, but raised her head and opened her big watery eyes even wider. The Sea King has 6 daughters. They don't have legs, but they have a fish tail. The story that Yang Dingtian was telling was the daughter of the sea in Denmark. When Yang Dingtian talked about how the mermaid princess had turned her fish tail into a pair of legs in order to be with the prince, and how her beautiful face had become extremely ugly, and how her feet were cut by knives when she walked on the ground, Ao Shuang had already begun to tremble in fear. Immediately after, when Yang Dingtian talked about how the mermaid princess had entered the palace and suffered humiliation, Ao Shuang's face was already covered in tears, and she was filled with fear and unease. In the end, Yang Dingtian talked about how the prince had married another woman and left the mermaid princess aside. Ao Shuang was already sobbing, and her entire body was trembling. She hugged Yang Dingtian with all her might. Husband, husband, you won't treat me like this, right? Husband, you won't abandon Shuang Er, right? Yang Dingtian did not answer her, but continued to tell the story. Finally, when the storm came, it swept everything away. The prince was in danger and could die at any time. At this moment, the mermaid princess had been seriously injured in order to save the prince. At this moment, the prince had fallen deeply in love with this ugly mermaid princess. He kissed her deeply and proposed to her. At this moment, Ao Shuang did not feel happy. Instead, she felt even more pain. The mermaid princess rejected him. She didn't feel warm. Then, she drilled into the bottom of the sea and became a beautiful mermaid again. Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Shuang Er, who was in her arms, was already cold all over, and her face was full of tears. Later, in order to redeem himself, the prince jumped into the bottom of the sea without caring that he couldn't swim. Just as he felt that he was about to drown, his legs suddenly turned into a fish's body, and he also turned into a mermaid. Then he began to search desperately at the bottom of the sea for his mermaid princess. He wanted to love her with all his heart and redeem himself for the mistakes he had made. That's right, Yang Dingtian had changed the ending of the story. Ao Shuang almost instantly came to life. Her beautiful eyes suddenly bloomed with a passionate light. Husband, in the end, the prince will definitely find that mermaid princess, right? Ao Shuang said, I don't know. Yang Dingtian said, however, as long as he desperately searches, he will definitely find her. Yes. Ao Shuang nodded vigorously and said, Also, the mermaid princess did something wrong. Since she loves someone, she has to love them thoroughly. Later on, she actually gave up. This is her fault. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't be like this. After I save the prince, I will return to the land with him again and be with him forever, whether it's as his wife or as her servant. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said softly, "Not everyone is like Shuang Er. I want to be the person who loves my husband the most in this world." Shuang Er looked at Yang Dingtian and said very seriously, "Then I will strive to be the person who loves you the most in this world." Yang Dingtian said softly, "All right, husband, you can go back to work. Shuang Er can stay here by herself." "Ao," Shuang said softly, "tell that old grandpa not to stay here and guard me. I will be good and not go out." Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, "But you will be very bored." "No," Ao Shuang said softly. "I will always think about the story that my husband told me just now." He told it to himself over and over again. "As long as my husband comes to see me every once in a while and accompanies me, it will be fine." Yang Dingtian's eyes immediately became hot. He gently kissed her and said, "Shuang Er, I'm sorry." "Ao," Shuang said tenderly, "Sigh, if only I could be like that mermaid princess and turn my snake tail into a human leg. That way, I could be with my husband forever. Even if I walk like a knife, I wouldn't be afraid at all." Yang Dingtian gently stroked her scales and said softly, "Yes, I dream of that day too. Yes, that way I can give birth to a baby for my husband. That way, the big baby can be a big brother." Ao Shuang said tenderly. Yang Dingtian's heart softened. He wondered if he could let Naga Ao Shuang take a look at the baby. In another crypt, Yang Dingtian and Dongfeng Minmi were making Yi Wuqing's puppet war demon. The process of creating the puppet battle devil was much simpler. It wasn't like the process of reviving his master, where Yang Dingtian had to take a crazy risk and had a slim chance of survival. Yang Dingtian had a demon spirit heart in his left hand. This demon spirit heart was brought here by Qin Wanchou, who was less than 1,000 years old. Moreover, the puppet war demon it was in had already been destroyed once, so its energy was even weaker now. However, it was just right to give it to Yi Wuqing. Yang Dingtian used the mystic flame and sliced open Yi Wuqing's chest. Subsequently, he dug out his heart. Then he put the demon spirit heart in as fast as he could. The demon spirit heart was indeed incomparably domineering. After entering Yi Wuqing's body, it instantly attracted all the blood vessels and wrapped them around the demon spirit heart. Almost instantly, these blood vessels completely grew together with the demon spirit heart. Then, Mo Long's heart began to transform the blood vessels in Yi Wuqing's body, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of Yi Wuqing's blood vessels began to change color, from red to dark blue. From flesh and blood, it became an energy body. Then, Yi Wuqing's entire body began to change. It became pale, tough, and incomparably strong. In just 15 minutes, Yi Wuqing's body was completely transformed. The demon spirit heart completely occupied his body. Then, although Yi Wuqing's eyes were still numb and scattered, his entire body instantly became incomparably violent. Suddenly, he struggled to get up and was about to kill. Dongfeng Minmi stepped forward and pressed down on his heart. Immediately, Yi Wuqing's puppet body couldn't move at all. However, his entire body was still releasing an incomparably violent and cruel energy. Yang Dingtian took out Yi Wuqing's puppet fighting soul from his soul ring. Of course, this was still not enough. Yang Dingtian took out the puppet fighting souls of several other Grandmaster-level powerhouses. At this time, there were quite a lot of puppet fighting souls in Yang Dingtian's soul ring. There was a Grandmaster-level one, several Grandmaster-level ones, and even a Saint-level powerhouse. Using the demon's spirit demon fire, he forced one Grandmaster-level puppet fighting soul after another into Yi Wuqing's puppet fighting soul. Suddenly, the puppet fighting soul with Yi Wuqing as the theme became more and more powerful. In the end, 5 Grandmaster-level puppet fighting souls were completely condensed together. Of course, this kind of condensed puppet fighting soul was purely a kind of spiritual energy. The specific divine consciousness inside was completely messed up. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to figure it out. However, when these puppet fighting souls were extracted, they were already in a mess. In the end, Yang Dingtian used the art of rebirth to control the condensed puppet fighting soul and injected it into Yi Wuqing's puppet body bit by bit. The entire process took about 2 hours or so, because these puppet fighting souls were completely numb and lifeless. They didn't know how to control and occupy the whole body at all. Yang Dingtian had to use his own spirit to guide them. However, fortunately, Yang Dingtian had the million spirit demon fire, so the whole process was shortened by a lot. If other people wanted to create Grandmaster level puppet fighting souls, they would need to be at least Grandmaster level to be able to guide the puppet fighting souls to occupy and control the whole body. Time passed by minute by minute. Yang Dingtian controlled the puppet fighting souls to occupy Yi Wuqing's blank mind bit by bit, and then spread to every shin vein in his body bit by bit, fighting for control of the whole body. The whole process was a little stressful, but not difficult. After all, this demon spirit heart was less than 1,000 years old, and because of the destruction of Qin Zhong, this demon spirit heart's energy had been greatly depleted. Yang Dingtian used 5 Grandmaster-level puppet fighting souls. Although they weren't very powerful, under the guidance of Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon fire, it wasn't very difficult to suppress the demon's spirit heart and take control of the whole body. And unlike Dongfang Minmi, this puppet fighting soul only needed to suppress the spiritual power of the demon's spirit heart. It didn't need to be completely expelled or destroyed, because this was a puppet fighting soul, not a real living person. 2 hours later, the whole process was over. However, Yang Dingtian suddenly had a strange idea. He left a few 100 million spirit demon fires, resentful spirit energy in the puppet fighting soul's brain. Because the puppet fighting soul was a walking corpse, it couldn't understand any language at all. Therefore, the only commands its master could use to drive it were to attack, 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 stop, stop, stop. As for other commands, it couldn't understand at all. Of course, because Qin Chi had the evil spirit energy to protect her soul. She could overflow her spiritual power and directly control the puppet fighting soul. Yang Dingtian couldn't do that. So, by injecting a little bit of million spirit demon fire into the puppet fighting soul, it might be a surprise. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and withdrew the energy. Dongfang Minmi's hand left Yi Wuqing's heart. The puppet fighting soul was completed. How powerful it was next would depend on Yang Dingtian's skills. The puppet fighting soul, Yi Wuqing, directly sat up and then stood behind Yang Dingtian in a stupefied manner. That's right. The puppet fighting soul was like this. Its only instinct was to always follow its master. Wherever its master went, it would follow. Attack! Yang Dingtian ordered in his mind. The puppet fighting soul looked around in a stupefied manner because it was looking for a target to attack. Soon, it set its eyes on Dongfang Minmi. Because there were only 2 people present, one was its master, and the other was Dongfang Minmi. It could only attack Dongfang Minmi. Whoosh! The puppet fighting soul suddenly slashed out with its sword. Dongfang Minmi gently blocked it. Stop! Yang Dingtian ordered. The puppet fighting soul stopped in the air. If it was a real battle, it would have been killed. 7-star Grandmaster without any loss, Dongfang Minmi said. It's a perfect puppet fighting soul. Yang Dingtian used his spiritual energy to sense the million spirit demon flames' resentful spirit energy in the puppet battle devil's mind. He discovered that this resentful spirit was actually occupying and invading the puppet battle devil's soul spirit. In other words, these crazy resentful spirits were trying to control the puppet fighting soul's body. This was really a surprise. Immediately, Yang Dingtian ordered the resentful spirit in his mind. Go to the left. The puppet fighting soul was stunned for a while. Then it went to the left. Go to the right. Yang Dingtian ordered. 3 seconds later, it went to the right. Sheath your sword, Yang Dingtian ordered. 5 seconds later, the puppet fighting soul sheathed its sword. Dongfang Minmi was completely stunned. Yang Dingtian seemed to have created a heaven-defying puppet fighting soul. A puppet fighting soul that could be completely controlled. He was well aware of how shocking the significance of this was. All right, there's no time to train it. We have to deal with Qin Wanchou as fast as we can, Yang Dingtian said. Chapter 512. Before Yang Dingtian rushed to the central continent, he had to completely clean up the entire Western world so that there would be a clean rear. Previously, Yang Dingtian had set down 4 steps to unify the Western world. The first step was to deal with the world society. The second step was to completely uproot the evil ways. The third step was to issue a second kill order and completely uproot the White Cloud City, the largest power base of the evil ways in the Western world. The fourth step was to deal with Qin Wanchou. The best situation was to make him break with the evil ways and completely stop sitting on the fence. Only in this way would the evil ways have no chance to take advantage of in the Western world. The final step was, without a doubt, the most difficult step. Qin Wanchou, whether it was ambition or wisdom, was the best choice. He was not as fickle as Song Shao, who was easily dealt a huge blow. Qin Wanchou's heart was very hard. His square formation was to sit on the fence. Once he decided, it was very difficult to change. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had said before that if Qin Wanchou could fight for it, then fight for it. If he couldn't fight for it, then he could only use force. And this war puppet in front of him was undoubtedly a great help to Yang Dingtian, because Yang Dingtian had added the vengeful spirit of the million spirit demon fire into the war puppet's brain. It had undergone a qualitative leap. At present, although it could only listen to some simple orders, it was believed that as the vengeful spirit further infiltrated the war puppet's brain, this war puppet would have a greater surprise. Yang Dingtian once again came to the depths of the cave. Ao Shuang was lying in the jade room, as if she was still intoxicated by the story just now. Seeing Yang Dingtian come in, she immediately flashed in front of Yang Dingtian with incomparable joy. She wrapped her snake body around Yang Dingtian's body and said tenderly, "Husband, I've thought about it. Even if the prince turned into a mermaid and couldn't find the mermaid princess at the bottom of the sea. However, although the mermaid princess said that she didn't love him anymore, she definitely still missed the prince in her heart. Therefore, she would definitely quietly return to the land and see if the prince was doing well. Then, she found that the prince didn't return to the palace, nor was he on land. She knew that the prince must still be in the sea, and then she would go to find that prince. In the end, they must have been together." Ao Shuang widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian seriously. For the past few hours, she had been thinking about this problem. In short, she had to think of a way to let the mermaid princess and the prince be together. Shuang'er is really smart. Why didn't I think of that? I was worried for nothing. Yang Dingtian laughed. Then Yang Dingtian looked at Ao Shuang and said, I'm going out again. But this time, I want to bring Shuang'er with me, okay? All right. Ao Shuang's eyes lit up. Then, she hugged Yang Dingtian's face and kissed him hard. But soon after, her beautiful eyes dimmed, and she said, "Husband, it's better if we don't. If someone sees me like this, it might bring disaster to our family." So obedient, so sensible. Yang Dingtian kissed her gently and said, "So, I'll have to wrong Shuang and lie in a big jade box. I'm sorry." "That's right, I can lie in the jade box just like before," Ao Shuang said excitedly. Yang Dingtian was originally sad in his heart, thinking that hitting her in the big jade box would hurt her dignity. However, he didn't expect that not only did Ao Shuang not feel sad, she even found it very fun. "However, husband, go find me a set of clothes. I want to completely cover my face, body, and arms. I don't want anyone to see my body. I only want my husband to see my face," Ao Shuang said. Yang Dingtian smiled and nodded. Then he carefully said, "This is your old clothes. Is that okay?" Yang Dingtian was very worried that Ao Shuang would mind the dark days of the past. At that time, she felt incomparably inferior and terrified. "All right, I've almost forgotten what I looked like in the past," Ao Shuang said happily. Yang Dingtian was worried for nothing again. Ao Shuang no longer cared about the past. In other words, although the current Naga Ao Shuang had inherited part of her body and memories, her temperament and thoughts had completely changed. Then, Yang Dingtian took the clothes from before and put them on Ao Shuang. The clothes fit him very well, but they were a little tight. Originally, Ao Shuang's figure was already unparalleled in the world. After becoming Naga, it became even more demonic. Now, after the clothes from before, the curves of her body made it even harder for people to breathe. Then, he put on a purple mask for her, revealing only 2 eyes. Previously, of all the women's eyes, Wu Maji was the most beautiful, mysterious, and seductive. Now it was Naga Ao Shuang's eyes. That kind of mystery and temptation instantly pierced through one's heart. Her beauty, even if her entire body was covered up, was still captivating. Ao Shuang also felt that she was very beautiful. Then she floated in the air and looked left and right at her reflection in the unfreezing pool. An hour later, Yang Dingtian led the group and set off again. However, this time, there was a huge jade box on Yang Dingtian's back. On Zhu Hongshua's back, there was also a jade box. Dongfang Minmi was still wearing a black cloak. The 4 of them rode the demon vulture and headed west in the direction of Cloud Sky City. Only an hour later, a demon vulture suddenly came down from the north like lightning and met up with Yang Dingtian. It was actually Song Chanhua. "Chanhua, you haven't finished your business with the World Society. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Qin Wanqiu is too powerful. If he wants to fight, I can help." Song Chanhua said, "Moreover, Father's transformation this time is very thorough, so you don't have to worry too much about the situation of the World Society. I hope that when the time comes, we won't have to fight," Yang Dingtian said. Then he continued to fly west. When he reached the border of the abyss, Yang Dingtian saw Qin Huayu and 100 demon vulture warriors waiting there. Suddenly, more than 100 demon vultures, like a group of fighter jets, whizzed towards Qin City at a height of a few thousand meters. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Taking advantage of the night, Yang Dingtian once again silently flew to the sky above northwest Qin City. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian appeared in Qin Wanqiu's study room. Of course, he used the invisibility mystic skill to enter. Invisibility mystic skill, at least for now, was a heaven-defying bug that couldn't be solved. At this time, it was already midnight. The huge palace complex of Qin City was silent. In the study room behind the main hall, there were 2 people and a candle flame. One was the soul-stirring beauty Wu Maji. The other was Qin Wanqiu. "Sect Master Qin, young master has given you 2 conditions," Wu Maji said lightly. "First, I will give you 2nd-grade evil spirit energy, the same as Zhu Qingzhu, and I will give you soul-devouring mystic qi." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Qin Wanqiu's expression also changed. The young master of the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming, was really generous. "With the evil spirit energy and soul-devouring mystic qi, you are almost invincible in the whole world," Wu Maji said lightly. Wu Maji said faintly, "In the future, it's not impossible for you to become Wu Lingzi and Wu Yu." Qin Wanqiu's breathing quickened. "Second, the whole western region will be yours," Wu Maji said. Qin Wanqiu's expression changed completely. The whole western region? That would be Cloud Sky City, World Society, Divine Weapons Manor, Sunset Mountain Range, White Cloud City, and Southwest Continent. Wu Maji continued, "At that time your land will be 3 times bigger than it is now. Your power in the world will be second only to 1 person and above millions of people." What about Zhu Qingzhu? Qin Wanchou asked. Zhu Qingzhu? Wu Maji said he will take Zhongzhou. Otherwise, why do you think he did not interfere in the Western world and only took over Zhongzhou? He and the young master have already discussed it thoroughly. The whole of Zhongzhou will belong to Zhu Qingzhu. What about Dongzhou? Qin Wanchou asked. Dongzhou? Wu Maji said. Dongzhou will naturally belong to young master Li Ming and Princess Mu Dan. 2.5 years later, after Princess Mu Dan has destroyed Yang Dingtian, they will get married. When the two of them get married, the entire East continent will belong to them. What do I need to do? Qin Wanchou asked. Kill that mysterious grandmaster by Yang Dingtian's side. Cripple Yang Dingtian and destroy Cloud Sky City, Wu Maji said. It doesn't even matter if Cloud Sky City is destroyed or not. As long as you complete the first 2 tasks, we will fulfill our promise. Otherwise, Qin Wanchou asked. There is a plague in northwest Qin City. Hundreds of thousands and millions of people died, Wu Maji said lightly. Qin Wanchou said, I have a question. I don't know how many Grandmaster experts you have. Why do you want me to do it? You can easily kill the Grandmaster experts by Yang Dingtian's side and destroy Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji was silent for a while, then said, First, Zhu Qingzhu can't touch the Western world. This is something we agreed on long ago. Second, Queen Devil Queen, Princess Mu Dan, and Prince Li Ming will use all their time to revive the Demon King. Every second counts. Third, the Masters of Joyous Palace and Temple of Blood are Grandmasters. Without the young master, we have no right to order them around. Furthermore, Duge Xiao and Yang Dingtian's relationship is not clean. We can only sit and watch. Wu Maji continued, we have close to 10 martial grandmasters in our hands. However, the one we can order around has already been killed by Yang Dingtian. Understood, Qin Wanchou said. Also, I advise you to act quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late when Zhu Qingzhu touches the Western world. Wu Maji said, You should also know that previously Yu Wuqing had used Yang Dingtian's possession of the evil substance to form the Heaven Dao Union's investigation team. It was Zhu Qingzhu who took the opportunity to get involved in the Western world. However, Yang Dingtian is cunning, and Zhu Qingzhu did not succeed. However, Yu Wuqing will continuously create opportunities. Once Zhu Qingzhu is completely given the opportunity, it will not be a life and death struggle between Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu, but a struggle between you and Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian exclaimed in his heart. The struggle between evil ways was actually so complicated. Previously, he was wondering why Zhu Qingzhu seemed to want to interfere in the Western world, but also seemed to have some misgivings. It turned out that in the agreement between Li Ming and Zhu Qingzhu could only control Zhongzhou and could not investigate the Western world. However, Zhu Qingzhu had been doing everything possible to find an opportunity. During the blood pool incident, the Tiando League's observation team was the first time Zhu Qingzhu interfered in the Western world. Now, Yang Dingtian slaughtered the entire White Cloud City, which undoubtedly gave Zhu Qingzhu a huge reason. At that time, even if he did not interfere in the Western world, it would be impossible. Wu Maji said, Crown Prince Li Ming has not appeared for a long time. Ning Wuming alone is no longer enough to keep Zhu Qingzhu in check. Once Zhu Qingzhu finds a reason to interfere in the Western world, the first person he will deal with will definitely not be Yang Dingtian, but you. Can you understand? Qin Wanchou nodded. Of course I can understand. Qin Wanchou said, In Zhu Qingzhu's eyes, Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City are just a piece of meat that can be eaten at any time. Once he eats it, it means that he has swallowed the entire Western world. However, before he eats Yang Dingtian, this piece of meat, he must first kill the opponent who will snatch it from him. That opponent who will snatch it from him is me. With Qin Wanchou's explanation, Yang Dingtian understood completely. Why did Zhu Qingzhu never make a move against Cloud Sky City, nor did he make a move against Yang Dingtian? It turned out that his true opponent was Qin Wanchou. In Zhu Qingzhu's eyes, Yang Dingtian was just a piece of meat on a chopping board. Then what about your Ning clan of the South Sea? Qin Wanchou asked. Wu Maji smiled helplessly. With Qin Chichi's defeat and my young master Ning's defeat, my Ning clan basically has no chance. No, I believe that you definitely have a bargaining chip in your hands, Qin Wanchou said. Negotiating with me requires sincerity. Wu Maji thought for a moment and said, Earthshatter City's Kuei Sea is in our hands. Qin Wanchou suddenly laughed. I understand now. You want me to make a move against Yang Dingtian. That Qin Wanchou can't wait to turn his attention to the Western world. Then your Ning clan can go all out to take the Yingzhou continent. Wu Maji was stunned, then smiled. Sect Master Qin, you are indeed smart. However, this won't hinder our cooperation, right? But I don't have to agree to it now. Qin Wanchou said, I know that Qin Wanchou has gathered the entire central continent. He plans to launch a destructive attack on Earthshatter City and Cloud Sky Pavilion. He wants to start the biggest war in 200 years. Moreover, he wants to use this opportunity to wipe out all dissidents in the central continent. He wants to completely unify the central continent. Therefore, when he starts the war, I can take over the entire Western world. Isn't that better? Wu Maji smiled and said, Yes, it is better. However, the only consequence is that my Ning clan will have nothing left. And my Ning clan is the only direct descendant of the Temple of Annihilation's young master. Once we have nothing left, we won't let others have it easy either. The Demon King Wen Tian will be resurrected one day. The Devil Queen, the Crown Prince, and the Princess will return to the world one day. When that time comes, will your northwest Qin city be able to withstand our hostility? Qin Wanchou fell into silence. Our Ning clan did plan to take over the entire Western world, but we have completely failed. Therefore, we are very clear about our current best interests. The opportunity to form an alliance with us is very rare, Wu Maji said indifferently, because we are the only direct descendant of Crown Prince Li Ming. Qin Wanchou fell into silence, then said, How about this? I will think about it for a while. I will give you an answer within 10 days. No, you don't need to give us an answer, Wu Maji said. Wu Maji said, We don't need any verbal reply. You just have to agree to our conditions and make a move against Yang Dingtian and Cloud Heaven City. When the time comes, we will see. As for the second-grade evil spirit energy, as long as you give Yang Dingtian to us, we will immediately give it to you. As for the soul-devouring Xian energy, we don't have the qualifications to keep it. We can only let Crown Prince Li Ming give it to you in the future. But I believe that as long as you have the second-grade evil spirit energy, you will no longer need to fear Zhu Qingzhu. Then Wu Maji stood up and said farewell. Then her voice disappeared. In the blink of an eye, her enchanting figure disappeared without a trace. Qin Wanchou slowly sat back on his chair and gently rubbed his brows. He fell into a struggle and hesitation, and Yang Dingtian's heart was cold. It could be said that Yang Dingtian couldn't give anything that the evil ways could give. Yang Dingtian didn't appear on the spot. Instead, he remained invisible and left the study and the main hall. For hours later, Yang Dingtian sent a letter to Qin Wanchou. The content of the letter was very simple. There is an important matter, City Lord Qin. Please come to the Li Shui Manor for a chat. Signed off, Yang Dingtian. Qin Wanchou only hesitated for a moment before heading to the Li Shui Manor. He basically didn't put Yang Dingtian's possible ambush in his eyes. It could be said that in the entire northwest continent, Qin Wanchou was invincible. Even if the martial grandmaster beside Yang Dingtian made a move, he wouldn't be afraid. When Zhu Qingzhu arrived at the Li Shui Manor, the sky was almost bright. Yang Dingtian was sitting cross-legged by the lake with a huge jade box beside him. "What's the matter?" Qin Wanqiu said, "I don't really want to see you." "It's about the plague attack that the evil ways might have launched in the northwest Qin city." Yang Dingtian said, "I can catch all the evil ways spies in the northwest Qin city in one fell swoop." "You didn't kill Qin Chichi. She surrendered?" Qin Wanqiu immediately guessed the reason. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "How is that possible? People of the evil ways have no reason to surrender." Qin Wanqiu said. Then Qin Wanqiu smiled. "All right, I don't care whether Qin Chichi surrendered or not. If you're willing to give me the list, I'll be grateful. However, I won't promise you anything." "What else is there?" "The second thing is that I've established the Taiando League Council of Light in the name of the hidden sect master and invited the Northwest Qin City to join. When the time comes, the Council of Light will be temporarily independent of the Taiando League and won't obey any orders from the Taiando League headquarters. It will have the same level of authority as the Taiando League headquarters." Yang Dingtian said. You're crazy." Qin Wanqiu hissed. You're crazy. If you continue like this, you will attract the Heavenly Tao Alliance's frenzied attacks and Zhu Qingzhu's frenzied attacks." Then Qin Wanqiu said angrily, "Who do you think you are? You're not Nihility Piaoling. She was already a half-sage back then. As for you, you're barely a grandmaster. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth by doing this. You're just digging your own grave. You finally defeated Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming with great difficulty, yet you're blinded by victory. The difference between Zhu Qingzhu and Qin Chichi is like heaven and earth." Then Qin Wanqiu suddenly turned around and said, "All right, I have nothing to say to a stupid and crazy person. If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. You better be mentally prepared. The moment you announce the Council of Light, it will be the time for me to crusade against you. Don't blame me for establishing the Taiando League and forcing me to choose a side." Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. "There's one more thing. Song Shao of the Northern Taiando League has already abdicated and passed the position of Taiando League leader to Song Chanhua. He also passed the demonic dragon martial spirit to Song Chanhua. Song Shao, as the leader of the Grand Supreme League, has already signed the agreement and joined the Taiando League's Council of Light. Furthermore, he has launched a great purge in the Taiando League and killed all the spies of evil ways." Qin Wanqiu was stunned and his expression changed. He did receive news about the changes in the Northern Taiando League recently. He knew that the Taiando League had undergone a drastic change and that there was internal strife. However, he didn't have the most concrete information about what was going on. This was because when the Taiando League was being purged, hundreds of thousands of troops had already surrounded Ba City. No one was allowed to go out. Therefore, the information couldn't be leaked out. Countless heart birds had just flown out when they were already hunted down by the demon vulture army. Qin Wanqiu's information was discovered by a spy dozens of miles away from Ba City, and then found a way to leak it out. However, from dozens of miles away, he could only see that there was internal strife in the Taiando League. He didn't know what was going on. Qin Wanqiu thought that it was the spies of evil ways supporting Song Minghua's rebellion. He didn't expect it to be Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had actually subdued Song Shao, who hated him to the bone. This made Qin Wanqiu feel extremely surprised. Putting away the shock in his heart, Qin Wanqiu sneered, "So what? I don't care about a mere stupid and extreme Song Shao. If I really want to attack your Cloud Sky City, I, a Martial Grandmaster, and nearly 10 Martial Grandmasters in the Northwest Qin City will be enough. To catch bandits, catch the ringleader. I'll kill the Martial Grandmaster beside you, and then kill you. Then everything will be over." Yang Dingtian sneered. "You've already made the decision to suppress me?" "I didn't say that. I hope that between us, the well water doesn't interfere with the river water. I admire your justice, but don't think about dragging me down, let alone offending me." Qin Wanchou said. However, once you publicly announce the establishment of the Tiando League's Council of Light, I have no other choice. If I don't make a move, Zhu Qingzhu will. Once Zhu Qingzhu makes a move, he will enter the West, and there will be a fierce tiger by my side. This is something I can't tolerate. No wonder when Qin Chichi suppressed me, you didn't say anything. So it's because the meat is already rotting in the pot. Yang Dingtian sneered. Oh right, there's one more thing that I forgot to tell you. In the name of the hidden sect master, I've issued the world's second kill order. White Cloud City's lord, Yi Wuqing, has colluded with evil ways. His crime is unforgivable. I'm officially going to eliminate him and exterminate him. Ha ha ha. Qin Wanchou instantly laughed out loud. Yang Dingtian, can I say that you're using a chicken feather as a command arrow? You attacked Yi Wuqing because you're afraid that Cloud Sky City won't die quickly enough? Are you afraid that Zhu Qingzhu isn't ruthless enough? Are you tired of living too comfortably? You're the hidden sect master, but you're nothing. A mere martial grandmaster. Anyone can crush you to death. The reason why you're not dead is because everyone treats you like meat on the chopping board. They'll kill the competitors first before eating the meat. Do you really think that you're so powerful and amazing? The hidden sect master? You're nothing. Only Song Shao, that idiot, will be fooled by you. Yang Dingtian said lightly, I've already done it. Last night, I led the 800 demon vulture army and attacked White Cloud City. At that time, White Cloud City's army of 200,000 was gathering on the warships to head to Zhongzhou. I threw down 100,000 cannonballs and killed the army of 200,000. What? Qin Wanchou's body suddenly trembled, and he let out a sound of disbelief. Not only that, I've also wiped out the entire Yi clan, including Yi Wuqing and Zhu Xianing. Yang Dingtian said lightly, You're worried that Zhu Qingzhu will find an opportunity to intervene in the Western world. I've already given him a huge name. Suddenly, Qin Wanchou's body began to tremble violently. His entire face was filled with horror. He pointed at Yang Dingtian and said in a trembling voice, You idiot! I'll kill you! Yang Dingtian said, I think that after Zhu Qingzhu intervenes in the Western world, he'll definitely attack you first. After all, you're his real opponent in occupying the Western world. I'm just meat on the chopping board that can be eaten at any time. Perhaps he will shift the blame for the annihilation of the White Cloud City to you. At least, he will shift a portion of the blame onto you. So, it seems that the battle between you and Zhu Qingzhu is inevitable. Qin Wanchou's entire body was trembling, and the chill in his heart burst out in waves. You did it on purpose? Qin Wanchou said, I'll kill you now. I'll hand the murderer in front of Zhu Qingzhu and the Tiando League, and they'll have no reason to intervene in the Western world. You can't kill me, Yang Dingtian said lightly. Even if you take me to Zhu Qingzhu, he won't let you go. What he wanted was Western world, not justice. You're his biggest obstacle, and that won't change. Then Yang Dingtian said, City Lord Qin, I'll also give you two choices. The first choice, you join the Tiando League's Council of Light. The second choice will fight. I'll use all my strength to kick you off the stage and imprison you. I'll let Qin Huaiyu be the city, Lord of Qin City. Qin Wanchou was stunned, and then he laughed out loud. Yang Dingtian, you're a complete lunatic and idiot. Who do you think you are to attack me? You think you're my opponent just because you have a strange grandmaster by your side? Ha ha ha. How stupid, how ignorant. Qin Wanchou held his stomach as he laughed, a cold intent condensing in his eyes. Who am I? I'm the #1 expert in the Western region. I'm a 6-star 8th grade grandmaster. Qin Wanchou said sternly, Attacking me, are you courting death? Then Qin Wanchou slowly raised his palm and began to condense profound energy, staring at Yang Dingtian. I don't think so. Suddenly, A familiar voice came from the air, a voice that made Qin Wancho's soul tremble. Then Dongfang Minmi, who was covered in a black cloak, slowly walked out. He never spoke in front of outsiders, and this was the first time he opened his mouth. Qin Wancho was completely shocked. He pointed at Dongfang Minmi in disbelief and said, You are... That's right, I'm Dongfang Minmi. Inyang School's Dongfang Minmi. Dongfang Minmi walked in front of him and suddenly lifted the black cloak. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi's face was revealed. Qin Wancho was completely shocked, as if he had seen a ghost and couldn't make a sound. Of course, this Dongfang Minmi's face was changed by Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi, who changed his own facial bones. The whole process lasted for more than a month, changing the bones a little bit every day. Finally, Lung Qingchen's face became Dongfang Minmi. Of course, Qin Wancho didn't look at the face. He looked at the aura of energy, the temperament of speech, and the special spiritual aura, especially the spiritual aura. People could change their appearance, but the spiritual aura couldn't be changed. That's right, this was Dongfang Minmi's spiritual aura. Qin Wancho was all too familiar with it. More than 10 years ago, he didn't know how many times he had visited Inyang School, and he didn't know how many times he had felt Dongfang Minmi's superior spiritual aura. Aren't you already dead? Qin Wancho hissed. That's right, but my disciple, Yang Dingtian, resurrected me, Dongfang Minmi said slowly.